Good morning! Good morning, one day. One day I will remember to make camera overlays. Good morning, chat. My mortgage call ended literally at 2:59. I was like ready to have to make a I'm gonna be late announcement. That's alright, my mortgage application is completely finished, and we'll see what my estimated buying power will be soon, TM. How was it? It was nice to talk to somebody that actually seemed to know what they were doing, I will say. Are you winning, Foxu? I'm cheating on Gamer Subs today. I'm drinking coffee from Dunkin' Donuts instead of Gamer Subs. Gamer Subs is cooking something really fucking fantastic. I got an email at like fucking 1 a.m. last night, and I was like, oh, I can't say anything though, but I am really excited. It's not my cup, so don't get that excited. But it's still exciting. Get a load of this Foxo drinking coffee. I know. I know. You're cucking the subs. You know, sometimes I just gotta have a nice cup of coffee. Sometimes it's gotta be coffee. I'm not left enough. There we go. Help. You coffee drinking whore. And I got an egg sandwich again. That I have to try and eat on stream. You know, I'll probably finish it at least 3 hours from now. And ketchup flavor is coming. No, there's no ketchup flavor. I have to fight off Cheems ball and gravy with a water bottle because I'm gonna try to eat my egg sandwich. Point at a house, so we'll squat in it until you can get there. What are they gonna do about it? I actually looked up squatters' rights laws in New Hampshire. And New Hampshire actually does squatters' rights correctly in that they don't have any.
This is a public service announcement. Kirsche and chat are super mega duper omega cute and wonderful.
No, you Bailey! Thank you, Bailey. Heck, yeah. So basically, squatters' rights in New Hampshire are like, yeah, if you've lived in the property for more than 5 years, you could go through the legal process of claiming it. But it's gotta be 5 years, and there's gotta be proof of residency prior to that. Which, good luck being able to squat somewhere for 5 years in New Hampshire. Squatters' rights should only apply to the womb. True.
Most modern references works hold that the word OK originated around Boston as part of a fad for abbreviations using misspellings in the late 1830s.
That wouldn't surprise me.
Foxu is just the latest in a long line illiterate Bostonians that have butchered the English language.
Hey, yo, that's true, but have we really butchered the English language? Have you seen how those limeys on the island speak? We're just following in Daddy's footsteps, as it were. Since you saw me on side scrollers twice now, you've been watching every one of my streams as audio during work. Thank you for being so entertaining. Gets you through the workday. Hey! Thanks for being cute! I'm glad you enjoy it. Kirsche has squatters' rights to our minds. Man, somebody... So I think it was Clownfish. I watched their video after you guys told me about it last stream, and they like mentioned to like go check out my content and subscribe to me. And unfortunately for their audience, I'm not only a news channel. So some people like expect, you know, from seeing how I've been talked about. I was like the one who uncovered Bridge. Like, people have been reading my very astutely worded Twitter posts and watching my reply to Timothy Poole. And then they get to my channel and then they watch the WD-40 clip. And they're just like,
good morning, Foxu. My favorite
what is this? And there was one guy who commented, and he was like, is this all of her content? Like, this, what is this? So I was like, oh, I can reply to this guy and just be like, no, sir. Like, you know, I kind of do a mixed bag. I do a little bit of everything, you know, as hopefully there'll be something here you like. Like, if not, thanks for stopping by. Like, you know, whatever. And then, like, he replied like, I don't know why you're responding to me. Like, I even said live and let live. Like, you don't need to, like, tell me what I should watch. And I was like, what? You asked a question, so I responded to you. Am I not supposed to respond to questions? Like, it's my channel. What do you mean? Clownfish mentioned you? Yeah. Robsham. Thank you for the 20 pounds. Thank you. Since I'm uncovering sinister information and spreading news to people, does that mean I'm now a journalist? I don't know, if you call me a journalist, does that directly correlate with me winning a journalism award? Because, like, I'd rather not wake up dead. For real, what the fuck? It's your channel. That's what I'm saying. This is like, I try to be interactive, sir. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come off rude, if that's what it sounded like. That sums up your experience. Suits you fine. Glad you could catch me live. Yeah. Yeah, it's, like, I do talk about political stuff, don't get me wrong, but that's not all of my content, and I definitely look into the abyss, which most people, ignore. Do the Gigajad face and never reply to comments? I don't know, I mean, I guess I could never reply to comments, but if somebody asks a question, I feel compelled.
Scratches!
Right?
Like I'm a real pet!
Like I said, if somebody asks a question, it's like, I want to answer you.
I'm just going schizo, but what if governments are just allowing this whole squatter thing to push people into selling their property, so that entities such as the CCP and hedge funds can buy them up and inch closer towards everyone being a renter?
I mean, if people are squatting in your property and you can't remove them, what's the point of even selling? Right? Like, I don't know.
We must maintain the literal who armor.
We must maintain the literal who armor. Must maintain Callum. Callum followed me on the Twitters today, and I was like, oh, that's a name I didn't expect to see. That's a name I didn't expect. I've been talking to D-Day Cobra as well. He wanted to talk to me about Bridge. You're gonna hear me knock over things, because I am defending my egg sandwich from my cat. Master Go, thank you for the 4-month member! You like having squatters' rights? Next, you like having squatters' rights to someone else's girlfriend's womb? Next week, you're gonna soup a side scrollers asking if they can get me on with Razor Fist. I can only imagine, just like, the clash of accentedness happening if Razor Fist and I were in the same call.
Does stuff have anything to do with Meat Canyon getting a flavor? An announcement so new that we don't even know what that flavor is.
I didn't even know there was a Meat Canyon announcement. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah, big guy.
I didn't even know if
bridges falling down seems like a distraction from the bridge initiative.
If the Gamer Subs people didn't email me things, I literally would have no idea what's going on. Like, I forget to check often. I just called Cheebs Ball my cat. You finally shut up. Shut up. I know. Douglas Kaplan. I didn't put an E in it this time. Thank you for the $49.99, you mad lad. This mad lad just throwing things at my head every time he shows up. God damn. Thank you. Thank you. Perhaps after vacation, Kirsche will be on G&G and FNP. That'd be neat.
Cheeseburger.
I've made a critical error.
At least we'll eat the sandwich.
I made a critical error in that I was like, okay, before I go on vacation, I want to do as much as possible and be live as much as possible so I can do as much stuff before I leave. But in that, I forgot to leave time for me to do back-end stuff, which is bad, so I'm behind on that. But I also forgot to leave myself time to actually prepare to go on vacation. So now, like a week out from when I'm supposed to leave, I'm like, when am I gonna have time to do all the laundry and to pack and to buy supplies?
Put the fox in your house. It's gonna do fox things.
I do the fox thing.
Here you go, Kia. Your journalism award.
Thank you.
$10.
Thank you.
I should have like made time to talk to you to see if you manage your material. I still have that pin in Nim's DMs where like a bunch of people were offering services. I'm like, even if I don't reply to stuff, I still try to read stuff sometimes, so I might just give it to my mods and be like, remind me of this later. Pay someone to do your laundry? I wish I could. Douglas Kaplan! You did get the name correct. Thank you for the $9.99. I get treats when I get things right! But I will still always call it a spoot. I'm sorry, you've lost on that one. Like every woman I know, you probably have a mountain of laundry. It's just like, I want to make sure my clothes don't smell like a dog. They probably don't. But Tim's dog smells really bad. And I don't want to smell like a dog. Vacation is more work. Yeah. Yeah, I was just like, I'm even... I got another DM, and I don't know if it's gonna happen because, again, I'll be on vacation, but I got another DM about a collab, and I was like, should I really be setting up collabs while I'm on vacation? my god. Boy the dog! Boy the dog. Okay, Sona, thank you for the 1 full fucking year. Thank you!
Is it bad to be attracted to a cartoon fox that you don't even know that well?
No, James Ball, you're not allowed to eat my eggu. Squirt. I should convince Alex Jones to become a VTuber. Doesn't he have like the cocaine
Spicy
dragon
cat raid.
PNG?
What the hell is a spicy cat raid.
Honey Chew, Honey Chew, thank you for the Eggu raid. I love Fabergé Eggu. Fabergé Eggu, I'm eating an Eggu sandwich. We got all the Eggu here. Tuesday night's anal night. We can find the anal Eggu. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Egg raid is oddly relevant since she's defending her egg sandwich from Cat. Welcome raiders! I'm gonna get into ranting here in a second, because, you know, Twitter retards are a dime a dozen.
Weekly reminder, the Gatto posting will still continue because Gatos like mice.
My Alex Jones collab. I would love speaking to that crazy man. Drop the lolly model and the whole community coming to raid her? What? you mean I should just be a lolly from now on because people like it? Ranting starts in 2 hours. Got it. I opened a bunch of tabs. You know, I was talking to my mortgage lady and I was opening tabs while talking to the mortgage lady. I was just like, yeah, here's my personal information. Opens tab, opens tab, opens tab. Cute and funny! Yeah, lolly Kirsche. Yeah, I have a lolly model. A man's so annoyed by my bad luck with artistes that he taught himself live 2D cubism programming and made a model for me. One of your favorite clips of the water filter salesman was when he had llamas on his show. Did the llamas have little ponchos and hats? The Alchemist, thank you for the 199 pounds, head pats and butt scratches. Thank you! Thank you. The Last Russian, thank you for the 5 pounds. Yeah, you're trying to get Callum to get something booked in with me and or Pippa to collab with on something? Not sure what or how, but we trust Callum. I'll believe you. I'll believe you, Last Russian man. Last Russian man. Anything with Pippa will have to go through Fishman. So that's who we'll have to contact for that. So make sure to give him like the Fishman information. I don't know what the email is. You ate my rice, Sigma, Giga, Chad, Alpha. Truly the chattiest of chads. Saw me on Gundam. I'm like the one. I'm Wavy. You stop that. I already got your brother to go away. Saw me on Gundam. I'm like the one girl on all gamer panels, except I can actually participate and keep up, even leading at some points. There's a lot of very articulate whammons that I've spent time with recently, and it's made me very happy. Did I end up watching the Clownfish video that I was the star in? I did, and he brought up Microsoft's new program as well that follows the bridge doctrine. I hadn't seen Microsoft's new documents. So that was a new thing for me watching his video. Last donation for today at work, so you're limited to talking. Good luck with the house. Douglas Kaplan, thank you! Thank you for the $49.99. I appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know how much house I'll be able to afford. But you know what? Hopefully it'll be all right. Unfortunately, the way that mortgages work is when you're self-employed, is that they take either the average of your last 2 years tax returns, or if you've been self-employed for more than 5 years, which hey, thankfully I have, they can just take the last year's number and then make a mortgage guesstimate based on that. And man, it's going to be a weird number for me, so I'm gonna probably have to figure out something, because I'm sure they're gonna come back at me and be like, this is the amount of loan we can give you, and it's like, that'll buy me literally a cardboard box in New England. Ghost clip of him making fun of me, and the clip making fun of Tenma made you upset. I haven't seen the Tenma one. But yeah, I was gonna bring up the Ghost clip because, like, all of his clips that I've seen are like this, right? I don't know who the fuck Ghost is, and I saw somebody in the comments being like, "Ugh, all of these people in the comments saying literally who? Go back to Encyclopedia Dramatica, children." I guess like Ghost did something with like Tard raging so hard he made cans fall off his desk, and that's what everybody knew him for. I've literally never heard of Ghost until he started trying to like meme shit with Pippa. But every single clip that I've seen of him isn't even funny. It's just him being like some out of touch boomer that I guess is supposed to be funny because he just hates everything. I'm not really sure, but like he's not endearing himself to actual people if this is the kind of content he does. That's just how Ghost is. His whole shtick is just getting irrationally mad about everything. Yeah, it makes him just look like an asshole. I'm gonna be real. It just makes him look like an asshole that nobody wants to interact with. Yeah, that's pretty spot on. Ghost is a lol cow. Yeah, I get that feeling. He's a boomer who's mad about things, real lol cow. We can get married to boost your buying power. True. True, they did say that if I wanted something higher, I could either pay down the full amount that I couldn't get mortgaged out, or I could have somebody with income co-sign for me. It's like, oh man, I don't know if I could get that. I don't know if I could get that, man. I'm old and mad. Watch me. Ken Peinekes are buff enough to protect our Asian office lady Foxu. Yeah. Yeah, that's just like some of the shit. Some of the shit is just like, this doesn't even sound like entertaining. This just sounds like an asshole. Ghost claims Alex Jones stole his bit. This man wishes he could be anywhere near Alex Jones. Like, he doesn't comedically rage. He just sounds out of touch. He doesn't sound haha funny crazy like Alex Jones does. He just sounds like an asshole. Enter chat cosigns instant win. Oh my god. Whole meme about Ghost was that bronies and millennials would call him to piss him off. I mean, like, yeah, I can see the comedy in that if you just call this guy and you troll him. People only watch Ghost for the trolls done by chat. You live under a rock. Who is this Ghost individual? Yeah, like I said, I had no idea who he was until he started trying to interact with Pippa as well. But like, you know, Alex Jones was right. The jar speaks for itself. Remember when Ghost got mad being trolled by bronies from 4chan over a decade ago? Not surprised he's a lol cow. Imagine the highlights of your career being bronies dunking on you, and now the anime women are also doing so. Like, maybe after 2 of those things happen, you realize your shtick isn't working and you need to transform. He's the funny pole meme man from days of yore. What a legacy. Jesus. He still fakes the rage. You know, being like loud, angry can be a shtick, but you have to make it funny. Like, if you sound like you're actually mad, that's not funny. You just look like a dick. You need an actual channel name. All you found was a Russian tuber with over 4 mil subs. His name is Ghost Politics. I have no idea what his channel is. I'm gonna be real with you. But, there was this clip. There was this clip that I got sent. Let me get in my corner. Let me get a little cuck corner. Dragon Balls JT, thank you for the 5. Did I see the CIA agent who got caught on hidden cam admitting to setting up Alex Jones and having 20 agents at J6? I did not, but if real, what the fuck? He's not on YouTube. He got banned on there a while ago. Okay. True Capitalist Radio. Oh, unlucky. I thought the True Capitalist Radio was like a Pippa joke. I didn't know that had anything to do with him. I wouldn't have said that if I knew it.
Nom nom nom. Nom 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 nom.
Perfect timing. I was drinking. Just some nuts. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Everybody's talking about Bridge. My hard work has borne fruit. Keep up the good work. Do the Fox things. Yeah. I'm so fucking happy. I'm so fucking happy that people are talking about Bridge. Bridge is getting motherfucking traction. Everybody is noticing how bad Bridge is. And what that we can actually head this off. We can stop it. No black pilling. No black pilling, no fear, only white pills. Only taking back the things that we love. That's this whole shtick of being mad. By the way, hi Ghost, we know someone is going to send this clip in so you can also react to it. Fucking probably. Fucking probably. Asman and Legal Mindset just talked about it and me. Wait, really? Asman talked about Bridge? Wow. I need to know this. I must see. Someone please link in stream suggestions, I beg. I beg. Kirsche goes over dozens of hours of Bridge shit and finally has a total breakdown on the black pillars and fence sitters, ghost politics. Reacting to just the breakdown, why won't she provide examples? Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny. My favorite part of Twitter freaks are people commenting on something when they have no fucking idea what they're talking about. That is my favorite kind of Twitter evisceration, and so I am salivating today, chat. I am salivating. Where do I prefer people to watch me, YouTube or Twitch? It's whatever you prefer. You're the viewer. Whatever you find more happy. However, in my opinion, I think that the viewing is better on YouTube because YouTube has a better video player than Twitch, but chatting is better on Twitch. So if I were to watch a dualcaster, I would watch on YouTube and I would chat in the Twitch chat. Because you can pop it out. You can pop that bitch out. Ghost thinks you're not doing anything. Meanwhile, Bridge has been brought to the forefront. He's mad. He's sold before the profits were good. Yeah, and it's like, there's going to be people that are just like, well, what are you doing besides just talking about it? Well, I mean, I've sent emails to representatives in Japan about people who are infiltrating their news companies. I've sent emails to my representatives in Georgia. That's what you guys can do. You can send emails and tell people about things that are happening. That's not being useless. That's actually trying to enact some kind of change. And at some point, if nobody will listen, maybe even if you don't want to go into politics, maybe it might be time to do it.
I'll just say hi and nah, son. We're stomping on Twitter freaks today. Get in, ho boy.
Yeah, we're stomping on those fucking Twitter freaks. All the curb stomps, no mercy. The Twitch chat has Joel. Twitch is good for listening with audio only. Will it work? I've heard people have trouble with audio only sometimes buffering on Twitch as well. So, I mean, I just think that, like, viewing on YouTube is better, but chatting on Twitch is better than YouTube. YouTube doesn't have animated emotes. They don't have integrations. You guys can't gamba. You guys can't do much of anything over there.
Gee, Sally, your boyfriend gives you.
Gee, Sally! Yeah, that'd be funny. It's like, oh, let me go listen to this very articulated anime woman. I didn't know that anime women could be articulate. I thought they were all degenerate freaks who are contributing to the downfall of society. But let me go check this one out since she uncovered Bridged. And they come in here and they get hit with the, oh yeah, nice dick. Tuesday night's anal night. I like how, because of like what the normie sphere is used to on Twitter as well, and it's like there's absolutely no shade to quartering for this. I had a hearty laugh when he looked at my Twitter. He was like, well, she's got the 18 symbol there, so like if you go there and you follow her, just like, you know, be ready, you might see some spicy stuff. just so you know, I have the 18 symbol on my Twitter profile because I feel like a lot of the topics I talk about, minors should not be involved in that. I might not be sitting here doing like ear-licking blowjob pretending to be your girlfriend waking you up with a boner in the morning, but like I still talk about things minors shouldn't be here for, and it would make me uncomfortable to have minors here. Thank you for the dick bitties! Very, very relevant to the conversation at hand! Thank you for the dick bitties! Pingus! Ikaron, hey, thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome to the new friends. Base, so give Raging Golden Eagle a run from his money? Oh my god. A run for his money. I'm illiterate. Paintus! Not for nothing, but Twitter has demonstrated why you believe the age of the majority needs to be raised to 25. True and real. True and real. I actually, unironically, try my best to not put, like, pornographic things on my Twitter timeline. You know, like, I might have posted a couple of, like, penis stems when talking about degenerate pride parades, but, like, that was in the interest of news, right? Kirsche, very say-so streamer, just also very mature. Mature fox women in your area are hitting menopause now. RGE hasn't even really talked about Bridge. Yeah, I don't know how many people have talked about Bridge. I know when you guys send me videos, I love it. Am I doing another Wednesday thing with Papa Gundam? Not this week. Not this week. Quartering actually asked me if I would talk about Bridge with him. So I might do that Wednesday. Wednesday was free this week. So we'll see what I do. I don't really care too much who I talk to about Bridge. I just want to talk to more people about Bridge. Because the more people that know, the more people that have all of the information, the less people will just say, well, this is just a rebrand, it's more of the same, I don't need to pay attention. You know? From what you've seen, all the DEI consultant agencies knew each other pre-COVID? Yeah, I mean, of course they did. Of course they did. Just tell them, yeah, buddy, you were fucking wrong on this
Spicy
and that.
Cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Titan EMP, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Did I receive the request you sent me? What was the request and where was the request? It's an actual conspiracy. Yeah, well, crumbs, by the way. Cheems ball, I'm gonna fucking spray you in the dick. Get out. Grum's outing all of these, community managers reminded me of a community manager I knew back in the Terra days who tried to pull the whole, you're just misogynist gamers because you don't like women in your video games when people were angry about things in Terra. And that reminded me of a picture that I found when she was still the community manager. Hello! Time for lore! And in this picture, somebody tried claiming that it was an asset for a game, and I'm trying to think, what games did En Masse Entertainment publish? They were a Seattle-based company. They published Terra, they published Closers, they published Critica, they had some, like, Jim Henson Muppet single-player game, and, they had some sort of, like, weird Apex Legends clone that was in alpha and then never actually got released. I might be forgetting one or two games. I'm not sure. But this community manager posted this picture of herself inside the En Masse Entertainment office. And I was like, hey, wait a minute, hold on. Enhance, that is the communist hammer and sickle in the background in their office. That's kind of fucking weird. That's kind of fucking strange. And, like, a couple of other people were like, that's just an asset from a game. And I was like, what fucking game has a commie box, first of all? Second of all, I can't think of any game that En Masse Entertainment published with a commie box. I could be wrong. Maybe they did. Third of all, why is it on display in the office, even if it's from a game, because it has an overt symbol from a real-life ideology? Like, swastikas are in games, and if developers had swastikas in their office, I don't think anybody would buy, oh yeah, it's just a game asset, don't worry about it. Literally illegal in some places. It's where they keep the commies. You just noticed the Soviet Chicom symbol? Absolutely subversive. She framed it in the shot as well. Yeah. Loud and proud of her quasi-religious ideology. And the funniest part was, like, nobody liked this community manager in Terra. They were terrible. And I remember after getting partnered with En Masse, this person was like my contact, my go-to for anything community related. And yeah, big guy.
The commies are inside the walls.
The commies are inside the walls. Is that on a CPU tower? It looks like just a box to me. It looks like just a box, not a CPU tower. But this was the person who was like my contact when I was partnered. And I remember when the level 70 patch released in Korea, the Koreans had a verifiable meltdown. They hated the patch so much, they were calling for the death of Jerry. Jerry being the name of the developer. I don't know if it's real name or is his development name, right? Because he's Korean. Jerry is the man who ruined Black Desert, who then went on to ruin Terra, and then Elion was basically a dead-on-arrival game, but he also had a hand in that. Fucking Jerry! Jerry is the root of all evil. But the forums were actually locked down on Korean Terra because everyone's posting dead man ASCII emotes and calling for the death of Jerry. And so, understandably, the English community was worried we would be getting the same level 70 patch as Korea. And so, I was told by somebody at NMAS, I can't remember his name, it might have been Brian, I can't remember at this point, but he was somebody I was talking to before her, and he ended up just, like, leaving the company. And he was like, yeah, we're gonna give you guys information before the patch drops, so that you guys can, you know, dispel worries and misinformation and can get out the actual information to people so that they won't, you know, they'll know what's happening in the upcoming patch. And I was like, great, perfect. I would love to have the information early so I can tell everyone, like, hey, you know, they're changing these things between the Korean patch and our patch so that we won't have the same kind of meltdown that they do. That would be great. But then he left, and I couldn't get her or the other community managers to respond to anything. And then one of the other community managers was like, oh, I don't think we're planning on releasing that information at all anymore. And I was like, well, that seems like a really weird response. Why wouldn't you release that information? And so I asked, like, I directly added her, and I asked in, like, the partner channels, I was like, hey, are we going to be getting any more information as the patch is, you know, coming up really quick? I can't remember if it was like a week or 2 weeks away at this point when I asked. And after 3 days of not responding to me, she pops up in the channel and goes, is anyone planning on seeing Detective Pikachu this weekend? Being partnered with NMAS Entertainment was the first time I genuinely realized that, like I've seen these bad community managers before, but being partnered with NMAS is what made me realize they do hate you. Everything you think that these community managers hate about you is true. You've been right the entire time. There were a handful of good people there, and I hope those people have gone on to find success. But being in these channels and seeing these community managers disparage their own player base, disparage other publishers for doing better for their player base than they are, it was just awful. And when NMAS announced that it was closing down finally, this person became Halo's problem. She went on to be a community manager for Halo. And I didn't follow her past that because I had zero reason to. So I'm not sure if she's still with Halo or if she spread nonsense there and then left, or where she is now. I have no idea. I don't follow these people closely. 343 deserves her for what they've done to Halo, actually. Yeah, she was so, like, infamously whiny and combative with the community. She has her own video that somebody made, and I'm pretty sure it's still pinned in my Discord. Let me go take a look here, because if it's still pinned, it'll be way fucking long ago. It'll be way long ago. That's a Piepa video, so it's way longer. Yeah. And I don't think I can play the music, because I think it uses Mr. Blue, and that will get me demonetized. How does she keep getting work? Because it is an incestuous industry. It's an incestuous industry. Yeah. Senor Mudkip. Mudkip was a really good PvP slayer back in my day. And this is on his YouTube channel. So I have to keep it muted. I have to keep it muted because of the Mr. Blue song. It really ties the video together, unfortunately. But this is the Korean forum that I was talking about with the dead man ASCII emotes. And then people asking about PvP or asking about patch stuff, their threads would just get closed on the en masse forums. You could not ask questions on the en masse forums. And the title of the video is you cannot skill predict. So I'm pretty sure this also had to do with people wanting to use Terra Toolbox, or at the time it was called Proxy. And the point of Proxy and the point of Toolbox was that it would simulate a lower ping so that you could play the game in a better environment. Back in the day, en masse had servers all over the country. They had servers in New York, they had servers in, I think it was either Chicago or Texas, and then they had servers in California. So you would be able to play at a decently low ping no matter where you lived. As time went on, they stopped having as many servers, and they only had them in Middle America. Again, I can't remember if it was Texas or Illinois, but it was one of those two places. And so obviously ping was higher. Terra was meant to be played at very low ping. And obviously South Korea, small country, very possible to do it there. And there were things that you could do with Proxy, with Toolbox, that were bad, that were against TOS, that would be considered cheating. Like you would be able to remove animations, you would be able to increase your attack speed and whatnot. These were things that you shouldn't be doing, obviously. And so instead of taking like a nuanced step to this, en masse would just kind of remove anybody trying to talk about it or complain about it. And again, I understand from a company perspective, you can never endorse a third-party program. Because as soon as you endorse a third-party program, you then become liable for if anyone loses their account or loses their credit card information to the third-party program. So they can't ever tell you it's okay to use. On Gameforge's end, Gameforge pretty much did the we will turn a blind eye unless you're doing something actually cheating. And I'm gonna say they had issues dealing with cheaters there as well. They had a pretty big issue dealing with cheaters. It wasn't as fast or as you know, heavy-handed as people would like to have seen when it came to dealing with people who are actually cheating. So Toolbox was a necessary thing as well. Like, the NA servers had tons of Brazilians and other Latin Americans who played the game, and their ping would be so high that it would be impossible to play the game without using Toolbox, without using these ping fixes. Terra was also a Korean spaghetti-coded game, so it had a lot of optimization issues. Another thing Toolbox could do is further the optimization in Terra to make it run smoother. I can't remember exactly how at this point in time, but there were like FPS fixes and other optimization fixes to fine-tune it to make it run better. It's been a very long time, so I'm trying my best to explain what this is without being too wrong, I guess. I literally can't remember everything that was involved in Proxy. It's too long ago. But en masse eventually. Why are people forced to use a third party to find out about maintenance? True. En masse kind of killed itself at one point by enacting a sweeping ban of anyone using any third-party programs. And even people who didn't use Toolbox, who only used DPS meters, also got caught up in this ban. And so en masse kind of shot itself, not just in the foot, but in the whole ass abdomen at that point. Golden talent situation, no longer anywhere near acceptable. NA versus EU. This is, this part? Man, it goes by so fast. Moongord was a website where you could upload your dungeon run parses to. So this is for people who are parsing. And as you can see, there are 3.4K Russian uploads, 4.2K European uploads, 358 NA uploads. Yeah, for parsing autistics. Yeah, for parsing autistics. So this was when the community manager we were just talking about was the one on the forums. I would honestly disagree that the game itself lags enough to the point where people are constantly dying in dungeons. That's actually a problem that Terra had, unironically. Not able to see what killed them. And this is improving the lag spike issues. He died before the ability even went off. Would honestly disengage. Gameforge is not outperforming us. Yeah, that's just not true either. That's just not true either. Would honestly disengage. Gameforge is not outperforming us. They are ignoring announcement embargo dates that Bluehole has placed on all publishers, which was not true. Basically leaking the info that we are working to globally announce, undermining us, does not mean they know more than us, just that we are respecting the developers' wishes. Not only was Gameforge ignoring the embargo not true, these people in the partner channels would talk about Gameforge being white knights for the Terra community. They would say that Gameforge are acting as white knights because they're actually doing things and being communicative, and the community liked them for it. Imagine that! Being good to your community makes people fucking like you! The biggest irony of all of this, right, is like Gameforge would hold barbecues. They would have like barbecues where they'd invite people who were involved in like the higher up part of the community and whatnot. I could have gone, but I live in America, unfortunately. And so they would stream these barbecues, not even on an official channel, mind you. It would just be on one of their community managers' channels or one of the community members' channels. And we could all hang out, and we could talk to the Gameforge community managers and other people on the team while they were drinking and playing other games and doing karaoke and just fucking hanging out, right? And because they had been communicative with their community, because they had done things that the community had liked, people would show up and want to interact with them, even though they were doing nothing related to Terra at the time. Meanwhile, on NA's side, on their official en masse entertainment channel, while people were begging them for information and to be communicative about things the community was worried about, they would do streams or upload videos. And by they, I mean Kit Teacup, the community manager we were just talking about. She would do streams or upload videos of her playing games completely unrelated to anything en masse or Terra. And then wonder why nobody was interacting. And it's like, maybe if you didn't do only garnering anger from your community, more people would want to engage with you. But as it stands right now, since everyone hates you, it just looks like you're trying to build an adjacent fan base for yourself using en masse as a platform. Did she? No. Party with the community, yeah. Bulgogi top tier. This, Andy Dynamite, whatever, Sean Dynamite. This isn't Kit Teacup, this is a different person, but it's still part of the en masse team. Oh, God. This, Streammorph and Langeist were both community managers on Gameforge's end. These are both people that I've talked to. Langeist, I pronounce his name wrong every single time. He still comes around and hangs out occasionally. No leaks were made or embargo broken with our scheduled release of this news. Langeist said, what Atmorph said after reading meme accusation, I went back and double checked. We didn't do a mistake. We did in fact not break the embargo. And the funniest part about en masse crying about Gameforge supposedly breaking embargo, most of en masse's announcements at this point in time were just copy-pasted from Gameforge. Like, they couldn't even do the bare minimum of making their own announcements. The Bleach profile pic is goated. Yeah, I still have emotes in my Discord of Atmorph. Fucking Dadmorph, such a cute! Corpo skinwalking. The en masse forums with the dead ASCII emotes, dude. Golden talent situation again. Gold and silver Harrowhold. Harrowhold, it's a joke. All times are in PDT. Only 9 people. So here is in the Discord. where a player said, "You killed our real Terra players' safe space. Are you happy now? You killed the game, a place for so many people, a place where some of us, me included, used to hide from depression, anxiety, real-life problems. You killed it. I know you won't ever understand since you aren't a real gamer, just some random girl seeking for attention, but some of us worked hard for so many years to clear hard content and gear up, and in one day, everything is gone. I wish Space Cats was still here." I wasn't playing Terra during the reign of Space Cats, but I do know that Space Cats is the one who basically destroyed the Terra economy when it came to talents because of an event where they just were giving out like crazy, a little too high. So I can't speak to whether Space Cats was a good CM or not, since I just wasn't here when he was CM. He was a good CM. He was someone who tried to understand Terra players like you couldn't. I would be willing to believe that, because being a better community manager than Kit Teacup is not a fucking high bar. I saw when you joined the Terra proxy Discord, and I knew what was coming for all of us. I still have screenshots. Now it's gone. 75% of the NA community is quitting the game or merging to EU. I hope you're happy about messing up with all of this. Again, thanks for killing our safe space. And as a community manager, Kit Teacup responded with laughing at this user, saying, "You don't know whether I'm a real gamer or not. You don't know me personally. My ability to play Terra does not reflect what other games I may play or not. Here's a good article to read to help educate you a little more about the gaming industry." And she links a Kotaku article titled "Inside the Culture of Sexism at Riot Games." Total lack of self-awareness. Imagine someone in your community calling out your actual bad acting as a community manager, and the community manager's response just to laugh at them. Why would you support these people? Why would you want these people managing your community?
Copy, subvert, redirect, blame, destroy. A passive-aggressive
You're actually just sexist rebuttal,
doesn't last,
right?
But the moon pies will keep trying. Screw M.
Screw them! God, I fucking hate her! So thank you, Cap. Welcome. old Terra players having PTSD in the chat right now. My ability to play Terra. Now there's just a compilation of clips of her playing Terra, which most people here won't understand. And she is in a group of people who are like really high-level players at endgame PvE as well. Oh no, I'm caught being a piece of shit. Buzzword time! It's okay, she went on to be Halo's problem after this. Holy shit, she's a floor tank! Yeah. Yeah. As an MMO player, you can tell she sucks at raids. And it's like, the community managers at Gameforge weren't like amazing players at the game either, but they played the game. And that's all we ask. If you're going to make opinions and enact policy in a game that you're a manager for, the least you can do is understand how that game works and what it's like in the game, right? If you don't play the game that you're managing for, it makes it that much harder, not only to solidify a relationship with the community, but to actually act in a position of authority, because you have no idea what you're talking about otherwise. Nobody expects a community manager to be good. Nobody expects a community manager to play the game as often as an actual hardcore player. But we should have the expectation that people who manage our games at least try to play them. Right? You don't have to be good. You just have to at least try, so you can understand where the issues might come from and what people might expect. Space Cat was a blessing compared to her. I miss the good old days. I don't know where they are now, right? But like, a fucking Tonka and the era of Tree Shark and his two friends there, those were the good days of community management in Terra, man. I was like, didn't the NMAS official Twitch page, if you mentioned like Tonka in their chat, wouldn't they ban you? I can't remember if they timed you out or if they just flat out banned you, but if you mentioned the old community managers in their Twitch channel, they would shut you the fuck up real quick. A community manager in charge of undermining and destroying the community. How ironic, right? Right? Oh, God. Is this talk coming from Grum's Twitter thread about how CMs from different companies have private groups where they coordinate their anti-gamer behavior? This is what made me think of it, right, Hell Nico? Like, I'm seeing Grums talk about all this stuff, and obviously when community managers got let go from NMAS, they went elsewhere, right? Like, they didn't just disappear or stop working in gaming. So it reminded me of how the NMAS community managers would circle jerk about how bad the player base was and how bad Gameforge specifically was behind the scenes, right? So it's like there were some good people who worked there, and I can't remember all of their names. There was Cobalt Dragon is one I can remember who was a good dude who tried doing stuff for the community. Romulus was another one who tried to do things for the community, but they were unfortunately bogged down by community managers who hated the community.
I think they hate games because it's one of the areas that don't lie to them and tell them they are not the problem but the solution. Games show them reality, and they hate them for it, and everyone who is good at or enjoys them.
Oh my god. It's me! I worked there! What the hell? I have a community manager in Helldivers too, doing some shenanigans too, apparently. Here's some hubbub about it, but you haven't followed through. Yeah, it's the Stay Frosty chick who has all of the, like, little Easter eggs in a bunch of Remedy games. And I have a tab on Remedy up at the moment. The ice is preventing me from drinking my coffee. The straw, it gets stuck. No try at something, that'd be too hard, true. It boggles your mind. How does one manage a community that they hate, let alone situations where the game itself is hated? You barely tolerate working and you don't flat out hate your job? It's because if you want to transform a place with ideology, you have to go where you hate the people, right? Because you want to, your goal will be to either remove or reform those people. And this is what we can see all of these community managers who hate the communities they work for are doing. They're not here because they love the game. They're here for ideological reasons. Wait, Baskinator isn't an emerging issue? I mean, I don't know how open she was about politics previously, but like, yeah, she's been involved as an Easter egg in a few games. This is all reminding you of Driver 3 Gate getting post-deleted for even mentioning or criticizing the game? Yeah. And this is why, especially coming from the restrictive environment at NMAS, when Gameforge came to me and they were like, we want to partner with you now that you've left NA Terra and you're playing on EU. And they told me in my contract, they were like, we don't want to restrict your speech. If we do something wrong, if there's something wrong with the game, we want you to still feel comfortable giving your real opinion on that. Just don't be a dick about it, right? So it's like they were fine with me criticizing them publicly and with criticizing the game publicly as long as I wasn't an asshole about it. And it's like, I feel like that is way more leeway than a lot of companies will give you because they just don't want any bad press, right? And they were just like, we don't want you to have to run defense for us if we fuck up. Because the guy who was my contact there, fucking loved that dude, he understood the kind of trust that builds in a community between a content creator and their audience, and he didn't want to have that be taken advantage of. Hooray, people that allow free speech! Ironically from a German company, who would have thunked it? That's crazy for a company, literally unheard of. Yeah, right? Yeah, right? And it's like, I know a lot of people give Gameforge shit. I know a lot of people are like, they ruined Ion, they've done terrible things, and it's like, I only ever talked with people on the Terra team. I don't know about any of their other teams that managed any of the other games, so it's very possible some of their other teams weren't as competent or weren't as good as far as what I had to deal with the Terra team. I don't really have anything bad to say, because behind the scenes, I saw all the work that they were trying to do, even if it didn't come to fruition. Germany has always been known for freedom. Yeah, especially today. Mom! Oh, I clicked on the wrong thing. I tried to hit play on the video and then I just like went somewhere else. Went somewhere else. What's next to German humor? We're not allowed to let the Germans have humor, let's be real. Worked for Gameforge from 08 to 10. Was one of the better jobs you had. Yeah. Yeah, I loved all of the people I interacted with at Gameforge. Very, very great people. You went to check their Twitch and you're still banned! Kit Teacup making an announcement here. This is the thread from the news and announcements area. Please be kind and respectful if you want to add constructive feedback. It's welcome. Disciplinary action will be taken if any player uses foul language, attacks EME employees or other players. Bookmark this thread. We'll be updating to find our latest posts in regard to the topic. Update post here. And this is, I can't see whose name that is. It is Kit Teacup again. Hi, Terra players. The Terra PC team is working on something to share by early next week. Per Denominator's forum post, also quoted at the start of the thread, we ask for your patience. We want to be sure that we provide you meaningful updates. This post is to serve for the purpose to let you know that we're not ignoring you. We have certainly heard you on we don't want to just be told we're being heard. We want action. That's fair, but it also takes a little bit of time. Right now, we're working with Bluehole to determine what we can implement alongside our current roadmap. We want to share with you more than just a yes, we'll do XYZ, but a yes, we'll do it, and here's when. I know it's hard when you can't see the work we're doing, that you only have what communication we do here or on the Discord to rely on. Like Denominator's post said, we do hear you and ask for patience while we work through your feedback with Bluehole. They weren't really very communicative, so... Oh, you know... Kid T, whatever, is unimportant name. Literally just copy-pasted someone else's words. Our CM is copy-pasting twice now. Can we trade her for circuits as CM? He seems to know what he's doing. For the response itself, yeah, nothing that hasn't been said in the past repeatedly in some form or another. Watch, Thursday of next week will roll by and we won't hear a thing. Yeah, Circuits said this in the Discord, and it looks like Kit Teacup just copy-pasted it in that announcement. Circuits, I don't think Circuits was a community manager. I can't remember exactly what they did. I had them on my friends list, so I contacted them for something at some point, but I can't remember what their role was. Terra was quite literally a drug for all of us that still played. We're better now that it's gone, but God, we miss it. Yeah, I mean, there's still private servers, but you know, it doesn't hit the same. It doesn't hit the same. Here's the good article to read. That's the sexism at Riot Games post. Here's all the deleted threads again. The absolute state. Imagine. And it's like, it shouldn't surprise people that somebody with wanting to take a picture with a hammer and sickle box is gonna act like that. You know? Nyaru YouTube raid, Nyaru! Nyaru, thank you for the raid! I didn't see the notification, so I'm sorry I'm a dumb bitch. But thank you for the raid. Welcome number 3, Brown Lady. Raiders, thank you, welcome! Welcome. Hi, I'm new here. Hello, new here. I'm Kirsche. Poor Nim, she hates him! What did I do now? Yeah, brown woman! I hope you had a very nice stream, Nyaru lady. I hope you had a nice stream. And, I thought it was interesting, right? Remember I said Kit Teacup went to Halo. And I had the tweet in my Discord from when she went to Halo in 2020. And I was like, hold on, wait a minute. I didn't know this man back then, but now I recognize the Act Man's name. Now I recognize the Act Man's name. I didn't notice that he was one who was interacting with her back at this point in time. Bro, welcome new. Why, Kirsche? What do you mean? Oh, jeez, Kirsche is a dad confirmed. What does that mean? What did he mean by this? Kirsche's making dad jokes. This can only mean one thing. Nim's pregnant. Oh my god. I don't know how to make cheeseburger. I don't know how to cheeseburger. Only cheeseball. Only cheeseball. And this kind of brings us fully back around. Let me see here. Fully back around to Mr. Ghost Politics, I suppose. I should have gone with this first. But I got sidetracked by thinking about community managers. Cat's still there. I do still have the cats. It's Act Ma'am. Oh god, you wonder when Act Ma'am will fully transition? I'm sure it'll happen eventually. When was the last time I took a bite of the egu? I took a bite of my egu before I started stream, and that is the only bite of the egu I have had. It is cold now. But let's see some impotent old man rage. Let's go with that. Let me turn off. I don't know how loud this is, so let me turn off. Never mind. My just chatting background music is already off. Don't worry about it. People who have been indoctrinated that are now in game design is ridiculous.
Jesus Christ.
And there's always going to be those people that are just like, well, why do you care? And it's like, well, first of all, I like video games. And even if I didn't like video games...
Okay, I understand if you work for a living, all right? And you're like, hey, I want to do video games on my off time, and you don't have a significant other. 100% video games. But if you have a wife, and you have children, and you're fucking playing video games, you're a piece of fucking shit. All right? I don't give a shit how much you fucking try to cope with it. Games are a waste of fucking time. And
married men in my chat, I hope the next time you're playing video games, your wife will sit on your lap while you're doing it. I hope she will try her best to distract you as you try to focus on the video game in a very sexy way. That is my hope for you, married men in my chat. Do you entertain yourself in any way? Just die, you fucking loser! How dare you enjoy things!
Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say you should not waste your time how you want to do it, but games literally just eat away time. You don't know how many people I have talked to that were gamers that would be gaming and they're like, man, I gamed at 9 p.m. and it just seemed like 2 hours, and before you know it, it's 6 fucking, it's like fucking 8, 9 hours later.
Yeah, God forbid people find any kind of joy in their life while everything is so fucked up right now. God forbid people have fun! Holy shit! This guy is sounding like a more geriatric Matt Walsh, and that's pretty impressive considering Matt Walsh is like 57, you know?
So anyway, just play this shit. I'm sorry. I don't even know why I'm talking, man. Nobody gives a
Nobody knows why you're still talking, old man. The same reason
why I cared for the shit happening in comics. Do I read comics? No. Do I care about comics? No. I've never been a fan of cape shit, and I don't give a shit about Marvel or DC or any of the fucking comic book shit.
I'm sure you care about, the DoorDash menu, huh? You can hear it in your windpipe, bitch. Would you like... I bet you give this bitch a menu, she looks at it and goes, okay, I'll take it. Fucking...
Actually, I got texture autism, so I'm pretty picky about what I eat. But you are right, I do care about the DoorDash menu. You know why? Ghost kitchens are fucking awful! I don't like ghost kitchens, and I don't like corporations trying to pretend there's some mom and pop shop trying to convince you to buy them by being disingenuous. I hate disingenuous marketing. And also, it's kind of ironic. It's kind of ironic that someone who sounds like he can't walk 2 feet without a breathing tank is gonna call me fat. I'm just saying.
Fatty.
But I could see them getting infiltrated, and I could understand why their fans were upset. It was a problem. It was part of the entertainment. And if you control the culture, you can control the children. And if you control the children, you control the future.
Oh, here we go. Another fucking idiot that thinks that they know. Yeah, you control the children, you control the future. Hey, dumb bitch. You're trying to show yourself off as some animation character.
Hey, dumb bitch. Your generation did nothing about the indoctrination in the education system. I don't... What do you mean by this? Maybe Ghost would like me more if I didn't shit-talk his kitchens. I hate Ghost's kitchens! He owns all of them! It's an Illuminati conspiracy. Their head figure making all of these fake kitchens to run mom and pop shops off the place of the earth. They're using this old man in a wheelchair to do it.
You don't think that you have any influence over some stupid fucking brat whose parents don't give a shit and throw a goddamn electric device in front of their hand and find you?
Kids shouldn't be in my chat.
This is like how I know he's never watched any of my content ever. He just sees anime character and he thinks this is for children.
Redacted is gonna give us another F slur on stream moment. Him calling it.
Children, get out! You're not welcome here. Ghost doesn't always save Michael Moore. What is always save like a Dollar Tree?
Thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Fucking dumb bitch.
And this is part of a concerted effort. It's not just about the ideologues in video games. It's not just about the ideologues in comics. They are everywhere. They are everywhere. They are in film, they're in games, they're in comics, they're in regular literature.
Yeah, she sounds like she really gives, or it, or whatever, they give a fuck. Just fucking...
Are you assuming my multi-personality gender? I'll have you know, I'm hiding behind 10 head systems, and at least 2 of them are off-duty police officers.
Eat, bitch, you don't give a fuck about any of this shit. If you did, you wouldn't be being a VTuber. Guess what? If you really...
As a VTuber, I have a layer of anonymity, so I can speak about these things without having journalists try to ruin my life immediately. All of the people in the old skeptic sphere understood anonymity was a helpful thing to have. People understood it was a bad thing when Taylor Lorenz doxed libs of TikTok. How is it that all of these geriatric people, even ones that used to run around their content as a fucking PNG to be more anonymous, don't understand the concept? It's not that hard. And if I didn't care, I wouldn't be talking about it. I don't want to rage bait. I don't want to become one of those fucking jaded channels that's just like, oh, you never guess what the government did now. Click here to find out. I don't want to not have an impact. All I can do right now is use my platform to talk about the things that are happening and hope all of us can make an effort to do something. I've sent letters to politicians. I've talked to people who have more influence than I do. Spreading around that these issues are happening is still doing something. Sending letters to politicians is doing more of something than most people. I genuinely don't understand the response of, if you cared, you'd be doing something, when I literally fucking am. What more do you want me to do? Would you like me to grab, you know, some firearms from my nearest glowy and perpetrate an actual raid on a government building as an anime woman on the internet? I wouldn't get very far. I'd probably get headshot before I got to the door, I'm gonna be real with you. Don't be an anime woman. Walking corpse, thank you for $5. That man ate paint chips as a child. As a child, it's probably his daily diet, dude. Can you imagine?
Cared about this shit, bitch, you would have a significant other and you wouldn't be doing this shit every day. And that's my point, okay?
I would love to have a significant other. Unfortunately, I am shit at picking a decent person to be a significant other. Lol, I just need to pick better, dude.
I know you guys are like, hey, why don't you get a consistent schedule? Dude, listen, this is not like the internet and all the shit that I do. It's not my life, dude. I love my life.
Ghost is part
it does
of the
not
old
sound
guard
like it.
Dick Masterson, whose only real retort to anything is just accusing everyone else of not caring about the issue. It's pure boomer cope since they're being left behind by the world.
Pure boomer cope!
I don't want to mod it yet either. I'm gonna put pig.
Who is this guy? And how is he talking about anonymity? Pretty sure he'd attack your appearance if you went face cam. He's the type of guy who will do anything only when it leaves him no other option to say something. They give all the inches.
Yeah. Yeah, I try my best to not attack people based on how they look, unless they literally look like they should be a circus act, right? You know, like if you've gone that far, if you've gone that far, he's kind of. Haven't found someone to marry yet. You can't talk about politics. What? I think he made that to say that like I'm a fake pretending to be traditional person because I don't have a husband and kids. Imagine someone finding it difficult in the current dating climate where a lot of men and a lot of women are both shit cunts who are selfish and don't want a relationship. Imagine not having a significant other in that climate. Wow. Wow. Traditional. You feel sorry for that dude's wife and kids? I'd be impressed if he had a wife and kids. Who the fuck's gonna put up with that? What the hell?
I only have so much time in my day. I only have so much time in my life. And you got to allocate it accordingly. And when you see people like, any of these streamers, I mean, look, here's Asmon Gold, for Christ's sake. I mean, this guy, right, he's some fucking...
Why did he say Asmon Gold? Like the newscaster went, who is this 4chan?
Stupid loser that's been doing this for so long, and he's worth so much money, and guess what? He continues to do it because there's nothing else this fucking idiot can do. He's not intelligent, he's not smart, he's not a good businessman.
I mean, he's smart enough to have made a multi-million strong follower base and have tens of thousands of viewers every time he's live, and he's made multiple businesses for himself, so I mean... I feel like if you're going to attack someone, you should understand what they are so you can attack them accurately. I just like, that doesn't make no goddamn sense. How large is this guy's platform? Who's listening to this? Probably not very many people.
He doesn't know how to allocate his resources. He's a fucking idiot. All right? That's why I'm saying, any one of you people that admire any of these fucking social media stars, I mean, these people are trash. Every single one of them. Why do you think I've never wanted to collab with any of these fucking people? I
think it's more nobody wants to collab with you. Because your shtick is being a stick-up-your-ass boomer. You don't sound funny. You don't sound entertaining. You sound like an asshole that nobody wants to associate with. It's like, please, dude. This one, no Kirsche Ghost collab. Oh my god, this guy is just... If this is supposed to be comedic, I'm just not getting it, man. It's official, you're an internet personality. I was like, I agree that people shouldn't idolize social media influencers. And I agree that you shouldn't like sort of put us up on a pedestal. We're just regular fucking people, like all of you, who managed to want to do something and somehow got lucky enough that it worked out. I was like, I will forever not understand why there are so many of you who enjoy being here, but I am fucking grateful that you do. People shouldn't listen to internet people. Infamous internet person, Ghost Politics. Ghost also ripped on Sawa. I've seen some of his clips before where, like, he's talked about me and Lumi, and somebody else said Tenma earlier.
Yeah, I thought as much.
He just is an asshole, basically.
Wait, is his whole argument just it's not a big deal, it's just video games?
Yes.
I guess he has voluntary blindness to the social changes around and will act like no one told him what was happening when it comes full force.
Yes.
Old man refuses to see past his porch.
Pretty fucking much. And this is also the issue where people just want to make it about video games. They want to shame you for caring about video games, so they ignore the rest of the problems in general. And we'll get to that. We'll get to that.
Give a shit who they are. Why do you think I've never fucking wanted to be going to these cons or any of this fucking crap? It's garbage, man.
I genuinely doubt anyone has ever asked him to go to a con. I'll be real.
I mean, for Christ's sake, you know, there's a movie called Devil's Advocate. I know I probably said this to many of you folks that have listened to me for a minute, but in Devil's Advocate, the devil says that, hey, vanity is my favorite sin because Satan doesn't have to give you shit. He doesn't have to conjure.
Isn't it ironic that he's quoting this while also seething at people who are more successful than he is? I feel like that's kind of a lost irony on this room temp IQ grandpa.
Shit up for you. All he's got to do is make all of his stupid idiots that follow him think that they like you. That's all vanity is. It's all a bunch of people, whether you know them or not, saying, "Oh, look, we love you, hey."
Is this a little bit of angry? Are we having a therapy session here, Ghost? Are you upset that other content creators have an audience who actually want to watch them because they like them, whereas your audience only watches you to make fun of you and talk about how shit of a person you are? Is that, am I sensing a little bit? Would you like to sit down and tell us where on the doll the chat touched you?
It's all empty bullshit. All right, dude, fuck off. All right, oh, that's not what the devil's advocate is, you dumb fuck. That's what he said. That's the last goddamn line of the movie. Get this idiot out of here, fucking moron. Get him out of here. That's not what he... That's what he does. The last fucking words of the fucking movie is vanity is definitely my favorite sin. And guess what? You're probably a goddamn tard. You're probably an autist.
I am an autist. I have no idea what movie he's talking about. I've never watched it. I have no idea if he's quoting it correctly. So I'll just believe him. I'll choose to believe.
Probably fucking fingering your asshole to this fucking fatty. Fucking idiot.
Vamping and rewriting old classic books for a modern audience. These people are everywhere, and do not let them tell you that you shouldn't.
Please don't clip this and send it to Ghost. He'll get worse.
He'll get worse. Because it's a video game. Because it's not about the video game.
Oh,
it's about
Jesus.
the guy screams wannabe Alex Jones. Apparently, he says that Alex Jones stole his shtick, but it's like, unfortunately for the Ghost Man, again, he just sounds like an angry bedridden grandpa, whereas Alex Jones is actually charismatic and funny. So even if in some crazy universe, Alex Jones somehow did see ghost politics and think, I also want to rant, Alex Jones did it well.
This guy is the Johnny Somali of washed up counterculture celebs.
He stole it 25 years ago. Yeah, I don't know if Ghost started making content in the 90s, you know, back when he was maybe in like his 60s or something. But Alex Jones has been making content since, I want to say, the early 90s. If not even earlier.
The only part of this clip that seemed genuine was the sheep-like bleating. That sounded pretty convincing, though.
That's when his shepherd came in and said it's feeding time. Check DMs for a giggle. You should take your meds. Meds, hey! You can't make me!
I don't understand.
Ghost is lying. He has collaborated in the past. It was with a rapper called Goofy Bone. He had Goofy on his show often and even tried to set him up with his own show. If you want to laugh, look up the songs. You'll give IT to her. Tub Guy was best TCR troll.
Big boy,
I can't show this joke on the stream, but if you want to know the joke that Nimothy sent me, just look at my Discord and see what it says I'm streaming.
We do not endorse this sheep.
Don't open my profile, just look at the sidebar. That's all you need. Isn't this the second time I've done something that's cut off perfectly like that? How do I manage this? I don't do it on purpose, I promise you. Much Devil's Advocate, and yes, this applies to him. He's just an old troll that doesn't have to live with the fires he's starting because he knows his time's short. It's like, if you know your time is short and like you cared about things in the past but you weren't able to do anything about it, why would you not encourage people who can do something about it to actually do something about it? Like, please. Never watched a VTuber before the stream with Gundam. It was good, so you're here now? I got some news for you. You're not gay, but if you watched Gundam, you did watch a VTuber. It's because he's not a good person. Yeah, Peppermint's usually dead, I'm sorry. Culture. And part of controlling the culture is to co-opt literally everything. And that's what Bridge is doing. And if you have Bridge, using the companies that you buy products from, trying to embody this ideal, trying to give you this ideology that you cannot escape, and you say, well, I will turn to my forms of entertainment because I do not wish to engage. But when you go to your forms of entertainment, all of the movies are corrupt, all of the games are corrupt, all of the books are...
You're part of that corruption, you dumb cunt. All of you VTubers are part of that corruption. All right?
Wait, is this Sargon? Hold on, wait a minute. Hold on, is this actually Sargon's secret hidden channel? What is that? What, did I just transfer timelines? He said the C word!
Hello, it's me, Kirsche Verstall, icon of degeneracy and promotion of the Communist Army.
You are trying to... And look, let's not be stupid. Every one of these VTubers tried to pander to the incel, to the guy that never gets a chick.
Yes. Me, Kirsche, pandering to the incel when I tell them to stop taking the black pill and thinking of all women as terrible. Yes. Yes, I pander to the incel. You guys aren't gonna make it. You guys should hate women. It is time. Rise up, my supreme gentlemen. We will be the reason California falls into the sea.
That tries to live vicariously through this, like, oh, yeah, it's my virtual chick and that sort of shit. Go fuck off, all right? Seriously.
Yeah, bring me to your Thanksgiving dinner. Introduce me to your parents. All right, I'll be a good computer monitor woman. I'll even pretend to throw things at you like the little beta bitch you are. They'll appreciate it.
Seriously.
They're corrupt. All of the comics are corrupt.
Fuck off.
You have no escape. There is nowhere for you to go to escape this ideology. The time for...
you know, let me give you an idea there, Kirsche. Why don't you go outside? Why don't you go around your neighborhood or some shit? Why don't you go talk to people? Why don't you go live life instead of being like, you know what, they're fucking doing this.
I am talking to people. I do go outside when I get massages and I go to the gym. And I'm doing more than you are, because once again, I'm even writing letters to politicians. Maybe it won't do anything, but I'm at least trying, and that's more than I can say about you, my guy.
I mean, go live some fucking life and not be a goddamn idiot that's behind an avatar all fucking day.
I just, says the man who also doesn't use face cam. Like, again, if this is supposed to be comedy, I am quite literally fucking lost. Do not fight the globalists! Stop talking about it! Get offline! Don't inform other people about what's happening so they can fight back. Just let the communists take over! Who cares? Want to be left alone ended more than 20 years ago. And if you still have the I just want to be left alone, why should I care about this mentality? You deserve to watch everything around you that you love crumble into nothing. And I stand by what I said. If at this point you've been informed about what's going on, if at this point you know the overall encroachment that these cultural Marxists are doing everywhere around you, and you still want to be ignorant to it? You want other people to fight for you while you put in zero effort? You get what you fucking deserve, honestly.
Dude, this is such empty leftist shit. You know, I hate people that talk like...
Being anti-communist is now leftist. Well, it looks like I gotta go turn my meat pocket into a hot rocket, chat. It's time for my transition.
Like this. You know, this is very abstract shit. You know, she's just like, you know what? If they're like doing this with the culture, she's not being very specific. It's all abstract. This is your fuck.
He literally just watched me being specific. He literally just listened to me give specific examples. Do you need it more specific? Do you want to watch the compiled like 50 plus hours of me talking about specific game developers, specific companies, specific people, the people who are funding this in BlackRock, in fucking Eastwood, Graymore, all of these places? Do you want to watch all of that? Because I feel like you just don't have the time left on this mortal coil to watch all of that shit before you just croak.
Classic leftist bullshit. This bitch has said nothing the whole time. You know what? If you don't do this and you don't do that, then you deserve... Blah, 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 blah. What the fuck does that mean, you dumb bitch? You're part of the corruption. All right? You're the one that is fucking contributing to delinquency. And who the fuck is going to watch an animation like you? Mostly...
Yeah, who the fuck is gonna watch an animation like me? Look at this dumb bitch and her scuffed model with Parkinson's. She's scamming you. She ran with the money. She's not even trying to get a new model. This dumb bitch. Oh my god. I hope that this keeps happening, dude. These people are hilarious. He actually made me laugh though, so we finally got there. I'm part of the corruption chat. I want you to get a woman who loves you, or a man who loves you, for my 3% female audience. I want you to have kids. I want you to leave a legacy. I want you to live a comfortable life. And I hate hookup culture. I am promoting degeneracy. The degeneracy of the cohesive family unit. What? I am terribly subversive, chat. 3% is high. I don't know. I picked a number. Look at this trad whore. Yeah, waifu, you'd say that. You play up my incel audience. Trad whore, trad whore. Ryan, thank you for the member. Corrupt me too.
My only interaction with Ghost was when he did a duet with Pippa. Specifically cause of Moonshine's animation. I don't know where this is coming from, how he got there to here.
Is it really corruption if you ask for it?
Cheeseburger.
Anime derangement
Perfect timing for the cheeseburger, holy shit! Kirsche, how dare you! Jesus Christ. Does he say anything else?
Young people, you dumb fucking cunt.
Okay.
Because you are spineless. And you have nothing you care about.
You just want to be left alone, ended in 1862.
I just want to be left alone so I can continue to watch fucking Kirsche, because I'm a fucking stupid piece of shit. Can we get to the next
Sorry,
video?
you guys are stupid pieces of shit.
Tarantula, please. Jesus Christ.
Samuels. In Japan, like...
Sorry you had to find out this way. Maybe once Grandpa dies, the inheritance will buy you a college education, so you too can be indoctrinated, and he'll finally think you're smart. God damn it. Nothing he says makes any sense. I just like... You like his Hellrider flaming human skull JPEG? Very cool. Yeah, you know, it's very weird that he wants to complain about my animation, but I don't see him using face cam either, so totally doesn't scream middle-aged man. It's like, I'd make a joke about how he's dollar store Rush Limbaugh, but I feel like that would be an insult to Rush Limbaugh, so... Wonder if this guy likes Punisher. Most screamy PNG Gramps. Why bro so angry? And this brought us to Trigger Point. Trigger Point posted a clip of this on Twitter. And someone named Vox said he's been calling everyone he doesn't like leftist as of late. Kirsche, Alt History, Cody. I don't know who that is. I'm sorry. I'm bad at names, and I also don't know everyone in the sector. Luke Smith and myself and the entire MAGA movement, just to name a few. Hambone devolved from actual political commentary to this. Everyone I don't like is a communist. And this guy, this reply guy over here,
Sec Guy 777 said, he's right in this case. Kirsche made the exact same argument that for leftists always make to justify injecting politics into everything, which used to be what she and Gamergate were against. She crossed the point of which left and right-wing extremists are indistinguishable, and the MAGA movement wants to massively increase the power of the executive branch, federalize education, and aligns with socialist Russia. So that's not far off either. I have no idea what's going on with the MAGA movement, right? So like I don't know how to argue against this, right? Like I just don't know. I don't follow it. I have no idea. But no, I don't want to increase the executive branch. I want less government overreach. I don't want to federalize education. We've seen how that's worked out so far, and the communists have been using it to push propaganda since like the 1930s, if not earlier. I don't know the exact dates for shit, but I have like rough estimates in my brain. And MAGA aligns with socialist Russia. What? What? And also, these are the people you kind of have to watch out for. When they try to argue against you and they try to say, you defending yourself, you seeing where communist ideologues have drawn lines in the sand and you pushing back on them is being just as bad as the people trying to ruin your life. These are the useful idiot types that will try to demoralize you and try to make you feel like you can't do anything. Right? If you're speaking up, if you're doing something, you're just as bad as the people who want to see you broke, dead, and your kids raped and brainwashed. You're just as bad as they are for defending yourself. Same boomers who probably still think Iraq and Afghanistan were justified. And thankfully we have Jeff. Every time I see the name Jeff, I just think, my name Jeff. So I'm glad this guy's not like that. If you refuse to fight back, you deserve to be conquered. That's what she was saying. We're not injecting politics into everything, the left are, and you calling people resisting it just as bad sounds disingenuous at best, which it is. It's quite literally disingenuous. Is he a Jeff or a gay off?
Tendentious, tense, tentative, tepid, terrible, testy, thorny, thoughtless, threatening, thriftless,
Oh
tiresome,
yeah,
toothless,
alliteration.
tortuous, toxic, tragical, traitorous, transgressive, trashy, traumatic, tumultuous, turbulent, Tuesday stuck in traffic listening to a trad war.
Thank you. Thank you for beautiful liberations, Toast Engineer. Thank you.
Jeff worded what I try to say to this guy better. Yeah, I'm not the most eloquent with words lining up language English sentences while I'm talking off the cuff, but when I type, I feel like I do a much better job. And Sec Guy here continues seething. I reposted this because I was just like, what the fuck is this man smoking? Is Grandpa okay? Has the dementia finally just fried his brain completely? Meds won't help this man. Call the hospice. And someone replied to me and said, this guy has no clue of what's going on around him. We have to gatekeep because people will actively try to subvert our hobbies. Not because we want to keep people we disagree with out of it. Groups by definition have boundaries. How is that controversial in the slightest? And he's right. He's right. You don't want to remove everyone who doesn't believe the same things you do. But you have to make an effort to gatekeep the people who don't want to actually be a part of your hobby, but want to change it. And not only want to change it, but want to ideologically subvert it and make it part of their propaganda apparatus. Help. You listened to the whole thing, and the only thing you got out of it was you saw anime women and instantly assumed I was of the worst humanity had to offer. Never actually listened to a thing you said. I feel like considering the people who hate me simultaneously call me leftist and a Nazi, I just find that interesting. I just find that really interesting. If I'm pissing off everyone, clearly I'm doing something right. And I'm doing it behind an anime woman's skin. So people are gate-kept from the get-go. I like how there were some comments that were just like, I wish Kirsche was 1/4 of the Nazi that people complain that she is.
These words get tossed around so much, they lost any meaning. Nazis are known to be raging leftists in history. I mean, yes, Nazi is National Socialist, and socialism is a left-wing ideology. But, like, in current year, when you listen to people freaking out on Twitter, in their worldview, Nazis are on the far right. What he saw what he saw, but never paid attention to the talk, the actual info, the pointers. He just saw red at anime woman and couldn't listen to the words coming out of my mouth. But I mean, I guess when you're from an era when beating your wife was legal, it makes sense to just ignore everything a woman says. You blame the vegans. Kirsche is actually a 300-pound 40-year-old virgin living in his mom's basement. True. 300's actually on the lower estimate. You need to wrap me in bubble wrap so you can roll me to the grocery store. I can't even fit in the car anymore, dude. Let's go. You can be more left than a Nazi, but most people who aren't tankies are right of them. Jesus. Professor John Wolfman, thank you for the member. My favorite leftist Foxu. Thank you, comrade. Your donation will be appropriated by the party. Remove the driver's seat so you can sit on the rear bench to fit your orbesity. Ooh, I like orbesity. That's a good one. I thought Kirsche was a black man. Frizy, that's actually really problematic that you're both calling me a black man and obese at the same time. You're not allowed to point out that black people can be obese. That's actually beautiful. We're not allowed to beat women now, but they're allowed to do anything to us. A fine analogy for communism. Oh, I got a video for that. Don't worry about it. I got a tab for that. The seething Twitter freak says, except he's right in this case, Kirsche went off the rails to the point where she's indistinguishable from far-left activists. If you just want to be left alone, you deserve everything you love to crumble into nothing, is the same screechy bullshit you hear from lefties. No. I'm not trying to fear-monger people into capitulation. I want people to stand up for themselves. I want people to care about things around them.
Ooh, you care about what happens in society? But how does that affect you personally?
I hate these people and their arguments. It's like, I do not understand how you get into this mindset. And someone with more IQ responded, it's just an accurate description of reality. If you aren't ready to fight and eliminate the threat to yourself and others, you deserve to be the next victim. And the Seether replies, yeah, that's the attitude the left had before they destroyed themselves. They're not destroyed, buddy. Everything is political. Everything is a threat. Make every single thing you do about politics. Heard it all before. Worked real well for them. Now, even with billions of ESG money, they're a sinking ship. They're not a sinking ship, which is why this is a problem, which is why I'm talking about it. I would rather just play the video games, but I would feel like I'm doing a disservice to myself and those around me if I didn't inform them about the things that I find out. Bridge is an issue, and not an issue I should have kept to myself like some good little... Can I say goim? Is that allowed? Am I allowed to say that? I need Gundam's producer. I need him to tell me if I'm allowed to say that. And the higher IQ man said, the guys in total control of the current establishment industry and who own the White House destroyed themselves. Biggest cope ever. Not only is it the biggest cope, but he's saying, I want everything to be political. I'm saying everything is a threat. No. These subversive Marxists have made everything political. They take everything that you love and you use as escapism and you use for fun, and they turn it political. So you can't escape it.
Seeing it change society affects me negatively. But let's be honest, they don't care.
I have the official G-word pass. Thank you.
History shows this again and again.
And they forced it upon us. We have to actively push it out now. Yeah, exactly. Defending yourself is not doing the same thing as the people who are manipulating and forcing it onto you. And everything is a threat. Everything is not a threat. Marxists are a threat, and they're trying to seep it into everything.
Hey guys, smash that like button, leave a comment, push me in the algorithm.
Someone hits you, you hit them back in retaliation. Why are you so violent? Why do you love fighting? And it's important to notice how these people talk as well. Because again, the point of espousing this rhetoric, whether they're doing it on purpose or just because they're low IQ, is to demoralize you, is to make you feel like you can't do anything, and is to make you feel like you should stop paying attention. And that's not the right way to go. Find it funny how fast this went from this isn't happening to, well, it is happening, but why is this bad? I don't find that funny anymore. That's just the natural timeline. That's just the natural timeline. We have, Sekai again. What the hell are you even talking about? No one said do nothing in the first place. And Biden is more conservative than Trump. I can't tell if this man is trolling or if he really has the IQ of, like, an icebox. Like, I'm genuinely confused at this point. Like, maybe don't take what your politicians say at face value simply because you like their speech patterns, and you won't be brainwashed so easily. This man has to be trolling. There's no way this man is talking about brainwashing. Someone responded, so what do you have to do then? Because to everyone else, it really just sounds like you're asking people to lay down, do nothing, and somehow the problem will fix itself. And that is essentially what this person is saying. The Seether responded, I never said anything of the sort. That's his words, not mine. And he just kept repeating it ad nauseum. What I said was that the hyper-tribalistic, everyone deserves what they get if they don't share my ideals attitude is exactly what the left did that is killing them. Listen to the clip. Kirsche said it. The guy I'm arguing with said it. And they're doing the opposite while lying about it. The something consists of shining a light on the lies and bullshit DEI people are pushing, but it also consists of not being a clone of Anita Sarkeesian. This man's has completely lost the fucking plot. This man's has completely lost the fucking plot. I don't know if it's in this thread or not. Let me see. Not once have I ever seen. I don't need to say it to anyone. I'm not making a centrist argument here. Let's see. What I said specifically, the hyper-partisan rants, like the one Kirsche just went on and this guy is going on, serve no purpose, but to fuel the other side.
Biden is more conservative than Trump. This dumb bitch made me drop my chicken sandwich. His liver will be on my future cannibalism menu.
I don't see her as a drama clickbait person, just that it's easy to turn into that if you stay in politics. Well, yeah. At one point, I hope we'll have fixed this issue enough that I can not talk entirely about politics. Maybe it was in this thread? I don't know. He said somewhere that, like, I'm not doing anything about the problem, unlike people like Cabrutus and Grums. And it's like, that's how I know that this man has never watched my content, because not only am I doing the same exact thing as Grums and Cabrutus, I'm just trying to get other people to want to do the same thing as us as well. Oh, Icy Bar, do you have it here? How did you find that so quickly? How did you find that so quickly? You've attracted the useful idiots. Congrats. Yeah, here it is. It is on my post. Okay.
Give me butt scratches like I'm a real pet.
The same people who bitch and moan about the Second Amendment and fighting back against the libtards all day are trying to shame people for wanting to fight back at their level. The irony.
Right? So the Seether said, that's the same shit the lefties said before they went full retard and shoved their politics into everything. It was an excuse to push more hyperbolic bullshit, and that's all Kirsche is doing. Same as DEI, Bridge, whatever the hell they're calling themselves now. There are people who are calling...
be a controlled opposition situation. Richard Spencer said the exact same thing about Biden being better than Trump, and he's an actual Fed put in place to subvert the 2016 era right-wing resurgence.
Yeah, that guy glows hotter than the fucking surface of the sun, dude. There are people... Or, sorry, same as DEI, Bridge, whatever the hell they're calling themselves now. This guy does know that I'm the one that uncovered Bridge, right? This guy does know that the only reason Grums and Cabrutus and all these other channels are talking about Bridge is because of me, right? Like, I did that. There are people who are calling out DEI without doing that, but they're few and far between. Like Grums and Cabrutus, at least as far as I've seen. But other than that, I haven't seen a mainstream right-wing political commentator that didn't become a culture war grifter since. And he's right, there are a lot of people who are grifters. There are a lot of people who don't believe the shit that they say. I'm not gonna try motivating people if I don't believe in what I'm saying. I don't think I could put the level of care into my voice and the way I say things. I'm not fucking good at acting. I'm too retarded for that. Where would the right wing be without the spicy sounding cat? Oh my god. And Kirsche, I did that. Stickers would be good merch. Oh, that'd be cute. A little egotistical, but kind of cute. This guy screams federal agent. He's a Fed. We got another guy here responding. I don't know who this guy is. Hate to side with Ghost here, but in this case, he's got a point where she's spouting propagandist rhetoric. It's not propagandist rhetoric if I'm literally looking at what these people are telling me that they want to do, and I say, hey, this person wants to do the things that they're telling you they're going to do, and that's bad. Maybe you should do something about it before they do it. Life has many extremists, Fed boy. Malevolent Quinkalilla! Thank you for the $49.99. Keep up the good fight. My optimism in exposing the Marxists is white-pilling. Screw the haters. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I don't want you to get black-pilled. I don't want you to be afraid. You can make a fucking difference. All of you in here have seen me screeching at the void about Bridge for months and how it's finally having an effect. If one brain-damaged fox woman can have an effect, you can be the butterfly too. You can flap your fucking wings. I believe in you. Even if you don't have a platform like mine to screech from, you can still make a difference in your community, at your job. You can push back against this.
I don't always donate to Kirsche, but when I do, it's because I want Cheeseball to get the butt scratches.
Cheeseball. He's sleeping on top of Gravy right now.
I meant to point this out before, but whenever there is pushback on these ideas, a whole group of people start showing up derailing the issue.
Oh,
Some
yeah.
pretend to be dumb, others accusing you of being crazy, and some saying it's not a big deal what's happening. Jeez.
Some saying it's not a big deal, and some who see that I have a platform and they can grift off of it. And we have a long-winded response here. We have he's needlessly being an asshole about it, but the actual point he's making is correct. There's nothing wrong with I don't care. I just want to be left alone. Actively trying to convince people that they have to act for your side or they deserve for the shit they love to crumble is the exact same inaction is the enemy bullshit the left does. Fuck off. I'm not gonna go out of my way to give a shit about a crap product when I have plenty of damn good products to give attention to instead. Leave me alone. If you don't want companies to keep fucking up your video games, stop buying them. Companies don't give a fuck what you have to say. They don't give a fuck how valid and right you are. They don't care that you don't like the product. They care about money. Stop fucking buying them. The people they're trying to cater to don't really buy that crap either. Man, she's like a decade behind here. Holy fuck. The stream of shit will eventually run dry, and it won't be because y'all's yapped about it on social media. It'll be because they ran out of money to blow on shit projects that they know aren't gonna sell, but still release because... I'm sure she wanted to F-slur here, because I probably would have. But there's nothing wrong with I don't care, I just want to be left alone. At this point in time, yes, there is. All of us who are screeching about this have the I just want to be left alone mentality. But we also have the brain cells to realize we can't say that right now. We can't just want to be left alone because the encroaching issue will not leave us alone. Actively trying to convince people that they have to act for your side or they deserve their shit to crumble is the exact same bullshit the left does. It's not. And you will not gaslight people into believing defending themselves
is the bullshit that the left does where they try to push it onto you. I'm not trying to make people believe in the things that I believe. But if you are someone who does believe that this shit is bad and you're sick of seeing it in your movies, in your comics, in your video games, in every area of media and entertainment you have to turn to, if you dislike that and your response is, well, I'm just not going to do anything because I want to be left alone, then yes, you do deserve for all of the things you love to crumble because you refuse to fight for it. You refuse to defend yourself. I'm not going to go out of my way to give a shit about a crap product when I have plenty of good products to give attention to instead. This is how I know that this is a person who has no idea what they're talking about. They don't know about Bridge. They don't know about the initiative to make it all-encompassing. They don't know how insidious it's become.
The proof that the middle guys won't do anything. They'll keep buying because the bare minimum is still playable, but when it hits the breaking point they will want to play dumb and act like they just found out. Gee,
Pretty
guys,
much. Pretty much. This is an uninformed opinion from someone who's not paying attention, but it's a very easy way to get engagement. If you don't want companies to keep fucking up your video games, stop buying them. Yes. Yes, vote with your wallet. That is one thing you can do. However, that is an action. So you are actually agreeing with me here. You're talking like you disagree, but then you say, do something. That is doing something. That's not, I just want to be left alone. That is actively doing something.
New Berserk chapter comes out on the 26th. It's official, brothers.
She's talking out of both sides of her mouth. Yeah. Companies don't give a fuck what you have to say. They don't give a fuck how valid and right you are. They don't care that you don't like the product. They care about money. Unfortunately, once again, you show how little you know about what's going on. Obviously, people care about money. However, the Bridge initiative is pushing this a step further. Money is no longer the objective. We've had multiple people speaking at GDC who said that money is secondary now. We've had multiple interviews of people at large companies and in Bridge, excuse me, talking about how money is tertiary. Right now, it's about embedding ideology. The people who say, well, if you just vote with your wallet, then things will eventually fix themselves, are wrong. Because it's not just about the money. They know they're bleeding money. They know people don't like this. That's why they're trying to make it all-encompassing, so it doesn't matter where you spend your money, it will be going to them. Some companies do. Look at that Sonic movie and what happened when people complained. Had no one complained, nothing would have been fixed. Exactly. Exactly, that was what I was going to say next. There are companies that will care if you make enough of a fuss. There are people in my chat who took the Bridge Initiative bullshit to their bosses, informed their bosses of what was going on, and their bosses were like, all right, when we take money from other places, we want to make sure we're not taking money from people who are pushing this. They're talking about it, informing people is making a difference. The large corporations like Microsoft or Campbell's Soup or whatever might not fucking care. More action will have to be taken as far as those large corporations go. But the bare minimum of action is fighting with your wallet. Even if the companies aren't caring, that doesn't mean you should just willy-nilly spend money on these companies anyways. The problem is that a lot of people will just spend that money. The average consumer is not informed. And the average consumer probably will feel very overwhelmed when they look at the companies involved with Bridge and be like, well, where the fuck am I supposed to buy shit from now? Because it's already almost everywhere. You can get almost every little company to stop doing business. Then there's tangible influence. Yes. Yes, influence starts small. You're not going to knock down a bad empire in one day. It's going to take time and effort and a bunch of small ripples coming together to make a splash. Say Granate Turner, they give you the 50. You got incredibly jaded some years back about gamers who were moaning about loot boxes, and when you told them not to buy the games and or MTX, they would scream at you because you were stupid and the government should step in because they want to buy the next AAA game. That sounds really dumb. I wouldn't want the government to step in. Like, I understand why it has in certain European countries, but outlawing like loot box mechanics in some places just means the companies will be like, well, we just won't service your country. It's not actually fixing the issue.
Time to start making your own soap. Oh my god. There are villages, right, that are like old-timey reenactment villages up north where you can actually go and learn to churn your own butter and like make your own soap and shit. I love doing that. I think it's a lot of fun. You don't want the government to step into your hobbies. I don't want more government overreach. You hate people? Do they not realize this is a war that's going on that to last the rest of our lives? Our kids might have a nice life though? Yeah. It's like, if there is a side waging cultural warfare, you do not have the luxury to not pay attention at that point, unfortunately. Hey girl, I'ma churn your butter. Yeah? You're gonna churn my butter real good, right? They just disabled the game mode in those countries. Stop fucking buying them. The people they're trying to cater to don't really buy that crap either. I mean, there are true believers who will buy it because it agrees with their ideological position. But also, yes, I typically agree. Most of these people that they pander to aren't buying the product. And again, stop fucking buying them is an action. It is an action. It's not an I just want to be left alone kind of mentality. That's not what I was talking about. The stream of shit will eventually run dry, and it won't be because y'all's yapped about it on social media. Once again, yes. The first step into doing something is to talk about it. Why would you encourage people to shut up about something they care about and about something they want to change? Again, we are not trying to push politics into everything. Politics has already been pushed into everything. We are now fighting back. It's way too late to start. We've started doing it way later than we should have. But starting now is better than doing nothing at all, is my point. It'll be because they ran out of money to blow on shit projects. These companies are propped up by government funding and like shell companies inside shell companies inside shell companies. They have a lot more funding than you can really conceptualize. Yeah, better late than never, exactly. And if they have the backing of government money, that means they can just print more money. So we need to get ahead of these initiatives to make a difference. I want to push back and get rid of these ideologues so I can go back to having normal entertainment. I can go back to having movies and TV and video games that aren't all a push about how people who watch them are terrible bigots. I don't want to be platformed and gospeled to by people who think they're doing something for my own good. And if you believe the same thing I do, if you're asking people, if you're telling people, stop fucking buying them, you're doing the same thing as me. Maybe not to the degree that I am, but you're still talking about it in the same vein that I am doing. And I'm going even further than just talking about it on my own platform. I'm actually reaching out to other people who have influence, people who work with media, people who are politicians. Even if they don't respond to me, I have still tried. I have still tried to do something. And that's more than I can say for the people who are trying to attack me. And then if I scroll down a little bit more, she says, I don't want to listen to mindless fear-mongering. I don't care who it's from. I will buy or not buy whatever I fucking want. And she's contradicting herself here a little bit. She's saying that just don't buy these things that are corrupted. But then she's saying, I will buy or not buy whatever I fucking want. So which is it? Do you have principles that you stand by that will make you say, I won't buy this because of what you've done to it? Or will the game make you want to buy it regardless because it's something you're interested in? Having principles means sometimes you make sacrifices, like not playing hot new AAA game. So it just seems a little weird. And also, again, shows that she doesn't know what she's talking about. Not only about the issue at hand, but about me. I'm not fear-mongering. I don't want people afraid. I want them to do something. I want you guys to understand the issue, to see the sources I bring to you instead of just trust me, bro. And to want to fix the issues.
I don't want to rage bait and just constantly bleat on talking points while doing absolutely nothing. I want it to change. Tread on me harder, daddy! I'm like, please explain to me what actions we're supposed to take other than choosing not to buy shit products. Contact your representatives. If it's something you care about, get involved. You don't have to if you don't have the means to. But again, you asked to explain what actions are supposed to be taken other than not buying. Use your platform like I do, like you're doing right now on Twitter, telling people to not buy things. Contact representatives, contact a politician, maybe get into politics yourself if you care that much. I'm not trying to turn people into foot soldiers. I don't want brainwashed chess pieces that I can use as useful idiots. If you care about this, do something. If you care about this and your opinion is, well, other people will do something about it, so I'm just gonna ignore it and do what I want. Those are the people I'm talking about. I don't care if everything crumbles around you, if you know what's going on, if you dislike what's going on, but you refuse to fight for yourself.
More milkies. More milkies. More milkies.
This person said, I've been contending with that answer for years. The choice is do or not. 10 years ago, we did nothing, and the snakes reached powerful places while we were distracted. So I don't think that's the answer. So we do what? Awareness can do so much before it turns into slacktivism, which is true. Which is very true. And there are for sure people that try to use their platforms as just rage bait, where they do fearmonger, where they make you feel like it's hopeless because they don't talk about do something. That's not everyone, though. There are people who care. There are people who care. And her response is, the snakes reach powerful places, quote unquote. What exactly makes a place powerful in the world of consumerism? Well, there shouldn't be a world of consumerism to begin with, right? Consumerism has been sort of placed as this weird worship in current year. You know, the whole, just buy product and then get excited for next product. But what makes a place powerful in the world of consumerism is the ideology behind it. You can have giant companies that aren't pieces of shit in theory, but there are a lot of places that are corrupted and they bleed on about things they don't actually believe in and they work contrary to them. Like, we all know they're hypocritical. We know these companies don't actually care. But it's all about the message. It's all about the work, and it's all about the ideology at this point. So having funding from companies like BlackRock, like Greywood, like Eastmore, these companies want the smaller companies that we purchase from to push an ideology to make it all-encompassing so we can't escape it. And it's like, I don't know how to condense that any further than I already have. Because to understand what I'm talking about, you would have to look into it yourself or watch my previous VODs where I go over this shit in depth for hours. For hours. Bleat, great word. I like the word bleat. I like the word bleat. What were we supposed to do to have stopped them? Again, when this all kicked off like 10 years ago in the first wave that we noticed, we thought these people were impotent. We thought that they were comedic. We thought that nobody would take them seriously. So we stopped talking about it, right? We did our, we just want to be left alone, haha, these people are crazy. But unfortunately for us, in our we just want to be left alone state, these people infiltrated these companies, they embedded themselves, and they started setting up all of these projects that we can't stand to have today. The only way the ESG scam works is if the social shaming works. So by talking about it, we can prove to companies that people hate it. And it's going to take more than just the average person hating it, right? They're going to need pushback from people who matter far more than you or I, which is why I said with the bridge stuff, like, I want people with larger platforms than me, with more information than me to start talking about this. Because even if I disagree with some things that, like, Matt Walsh might say, I might disagree with James Lindsay on some things. I have no idea. I don't know much about him. But it's like, these are people with influence. These are large people, especially James Lindsay. He's very involved in politics. And it's like, if they start talking about it, more people in places of power will pay attention. But it starts with people like us making noise and talking about it. The grifters who stayed on the anti-feminist content loop were actually right. They never gave up. It's like, there's... The people who stayed on the anti-feminist content loop, if they were doing more than just laughing at them, then yeah, sure. But it's like, I love laughing at these people because they are ridiculous, but the time for laughing has stopped, and the time for pushing back has long since passed, but we can start now. I will make the mouth noises. Hell yeah. These people aren't smart or clever. They're just extremely determined and restless. Yes. Yes. And the person responded, in my opinion, the one who labels the product, marketing like mentality, you make an issue and sell the solution, which is what the ones under the radar did last time.
Against anti-right to repair, Apple, Microsoft, GMC, ECT. He was talking and he's been making change for over 3 years. It's slow but he's trying better than most. As a contrast.
I'll have to read that again because I didn't pay attention. I was trying to not lose my train of thought. Which is what the ones under the radar did last time, using identity as a selling point, normalizing it little by little, another marketing tool. That's Spanish, I don't know what that means. But it's more than just using identity as a selling point. Like, this person is definitely on the right track. It was a marketing thing, and Bridge was the one who set up to monitor all of the marketing and hiring initiatives for DEI, and they were the ones who said it does not go far enough. And she's right by saying normalizing it as well. Normalization is part of the Marxist subversion. It's one of the stages in distributing your ideology and forcing it on a civilization. And we are at the point where Bridge is trying to edge us from crisis into normalization. Buenas tardes, señorita Cereza. Hello! Hello! Edge. Not that kind of edge! I fucked up by trying to inflate my penis like a dick balloon. I want to read that one.
When you get black pill, just remember we were all supposed to be carrying COVID passports and being forced into camps by now. Enough of us told them to fuck off that we shut that shit down.
Hell yeah!
We can do it again.
Algorithm is completely correct. All of us screaming into the void got enough people to pay attention and to listen, and we didn't have to live in some sort of weird COVID camp world. Very true, they weren't entirely successful, yeah. You can make a difference. Do not let them blackpill you. Do not let them make you think it's futile. Ginny said, marketing is pretty fucking powerful, but at the end of the day, what makes a place powerful in the world of consumerism isn't the marketing, it's the interest of the consumer. No. No. And corporations have not cared about the interest of the consumer for a very long time. If they cared about the interest of the consumer, we wouldn't have an initiative to push equity of product availability and equity of product pricing right now. Equity of both of those things is absolutely ridiculous and is not in the best interest of the consumer. Do you know what it is in the best interest of? Making sure everyone is the lowest common denominator of equal. Making sure that they sow discord and hate between people.
It was just complaining on Twitter. You can't buck against the establishment without offering a replacement. It was taken over by YouTube bucks.
YouTube bucks? Marketing can help you get that, sure, but the marketing itself isn't what makes it powerful. If people don't eat up the marketing, as we've seen time and time again, consumers don't really buy the shit. It tanks every time. I'm glad that she agrees with what Bridge is saying. This is exactly what Cheryl Dijja said in her interview. She's like, we know the marketing doesn't work that well, and that's why we need to transform DEI from an ideology into the fabric of the company and their everyday operations. This is a Dijja sock account, isn't it? It's not a flaw, it's an intended feature. And this is why when people bring up certain things like with the Spoon Man and Monarchy, I don't like talking about it because I don't want to look like a fucking idiot when I talk about something that I don't know a lot about, you know? Communist revolutions are always forced violently eventually. And that's why I feel the violent, or the fiery, but mostly peaceful protests, in the grand scope of things, heavy quotation marks, weren't a big deal.
because the fiery but mostly peaceful protests were sort of a trial run, as I feel, to see what they'd be able to get away with in the short term and how far they can escalate things before pushback happens. Switching to audio only, gotta drive. Drive safe! Drive safe! Bro Blab, thank you for the 5. Speaking with your wallet, been watching my rants for like 2 days, and here I am live. Hello! Hello, bro! These big game companies can pretend to be as high and mighty as they want, but let's not forget AAA is a label they gave themselves. In reality, none of that means dick. They're constantly laying off hundreds of employees. Again, agreeing with Bridges' talking points. They are trying to remove DEI from being the job of one, and a lot of these layoffs, even from the mouths of these people themselves, in that article we read that Alyssa Mercante had even retweeted, a lot of the people they're laying off are the DEI employees. We're not winning. They're not removing DEI from the company. They are making it the job of everyone at those companies. Not exactly a sign of power, if you ask me, and being outsold by indies. They aren't as powerful as you think they are. I'm glad indie games are outselling them, but again, just because an indie game is outselling them doesn't mean the indie game developers will forever be free of corruption. I'm hoping that they stay that way. I've seen some of the stuff Grums has been posting about the Helldivers people, and so that makes me... But I don't know enough about what's going on with Helldivers to really talk about it. I'm glad Pal World devs are just like, we're a small team, we're going to try to keep it that way. If it weren't for citizens fighting back, there would have been more and longer lockdowns. Exactly. Speaking out is powerful and important. Even if you have the opinion of like, I'm just one person, right? If you live by your principles and you talk about that, more people will feel empowered to do the same thing. It's like when I talk about how I stopped buying Ben & Jerry's when they started being overtly terrible. Maybe they were even more terrible before then, but when I started noticing, I was like, I don't want to buy that anymore. Same with Starbucks. Starbucks was the only grocery store blonde roast cold coffee I could buy. But as soon as Starbucks was like, we're going to start prioritizing hiring immigrant workers over American citizens, and after the 2 black guys in that one Starbucks location caused an issue, and they were like, they weren't paying customers and they caused an issue over the bathroom or some shit. And then they started having all of the Starbucks with like mandatory diversity training and saying that like anyone can use the restroom, and then homeless people started using them for like drugs and shit.
All I focus on now is making day by day.
Hold on, I can't skip the alert. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And then when that happened, I was like, I don't want to buy Starbucks anymore. I'm just one person, so I know Starbucks and Ben & Jerry's won't miss my money specifically, but if I tell people that I'm living by my principles, if they believe the same thing I do, maybe they will also stop buying from these companies. Maybe they will also vote with their wallet. And if they do, and I do, and they tell their friends and their family and friends also agree with them, that expands beyond just one person. Talking about it is powerful, which is why one of the first things subversive Marxists do is attack speech. They make it difficult to communicate because they co-opt language and make different terminology. So even though you're talking about something, if they're using the same words, they're talking about something completely different from you. Starbucks tend to over-roast their beans. Let's see. Being a fear-mongering activist is retarded regardless how based you think your Oshi war... Being a fear-mongering activist is retarded regardless how based you think your Oshi was or is. I don't know if I would call myself based, because I see a lot of people use the word based when it comes to silly things. And I see a lot of people saying I'm not based because I refuse to risk my income for just having to say slurs. Right, like would I like to? Yes, but I'm not going to risk my income by saying them. Based cringe! And it's just like, I don't care whether you think what's based or not. I don't think I am a fear-mongering activist when I'm pointing out videos of people in power, people working with powerful corporations, people working with government fucking money, and I'm saying, look at what these people are saying they are doing. That's not fear-mongering, that's informing. I'm not over here saying, the communists are coming, chat, and there's nothing you can do. They will take over your life and you will submit. The boot will be on your neck. Just give up. That would be fear-mongering. I don't want you to feel fear. I want you to feel hope, I guess. I don't know. I just want you to feel like you can make a difference. You can do something. And if it takes a little bit of angry, agitational, bastard screaming to do that, then I'll fucking do it. The redcoats are coming, yeah. Paul Revere was just one man with a goddamn horse. It sounded like that from the last 10 to 15 minutes that you've been here. Well, then you're a fucking idiot. If you've been here and you think I'm fear-mongering, I'm sorry. Your IQ is low. I hope you get better. I'm descended from Paul Revere. Oh my god. It's like, I want, if you believe in something, I want you to feel like you can make a difference. I don't want you to feel like you're alone or isolated or nothing you do matters. And Kirsch's cute mongering. That felt a bit personal. You all right, Rosa? Nothing personal about it. I just think it's wild seeing people cheer on the exact same behaviors they criticize the opposite side of, because now it's for their side. It's hypocritical as fuck, and I don't like it. I'm very vocal about the things I don't like. Nothing new here. We can all tell you're very vocal about the things that you know nothing about. Yes, that's true. That's very true. It's not hypocritical to want to fight against people who have forced you to care. It is not hypocritical to say, I don't like them pushing politics on me, so I'm going to inform people so we can kick them the fuck out. It's not wild seeing people cheer on a defense initiative. What's wild is that you think people defending themselves and standing up for their principles is the exact same thing as ideologues coming into all forms of entertainment, coming into the government, coming into corporations that sell your everyday products, and saying, you will submit. You will preach our ideology or you will be thrown out. That is crazy to me that you would equate defense to that. It is absolutely insane. And that's like, I don't even have words. I don't even have words. It is, however, hypocritical to say it's bad that they want to silence everyone and then to say you should censor things the way I like. Not saying you do that, but too many people do. I agree with you. I agree. I don't want censorship. I don't want censorship from the left or from the right. Because I know some of the people on the right who are agreeing with some of the positions are the exact people who, once they get power, will be like, okay, well, now we can censor things, but for a different reason, right? People like Matt Walsh and people like Anita Sarkeesian agree on the fact that there should be less sexy women in video games. There should be less sexy content in general. These people agree on that, and I don't want it from either of them. Our targets are the people fucking everything up. The targets of the left are everybody who isn't on their side, and J.K. Rowling is a perfect example of this. She's a career leftist. She has done nothing but agree and pander to those people, but she stepped out of line once. She disagreed with one tenet of their cult mentality, and now she is persona non grata. She is now the enemy. She now deserves the death threats and the people showing up at her house to harass her. She tried to appease, but the purity spiral came for her. I'm fine if people disagree with me. My issue is with the I just want to be left alone people. You can't just be left alone in current year. You have to fight for your right to be left alone. Because the people who are against you do not want to leave you alone. And there's no other way to fight against those kinds of people besides defending yourself. Considering how leftists infight, it's fair to say that they're each against everyone. Gonna fight for your right to party! Same brain cells in the chat, dude. as dumb as JK's principles are, at least she has some. Yeah, she, even with all of the shit getting flung at her, she's still standing up for what she believes in. As much as I disagree with a lot of what she says, yeah, she is at least standing up for her principles. You can try to ignore it, but it won't ignore you. They'll come for you. And that's, I think, what a lot of people don't understand. It's crazy. Full context was that knowing your hobbies are being overtaken, yet still choosing to not give a fuck, means surrendering them. So for example, knowing a game is infected with woke propaganda, yet still buying it. Looking at all of you guys that are against woke propaganda, but say that Alan Woke 2 is a good game. There are plenty of people that try making excuses like, well, it was only a couple of lines. Well, it was only a race swap. Well, it was they only changed, you know, a few things. We don't know the extent of what Sweet Baby did. You are enabling them. You are enabling these people by making the excuses for them. If you're against it, be against it. Don't make excuses because you can't resist playing next thing. Alan Woke hate. Like, I heard some things about it, but I was like, you know, before I knew how insidious all of this was, I was like, I'm going to buy the game because I liked the first Alan Wake. I'm going to play it, and I'm going to see how bad it is. I fucking rage quit that game, dude. I feel bad that I bought it, especially now knowing how all-encompassing this bullshit is. I shouldn't have spent money on it. Hindsight 2020. It's not a good idea to spend money on a game, even for stream, to play it as rage bait, if it's going to reinforce the positions of these people who want to subvert your hobby. It's not worth it. And so I don't want to buy games for like rage bait content. The new Silent Hill 2 remake is gonna be so fucking bad. Mad Swear Babbo, Infected Spider-Man 2, fuck this shit. I'm going back to Spider-Man PS1. Yeah. Creators get a little bit of a pass because your one purchase can let you show many more why they shouldn't buy. I mean, maybe. Like, if I get a free key, I suppose that would be better, but like, man, I want to not give these people money. Sadly, someone has to buy whatever game to find out if there is any woke shit in it. I mean, maybe you can make a point for like buying it to showcase it. I don't know. Maybe you're right, chat. Maybe like it's okay to buy it to showcase it, but I still don't want to give those people money. I still don't want to do that. I would feel weird. Wait and see 6 months RGE. Yeah, buying pre-orders now is dangerous, dude. You just wait for the reviews or gameplay videos for anything nowadays. Yeah. Not anymore. You just follow the SBI Detected and then don't buy the games. True. That's her response. If they don't give a fuck, it's probably because it's not that deep to them. Again, the I just want to be left alone mentality is going to make things worse. And if the people that feel like it ain't that deep are the minority, the positive changes will still happen without their support. If the majority of people don't have an issue with it, then nothing will change and maybe it truly isn't all that deep. What? If it's not something you care about, sure, fine, but then why are you posting about it? Why are you posting about it and trying to paint me as a hypocrite when you literally have no idea what you're talking about? The sheer cope! Piracy's not theft. You produce the work by copying it. He didn't take anything! The person said, what I'm saying is that the choice to not give them money is already an action. I'm glad somebody called that out. And the people still choosing not to take that action are the problem. That's what Kier was saying in the clip. I think the guy watched it out of context. Unfortunately, he didn't watch it out of context. He's just a boomer. She replied, what I'm saying is people still choosing not to take that action are entitled to do what they want with their money. They are. They're absolutely entitled to do what they want with their money. And I'm absolutely entitled to call them spineless roaches for doing so. Because they're enabling an insidious ideology. If they want to buy it still, good for them. I'm glad they can still enjoy their game despite the slop. I might not agree, I might refuse to buy the game, but that's my prerogative. I can hope other people also don't buy it, but I can't force anyone to not buy it, and fear-mongering to get people to do what you want is only going to make more people buy it out of spite. You'd think we'd already know that with how often the left tries to pull that shit. Was she high when she wrote this? Did she, like, even listen to what I was saying? What? I'm not trying to say everyone must believe what I believe. And there are some people who truly want inaction. But if those people who want inaction, who think it's not that deep, who will still buy the game despite it being infected with ideologues, do that, why would I feel bad for them when things that they like become destroyed? Once they start complaining, why would I care? Why would I care? That was quite literally all I said. And up here, she even said, there's nothing wrong with I just want to be left alone, actively trying to convince people that they have to act for your side or they deserve the shit they love to crumble is the exact same inaction as the enemy bullshit the left does. I'm not going to go out of my way to give a shit about a crap product. How do you know it's a crap product if people aren't talking about how it's a crap product? And in addition to that, she also says, if you don't want companies to keep fucking up your video games, stop fucking buying them. She's already been called out for saying that not doing anything is a valid position, and then contradicting that. But again, she's here saying, if they want to buy it, still good for them. I'm glad they can still enjoy their slop. You also said just don't buy it. It's like, I don't know. Imagine thinking inaction is a good thing. How do you know it's shit? I haven't finished shitting it out yet. There's nothing wrong with this, but I feel like the urge to disagree anyways is what real brainwashing looks like. Yeah. And it's like, she's not even directly disagreeing with me either. She's calling me a hypocrite. She's saying I'm fear-mongering. And simultaneously, she's saying, don't buy it if you think it's corrupted. Vote with your wallet. That's what the companies will listen to. Partially right, partially wrong, because she doesn't know what's going on exactly. And then, in the same breath, she's saying, well, if people still want to buy it and not vote with their wallet, good for them. I'm glad they can still enjoy it. If people complain about it, and still buy it, that is mindless consumerism. They are propping up the ideologues. They are the problem. And that is why I wouldn't feel bad when the things that they love get killed. I had a dream over the weekend where I ditched the new model and just went to Facecam, and you were at a Walmart. It's Walmart Facecam time. Should have looked over the draft before immediately posting. Probably.
The numbers, Kirsche, what do they mean?
That's a good question. What do they mean? What do they mean? Well, Azahara, I think it's more about being hyper-aware of things, similar to the meme Anita Sarkeesian quote about everything being racist, sexist, and calling it out. It's time to do the same and call it out. Make those people accountable for what they say and do. Back during the whole Gamergate time, there was no such thing as voting with your wallet because it was mostly an issue with gaming journalism. Now it's different because these people have made their way into the development of games. Pointing and laughing is no longer a solution. I agree, but I also say, I don't think it's similar to Anita Sarkeesian, because I'm not trying to say you need to have a certain ideology in your game. I'm not saying I don't want communist ideology, I want my ideology. I'm saying I don't want any sort of push for ideological subversion in my games. I just want them to go back to not pushing a message, to not caring about diversity, to not caring about equity, to just making good characters and good storylines regardless of their gender or sexual orientation or race. Stop shoehorning in token characters for the sake of trying to normalize people's opinions on equity. Not about the ideology part, but the call it out part. I mean, yeah, when you phrase it this way, I can definitely see how some people would be like, well, you're agreeing it's the exact same thing as what the leftists are doing because you're wanting to call it out. But I guess when you argue with a brick wall, it doesn't really matter how you word things. It doesn't really matter how you word things, I suppose. Let's see, is there anything else here? Oh, this guy seems like a moron, to be honest, but the whole topic is annoying because no matter what you're getting shit flung at you, if you protest or not. I agree, I just also can't stand hypocrisy. I don't know. I'm just saying, it's not hypocrisy if you know what's going on. It's not hypocrisy to defend yourself. If somebody hits me in the face and I stab them in retaliation, I'm not at fault. I'm not a hypocrite because I used violence in defense of myself. And the amount of people who would gaslight you into believing otherwise is crazy to me. It's actually crazy. Do not let these people gaslight you. Games can have a message. Good storytelling always does.
It's like, I guess I feel like I'm soapboxing, but it's like, people like these, people like that Sekai guy, they want to keep you demoralized and obfuscate what the issue is so that you lose the plot of what you're dealing with. At this point in time, if you're not noticing what's going on in gaming with, like I said, fucking Sweet Baby Inc., Pixels, all of the game devs and the journalists circling the wagons, Enthusiast Gaming, Greywood, Eastmore, Bridge, and its entire corporate landscape takeover, you understand what these people's push is and what their goal is. Being all-encompassing submission. That's not fear-mongering. It's only fear-mongering if you've never watched what I've talked about before. If you come in on this sentence, you're just like, she's terrifying us. It's like, no. I've shown what these people said from their own fucking mouths. I'm not just spouting nonsense. It's stuff that we have watched, and it's something I want to fix. I am activate, Kirsche! You don't fight back against these people by saying, I just want to be left alone, man. Because the people you are opposed with do not want to leave you alone. Not only do they want power, but they have the approval of the entire media apparatus to do so. Corporate and government funding for their actions, the approval of their own conscience tells them that they are the good person. They are on the right side of history. They are doing it for your own good. You're just a filthy bigot gamer who hates women and minorities. You don't know what's for the greater good, after all. These people subvert language to gain more useful idiots on their playing field. They will exploit the fact that you can't tell what they're actually doing. They'll create false polls and measurements that say, everyone loves this! Everyone supports us! Look at how important these things are to people! All you have to do to find this out is just look at their channels, look at news articles, look at videos from the GDC, from all these interviews that these people do. They don't hide it. They directly say what they want to do. That's not fear-mongering if it's actually fucking happening. And that's where my rant that Ghost watched came in. I do not want politics to be all-encompassing. Those opposed to a live and let live mentality have already made it so. I do not want to see people suffer, but if you willingly put your head in the sand and say, I don't want to stand up for myself, I will kowtow to the mob and let others fight for me, even if I don't like what's happening. I will feel no sympathy for you when the mob comes to burn down what you hold dear. Because they will, and because you welcomed their malicious takeover with open arms and a bare fucking ass. When the strong men make good times, that is when there is luxury afforded. People can choose to not be vigilant, to not pay attention to those who seek to destroy the freedom that has been built. In the good times, those people have every reason to become complacent. They're comfortable. There's no threat. They don't have to notice things. But we're not in the good times, chat. We haven't been in the good times for a long while. The weak men have made hard times. And it is high past time to fix it. The weak will try to gaslight and lie and fearmonger to you so that you don't take action. So that they can feel more comfortable with their failures. Don't let them turn you into a failure as well. If these people wish to call me a radical because I work to expose people who want to harm me, harm my hobbies and entertainment that I turn to for relaxation and fun, harm my country with their overarching ideology that does nothing but push people down and make them worse, then just know you are part of what has radicalized me. If I am hyper-partisan for opposing the cultural Marxist takeover, what else am I supposed to take from you labeling me that other than that you have fully absorbed the black pill and are just waiting for them to take over. Maybe for some magical boogaloo that won't actually even fucking happen after they take over, or that you actually actively support their takeover and are trying to demoralize others and prevent them from banding together to fix the fucking issue. There is no centrist solution to cultural Marxism. If you don't defend yourself, they will win. That's not fear-mongering. That is just reality. You can't fight someone who will do anything by any means necessary to subjugate you by doing nothing. Believe your lying eyes, not their propaganda. Even if the only thing you can feasibly do is speak out, spread awareness about what they're doing, be the fucking butterfly, be the fucking pebble, whatever fucking analogy you need. When enough people know what's going on and stand up against it, that is where change is made. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. And freedom is not free. You must fight for your right to be left alone against those who seek to use your principles against you. It was a study that the woke left have radicalized more people to the right than by attacking them. Yeah. You agree with 75% of what I'm saying, but I keep alternating between I'm just defending myself and anyone who's not an activist deserves to get fucked. It's not an activist, just spread awareness. It's not an activist if you go to your friends and say, hey, look what these people are doing. We should stop giving money to them. We should write our local representative and inform them of what's happening on a large scale. That's not being an activist, that's just being someone who cares. Freedom costs $1.05. Your kids are gonna read about me in their school textbooks? I don't believe that. I'm just a retarded anime woman on the internet. If I can make a little bit of a difference, I am happy. But I'm not like some grand fucking leader figure, dude. Can we go back to monkey? I wish.
Look at me, I'm a butterfly! I'm beautiful!
This is fine, I'm comfortable with the situation that's unfolding equals not an activist. Black MR, thank you for the $10. Very well said, keep up the good work. Yeah, occasionally my brain cells just kind of like work in tandem with each other and I can say something that makes a bit of sense. That is activism, it's just the right kind of activism. I mean, I guess maybe it's activism, and activism just has like a naughty, derogatory tint to it, because we're used to seeing activists as the people who are pushing this propaganda, activists as the people who like firebomb abortion clinics, or who, I'm trying to think of like the people who throw paint on historical paintings and whatnot. Maybe we're just used to all activists being entitled bitches. And so we think of an activist as a bad thing. Maybe. I don't know. Kirsche having her 2 brain cells flying on both cylinders. I'm gonna turn into such a fucking puddle. I keep saying just an anime woman on the web, just a literal who. My exposure grows. My claims no longer hold true. I mean, I don't want to be egotistical, you know? I'm happy that I get credit for exposing Bridge. I'm happy that I can have done that, right? But it's like I'm not gonna get a big ego and think I'm like someone important. I am just part of the moving cogs, as it were. There's activism and then there's terrorism, yeah. But I mean, it depends, right? Because it's like if you just call anyone that disagrees with you a terrorist, you kind of lose the plot as well. If the Romans didn't adopt and use the weapons their enemies used, no one would have known they ever existed. You miss when all activists did was protest in front of some factory dumping crap in the local river? I love seeing the activist protests in France, where they are actively just like dumping literal shit on the streets in front of government buildings. Love that shit. Love to see it. What leftists are doing is more terrorism than activism. And I mean, I wouldn't blame like these people that I've been talking about right on stream. I wouldn't blame these people for doing anything maliciously. I don't think they're trying to be malicious. I don't think these are people who are purposefully pushing an ideology. I just think that they're mal-informed. They don't know what's going on.
I mean, they're entitled to their opinion, but I'm going to call it out if they're going to call me, especially, directly a hypocrite when they have no idea what they're talking about. Stochastic terrorism, as it were. Don't mess with farmers and truckers. If your state drafted a bill to increase your taxes, it's your responsibility to try and voice your opinion. No one else is going to do it for you. Yeah. Like, even when I've been looking at houses, the guy that I wanted to buy a house from, that I'm not going to get to buy a house from because it unfortunately sold from underneath me. But he was very active in his community. They wanted to enact stricter gun laws in his county, and he stood up as a representative for his county and was like, no, you will not do this. The Second Amendment is important. And if you want to spend tax dollars on a firearm initiative, it should be to inform people how to handle firearms more safely instead of restricting their access. No, this was New Jersey, was where I was looking at buying a house, DM. Not in Georgia. New Jersey. Malinformed is a very important distinction from misinformed. It's not mistaken info. It's maliciously incorrect info. Ah, so I guess okay. I don't think they're malicious. All right, I think they're misinformed in that case. If I misspoke. Interesting point. The term eco-warrior, a precursor to the term social justice warrior, was coined by the British government to describe a kind of near-terrorist hippie protester in the 80s and 90s who it later turned out were being paid by the opposition party. Yep. I'm correct. She's been fed misinfo. I mean, maybe she's been fed misinformation, but I mean, based on what she was saying, it doesn't sound like she's been fed information. It just sounds like she's formed an opinion with a lack of information. Same, I guess you could say the Sekai guy is malinformed because it feels like he's formed an opinion based off bad information, but I don't feel that Ginny was doing the same thing. I just feel like she just doesn't have the information. Kirsche moved to your state, she might make it crimson. People in New Jersey are cowards. Oh my god. Adam Carl said they give it the 20 sick. And to quote Darkwing Duck, let's get dangerous. Oh my god. Maliciously lied to? Like the people who think I'm a doxer? Yeah, I saw that again recently as well. I think it was in like that one Schizo's comment section. Or they were just like, yeah, being doxed by an anime fox woman is funny. And it's like, I haven't doxed anyone, you fucking idiot. I wouldn't. Doxing bad. Doxing always bad, except in the cases of, like, maybe if you find a pedophile and you need to figure out who they are so that you can report them to the police. Like, very few instances where it, like, might be an okay thing to do, but even then, you're not going to post it online, you're going to give it to the authorities. And I'm not a doxer, I'm a foxer. Rose's position makes way more sense if you assume she was led to believe I was doing the censor my way and then we'll all be fine. I don't want any censorship. I don't have anything that I would censor. The people who vehemently disagree with me, I'm glad that they say things so I can point at them and be like, look at this idiot. Not saying that everyone who disagrees with me is an idiot. I was making a joke for clarification. And can they really be malicious if they don't actually possess qualia? What is qualia? What is qualia? You like Rosa, it seems to you that she's taking umbrage with the specific term deserve their things ruined because she's not informed that it is an inevitability if people continue to passively consume. That's basically what I was saying, right? Like, I don't think she's being malicious. I just think she's not informed. And again, even if you're not informed on a topic, feel free to have an opinion on it. I try to not speak on things that I don't know about because I don't want to look like an idiot. But like, it just feels like she's talking from a position of not knowing exactly what she's talking about, not knowing what's going on, and especially not knowing what I talk about. Sam, thank you for the member. Thank you. Oh, thank you. A doxer is someone who makes someone's private information, where they live, their family, their work, etc. public. Yes. Yes. Doxing is releasing someone's private information online for the public to see. And regardless of what someone says, the reason they released that information, it's always for the purpose of harassment. You have zero reason to take someone's personal information who's made it, private as much as possible. There's no reason to post their name or their address or their phone number unless you want other people to take action. There's no other reason to post that. Which is why it was such a big deal when Taylor Lorenz, a journalist, doxed libs of TikTok in a news article. And it was to the point where even Tim Pool bought a billboard in Times Square to let people know what Taylor Lorenz had did. And she didn't even lose her job. VTuber ASMR community is having drama with doxing right now. A VTuber who participates in any kind of doxing, kinda kind of weird, right? And this goes back to the thing I was saying earlier, right? If you are against something and you take inaction and you want other people to fight for you, I'm not going to feel bad if things that you like get destroyed by the thing you were not willing to fight against. If you are someone who acts anonymously like a VTuber and you post doc stuff on someone else, I'm not going to feel bad if it happens to you. Because you've made the bed that you are lying in. Didn't Lorenz eventually get canned? She's also cringe as fuck. If she got fired from the place she was working at eventually, she's still working as a journalist. She was even still trying to get some sort of interview with Libs of TikTok as early as a few months ago. Either call a snitch or a piece of shit or whatever, and not turn into these new dumbass terms. What? What are you talking about? Doxing has been a term for ages. That's not a new made-up word, if that's what you're talking about. And a snitch is more than just releasing personal information. Fun fact, the word idiot meant not interested in the matters of God, or simply put, not interested in politics. Hence, I just want to be left alone would mean I want to be an idiot in ancient Greece. I understand the I want to be left alone point of view. Would I like to just be left alone? Yes. But I understand that these people pushing ideology do not want me to have the option to just be left alone. Which is why I speak out. Help. Ages, you've only ever heard about doxing in the last 3 months? Doxing was a term that I became familiar with probably in like 2006, 2007? Maybe it existed even before then, but it was at least a common term at that point in time. Doxing is like 10 years old at least. At least way longer than that. 95 maybe? I mean, I was way too young to know if it was a term at that point in time. The practice of doxing originated in the early days of the internet and can be traced back to the 1990s. Ooh. The left alone thing is over, so start working out how to learn to use a gun and stay informed. Yeah? And it's like, when the good times come again, people will then have the option to drop out and not pay attention. When too many people drop out and stop paying attention is how weak men make hard times again. Which is why we have the quote, "The price of freedom is eternal vigilance." Real question is, am I older than doxing? Good question. Far too often, I just want to be left alone means I don't care what happens to my community, and such an attitude has led to the mess that we're in now. Exactly. Like, I understand it, and fundamentally, yes, I want the same thing. But I know that these ideologues will not leave me alone, will not leave you alone. And any time we've given them the benefit of the doubt, and we've just laughed at them for being ridiculous, they've escalated things. It hasn't gotten better. It's gotten worse. You like quoting Zach, "The price of freedom is steep, but also me? Gone gaga?" I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that means. Do we know of Amos Miller? Same line of thought, just about food freedom. What's food freedom? Is that like when Null was talking about how you can't buy certain kinds of like meat at butcheries because it's like illegal in the US or whatever? Bro Blab, thank you for the 10. On the mention of the gun thing, if I have to defend yourself, or if you have to defend yourself against these people, don't be there when the authorities show up, even if the shoot was lawfully good. I feel like running will make things worse for you, right? It's just like, if you're going to have any confrontation at all, and it'll be hard, right? Because like, I can't put myself in the mindset of someone needing to make a split-second decision, but it's like, if anyone starts confronting you in public, start recording. Like, make sure everything is recorded. We already know that other people will probably record the interaction, but you have no idea if those other people will try to cut up the material to make it look like you are at fault. If anyone tries to confront you publicly, record. Your court date is May 15th, run. Oh, I would like to hear your story. Bro Blab, they give the $2. And it's like, I can understand why running would feel like a good thing to do, because we see too often that people in self-defense situations, or people who had to use force, are railroaded, right? Like that man on the train in New York again who had to choke out a guy who was attacking people. We see them get railroaded. If you run, that will make you look more guilty. Unfortunately,
it will make it worse for you. Don't leave after a gunfight, that's just begging for trouble. Yes. Please do not take that advice. It will make it worse. It wasn't a radical leftist, but it was definitely a woman beater beating his woman in public. He tried to save the day. Oh, and kidnapping a child? Court date? What the fuck? I mean, I don't want to dox you, but I would really be interested in reading that fucking court case. Holy shit. Holy shit. Running is a terrible idea. Just shut up and get a lawyer? Yeah. Shut up, and get a lawyer. Do not say a single fucking word without a lawyer is very good advice. And hopefully your lawyer will be able to make things a lot easier. You'll share it with me somehow? Thank you. Thank you. I'm very interested in that. The shit that's happening right now is the reason you let AA? You gotten so far that you were attacked by dead naming someone? You didn't have no transitions? I don't know what you're talking about. That's why you have to gatekeep with veterans who have seen shit, always standing on the vigil and pass down the knowledge so it's less possible for shit to happen in the future. Yeah. Foxwoman BGM. Oh, before I get to BGM though, I wanted to open... Where is it? I have a video. I have a video. This is... I had no idea who this was. I had no idea who this was, but I thought it was a astute video. This guy said, Eliza's pay pig, Z Scoro, allegedly the son of a billionaire with a $45 million mansion in Beverly Hills, has been financially supporting her. Over 8 months, he intermittently donated $10,000 during her streams, totaling hundreds of thousands. A pay pig is someone who enjoys submitting financially to another person. Hey, you guys know that term. I make fun of findom here. Protein after the video. Eliza flew Ziscoro to Florida for a potential romance, but discovered he was texting and cheating on her with another online figure named Sarah, who received over $2 million from him. Hence this confrontation.
Hi, Sarah. How are you? How are you, Sarah? I got Hi. Nudes and, different sentences that he...
Sarah, I'm sorry about this.
Don't talk. Don't fucking talk.
Idiot.
Yes, Sarah, we're really sorry about this. I'm sending him your way today.
Fucking...
So don't worry. But yeah, so... Yeah, he's coming. Don't worry, he's coming home.
Yeah, she just starts fucking beating this guy. I see you asking the chat, can you even cheat on someone with findom? It says that she flew him out for a potential romantic relationship. I'm sure she was romanced by his mounds of cash. So it's not like I feel bad for her in this instance. Right? Because it's like, this was completely, entirely transactional. There's zero fucking romance here. Right? Literally zero fucking romance. So I don't feel bad, because I don't think this would qualify as cheating, since he's literally just being financially dominated by the both of them. Do they do findom? I don't know. They look like OnlyFans people.
She's just like almost broke my nose. She's gonna get arrested.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Fuck you, cunt.
Every time she raises her hand, he fucking flinches. Jesus Christ.
Next time you fucking touch me, I'll fucking dick you. You understand? You understand, cunt? Hey.
His teeth confuse me. Right, his teeth, I'm not trying to be mean, but his teeth look like the rigger messed up on the model and didn't attach the lip well enough to where the bottom teeth were. So like his bottom teeth look like they should be his top teeth, and they don't move fluidly with the bottom lip. So like, I feel like his rigger needs a little bit more time to hone their craft.
Oh, Sarah, hang up. These idiots, she posted your fucking number in her cancer Discord, and I was just...
Cancer Discord! Don't post people's phone numbers in Discord!
Be polite. Yeah, touch me and I fucking dick your dumbass bitch. I'll fucking dick you.
Elisa.
Yes?
As a woman,
the dumb cunt, Sarah, the dumb retard in the middle of a shrink session.
Can you please delete my number from the chat?
Look at how fucking smug this bitch is. Look at how smug she is. I hate this woman. I hate her.
No, she's a fucking insane person. She's a fucking
50-year-old
dumb cunt in the middle of the street dancing.
Yeah, Sarah, I heard you had a kid when you were 16. That's what he told me about you.
Yeah,
and he said you're a dumb Mexican.
I said she's a
And
dumb
he
Mexican.
keeps showing up, and he's.
You're just like a dumb Mexican.
You won't stop texting him, but I saw the text. It's the same shit. Yeah. Yeah. What's up?
She's half your age. She's half your age.
Delete the number, please.
Pull over, dumb cunt. Pull over, dumb cunt.
Oh god, it's so cathartic.
I'll stop. Okay, I'll stop.
Pull over.
Okay,
Pull over, dumb cunt.
She went from smug as fuck to I'm sorry, real fucking quick, didn't she? Don't put your hands on fucking people unless you're ready to fight.
No, call 911, Sarah. Call 911.
No, please, I'm
Call
sorry.
911.
No, I'm sorry. No, I'm so sorry. Please let me go. Babe, please let me go. No, please, I'm so sorry. Please let me go.
Oh, you're sorry, right?
He's killing me.
Me sewing. This is great. Me reaping. Wait, no, not like this. Being woke in a nutshell, attack people, and once they hit back, they cry, and they cry out as they strike you. Is that his car? I have no idea. I have literally no idea. This is all the context I have. And then he cuts the stream. It's his now! His car now! And then let me see if it's in the comments, or if I opened it up in a different tab, because I know I saw it here. Because there's you know, more than just him actually defending himself. We had good news. Yeah. Okay, it's a Daily Mail article, maybe. So let's read the Daily Mail article so we get more information, because I only saw the clip. A YouTuber and former Howard Stern show personality, no wonder she's fucking dumb, has been arrested for battery. Hell yeah! She got arrested! Yeah, you love to see a happy ending. She's Eliza Jordana, a former Playboy and Howard Stern show writer turned IP2 streamer. Skewky, 2 questions. 1, what is an IP2 streamer? 2, how do you know literally every lolcow on the existence of the planet? Like, it's honestly impressive that you have just like a safe of all of these humans. True gender equality, finally! What timeline is this? We've crossed into the good timeline? His knowledge is encyclopedic, and that's why when he's not trying to pull a fast one on the new friends, he is also the documenter of Kirsche history. He's loaded. He can pay off the lawsuits. IP2 is Ice Poseidon's network. It make oh yeah, that makes sense. Eliza Jordana posted a live stream to her page on Monday in which she can be seen having a violent altercation with a man described as her boyfriend. I don't know how much I believe it's her boyfriend as much as like she called it a pay piggy, right? Like there's if you're a pay piggy, you're getting the "You're not good enough to be my boyfriend, you little worm. Now give me $1 million." You know, like, it's just fandom is diametrically different than having a boy. If you're in a relationship and your girlfriend treats you like a breathing wallet, it's been time to leave for a while. Please get out. Pale Eyes, thank you for the $6.99 Canadians. You saw me for the first time on Side Scrollers and again on Gundam's live stream. You love everything I'm saying. Marry me. I don't know, at this point, I guess you'll have to fight Gundam for me. Goddamn, head of HR at your job. You did such a fucked job of handling it that he got fired despite checking all of the inclusive boxes. Still got over 6 figures final check. Holy fuck. Master Go, thank you for the $2. Happy endings when feminists get surprise equality. True.
During a broadcast to viewers, many of whom interact with her as she documents her life in real time, she repeatedly punched and smacked the man as she confronted him about alleged infidelity. Maybe I'm assuming a bit too much about this woman's motives, but I feel like she wasn't angry about the cheating, whether it was actually cheating or not. I feel like she was angry that she had only gotten, you know, a couple 100,000 and this other woman got 2 million. I feel like that's probably what she was angry about. Pull over, dumb cunt! Yeah, I know, Giga Chad. Look at... He even was smart enough to try and get her to pull over instead of pulling out the keys like Rihanna did to Chris Brown's car. Nonetheless, this is great. Gotta love seeing an awful human being being placed behind bars. True! You were surprised? You didn't think he was gonna do anything either? I'm glad he did. If someone's hitting you, you fucking defend yourself, dude. And it's like, I don't know if he's just actually weak, but like, he's still a man. He probably could have done damage to her, right? He just held her hair and told her to fucking pull over. He didn't try like punching her face in. He didn't try like doing actual damage to her. He was just like, pull the fuck over. I'm done with your bullshit. Definitely went easy on her. Yeah. He did enough. He didn't hit her. He restrained her. Yeah, exactly. He did exactly what I would expect a man who is fed up but doesn't want to actually harm someone would do.
Hora, thank you for the 10 months of prune.
Here's the prime mistress, Kirsche. The rest of the money went to Sarah.
I heard Sarah's a dumb Mexican. And you need to give me more money than Sarah because, like, she had a child at 15 and that makes me better than her.
Thank you for the 10 months, Hora.
Stephen Ortiz,
thank you for the $10 doodles. After a self-defense situation, when the police arrive, request to go to the hospital. Don't talk to the police until you're well enough to talk to them, preferably with a lawyer. Never talk to the police without a lawyer. Literally never. The police are not there for you. The police will not care about your level of innocence or not. Always have a lawyer. You know, if it was Sawa, she'd be screaming at him to beat her ass. Yeah, probably. Sawa would just like materialize a bucket of popcorn and be like, yeah! Decapitate this woman! Immediately invoke all your rights and say you want a lawyer. Exactly. Exactly.
No.
Hours after the video was posted to her YouTube channel, Jordana, whose legal name is Eliza Ann Schwartz, was arrested by the Palm Beach Sheriff's Office and charged with felony battery. The 2-hour-plus live stream has so far racked up more than 46,000 views on YouTube, and more across various internet platforms where it's been posted. You know, before I became a content creator, I'd probably be like, damn, that's a lot of views. But now that I know how things work, that's really not a lot of views, especially for the kind of content it was. God damn. Felony battery. Let's fucking go. The dramatic fight stemmed from a confrontation between the pair about the man's alleged unfaithful behavior. The man is identified only as Zscoro and has appeared in her videos previously. She claims he has paid her $1 million to remain in a relationship with him. If you are literally getting paid money to be in a relationship with someone, first off, that's not a real relationship. Second off, you're not going to get mad at them for quote-unquote cheating on you. She's definitely only mad about the amount of money. That's so fucking sad. In an earlier section of the 2-hour stream, Jordana cried about the man, who she claims sent thousands of dollars to another woman. The disturbing scene unfolded as the woman, Sarah, with whom the man allegedly cheated, called into Eliza's live stream. Eliza threatened to post Sarah's nudes and phone number online, which the woman begged her not to do. Zscoro attempted to weigh in as Eliza spoke with Sarah, which prompted the streamer to punch him a few times in the arm and shoulder. He then said, "Sarah, I'm sorry about this," which led Eliza to hitting him hard in the face with an open palm. His nose immediately became red and inflamed, and he began to lob intense insults at Eliza. "Fuck you, cunt," he said. repeatedly calling her an idiot and attempting to explain to viewers that she found texts between him and Sarah during the middle of a couple's therapy session. If you're in a pay-piggy relationship, I feel like couples therapy is more for the content than actually couples therapy. There ain't no way, though. She wasn't mad about him cheating. She was mad about his wallet cheating. Yeah, that is exactly what this fucking sounds like. As the conversation continued with Sarah, Eliza began to say that Zscoro had described his mistress as a dumb Mexican who had a child at 16. She then grabbed her boyfriend's ear, which triggered a violent reaction. He grabbed her hair and dragged her head across the passenger seat as she began to yelp. I mean, they make it sound a lot more violent than it actually was. She was attacking him. He's defending himself. That is what's happening here. Oh yeah, having that mugshot, that feels nice to see. She just looks evil, man. She looks like if Princess Jasmine had an evil twin. Always these Mexicans taking our jobs. He subdued her even. He wasn't beating her. He just held her down. Yeah. Also, does her shirt say, "Be nice, drink wine, pet dogs"? This is not a nice woman. She looks like Cruella de Vil. She's not quite emaciated enough for Cruella, but I can kind of see it. Classic case of fuck around and find out, yeah. He said over and over again, "Pull over, dumb cunt!" as she screamed, apologized, and said that he was killing her. Zscoro instructed Sarah to call 911, though it is unclear whether or not she did. He then forced Eliza out of the car while his hands were wrapped tightly around a significant chunk of her hair. Once she was out of the car, she appeared to run toward a vehicle that stopped on the highway as he hopped into the driver's seat of the original car and promptly ended the live stream. The video was posted to Eliza's YouTube page on Monday with the title, "Not Doing Good," followed by her call-in number. It has so far amassed more than 46,000 views, there's that number again, which do not include views coming from other parts of the internet. Her YouTube page has 14,000 subscribers. I've got more subscribers than a Playboy bunny. What the heck? She was retarded enough to keep booping his head until the sleeping male software awoken. Imagine that! Stop mentioning fictional 2D women, please. Wait, what do you mean? Terry McCann, thank you for the £4.99. Good evening and greetings from across the pond. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Kirsche. How wonderfully entertaining you are. Oh, thank you, Terry. You're now my second favorite Terry. Maybe once you make your own OS and run over some glowies, you can take the #1 spot. Don't actually do that. That's a joke. Al Ron, thank you for the $19.99. This is off topic, so you can ignore it. Saw a video about a stabbing in Wisconsin. A 50-year-old man who stabbed 5 teenagers. I had that in my brain. His name is like Miyu or something. And he was going to look for a dude's phone when a bunch of drunk teenagers like swarmed around him and were pushing him around and slapping him. And then got surprised when he started stabbing them in self-defense? Apparently one of them died, but it's just like, maybe don't fuck around and you won't have to find out. That's all I'm saying. Like when apparently he didn't speak like good English because he's not from here. I can't remember where he's from. But he like motioned for his group to come over while he was looking for the phone. And the kids just like started calling him a pedophile. So it's just like, why are you just attacking these people, man? Maybe don't gang up on a guy. Yeah, right? What's that one about? I don't think I can show it because, like, people actually get stabbed. Are alerts meant to be muted? Yeah, I'll turn them back on in a minute. On Tuesday morning, a mugshot of Eliza, whose full name is Eliza Ann Schwartz, began to circulate after she was arrested for battery at the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. It is not yet known if the man faced scrutiny from law enforcement over his actions. Well, I hope she... What? Eliza Jordana was previously engaged to comedian Andy Dick? I can't tell if she's what made Andy Dick into a cynical fuck cunt, or if he was already that way and she had to put up with him. Who is Andy Dick? Well, I mean, his last name very much describes his demeanor. Andy Dick was broken long ago. He is the definition of, I don't want to fix him, I can make him worse. No, he's always like that, but they're both crazy. They deserve each other. He's
the reason the SNL actor got shot by his wife. What? What? No one interacts with Andy Dick and comes out unscathed. That's fucking goddamn. That's a huge piece of cake. Look at that berry. Prior to her career as a live streamer, Jordana spent 6 years working for the Howard Stern Show in several capacities. Help. According to the entertainer's LinkedIn, she wrote monologues and other parts of the show, in addition to song parodies, sometimes appearing on the show herself. She was in a well-documented relationship with comedian, writer, and actor Benji Bronk. I like the name Benji. For years before she moved to Los Angeles. In 2021, she was briefly in a chaotic relationship with, and even temporarily engaged to, comedian Andy Dick. She's also a former member of the band Cobra Starship, which enjoyed moderate success more than a decade ago. I quite literally have songs from Cobra Starship in my iTunes playlist. I never knew this woman's name. What? What? You remember? Yeah, I've heard of this woman. Accidentally. Why does that sound familiar? I'm pretty sure it sounds familiar because... Hold on, let me just make sure. Yeah, they're the ones who did the fucking Snakes on a Plane song. They're the ones... I can't play the whole thing, but like... Let me pop it up here. Yeah, that's the band, dude! How small is this world? What the fuck? Is she the crazy lady in the music video? I mean, maybe. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Audio trash! Oh, okay. Deep, dank, dark dungeon secret. I went to the midnight premiere of Snakes on a Plane with my friends, and all of us had snake plushies. I fucking love be-real slop movies, dude. They are my favorite. Shameful! The blonde in the video is from a band called The Sounds. Yeah, snake plushies! Why, Kirsche? I fucking love Snakes on a Plane. Unironically. Fun fact, Kirsche was the snake on a plane. I can't split myself into that many snake! I can't do it. You want a snake plushie? I guess my Nooble is technically a kind of snake. Big Nooble! I need to take a picture of him soon. My VTuber Foxwoman can't be this cringe. Have I seen the Slytherin Squishmallow? It's an adorable fat egg thing. I have not. I have not seen it. In addition to documenting her personal life, Jordana hosts a show called Kermit and Friends, which she describes as a live, comedic, spiritual, interactive variety show. There ain't no way. I'm supposed to get protein, but you can't tell me she has a spiritual, comedic, interactive variety show and not expect me to look it up. What the fuck is this? What's her channel trailer, chat? Let's look at the channel trailer.
Well, I am an admirer of Elisa's. Elisa has even worked for me, and the fact is that she is talented.
What's it called? Carmen and Friends?
Kermit and Friends.
Kermit. But
Oh.
if Kermit, you're saying
Like
not
the
to
frog?
do.
Yeah,
wait.
I actually
Who is that?
have watched a few hours of
Who is that?
Kermit and Friends.
How many hours have you watched, Natalie?
Oh, no. Probably indulged in 8 hours.
Holy.
My wife and I watched
Kimmy
Benji's
Gemma.
girlfriends or whatever's going on. We watched this crazy podcast, and I have to say, this is one of the probably in the top 5 things I think about right now.
She has a podcast, but she gets to come on the radio. It is craziness.
See, this is what I wanted to do with Cameo, right? I wanted to go on Cameo and just pay a bunch of famous people to be like, yeah, Kirsche Verstal, that's my waifu. I love this woman. I thought that would be funny, but this person's doing it like unironically.
Crazy.
I don't know if this is DMCA-able, so we're gonna just mute that. If you don't know, now you know. So I'm gonna be real with you. I have no idea what her podcast is about after watching her channel trailer. Sorry, but this endeavor had to be kiboshed. Don't appreciate you dragging me after I left the show. I didn't do anything to you. I'd appreciate no more octopus talk. I'm asking you nicely. You will go inside the Japanese woman's vagina, Mr. Octopus. We're not asking. We're telling. Not the octopus. I don't know. It's probably some inside channel joke that I don't understand. What do we got here? We got a 40 stuttering John. These are. Why didn't she make these shorts? Why are these videos? Andy doesn't trust Eliza. Everybody cares about Andy. Isn't that her ex-husband? Oh, these are 3 years ago. Andy Dick meets Eliza Jordana's ex, Eric Riggs. This has to be some like weird cuck roleplay. Why are you having your ex-husband on to talk about your current boyfriend? Oh wait, actually no, they're both exes. What is this? What is this?
This is a fucking Nazi spy. Okay, when I met you, you were dealing with Nazi spies.
Okay, he answered my question. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Eric Riggs.
Did you? Fuck you. Screwing you. And what is this? What is this?
We used to work together.
Elisa, is this going to put you on stage in Madison Square Garden? Never. Never in a million years will this put you on stage in Madison Square Garden. You know who will put you on stage in Madison Square Garden? David Bleeden will put you on stage in Madison Square Garden. You know who was there when I proposed to you? Who will put you on stage in Madison Square Garden?
Oh, she said no. By the way, remember that?
You know who will put you on? Who put $2 million or $3 million or $5 million in your bank? He was Jewish, and he was the founder of Naked Juice. And who was there when I proposed to you? David was there when I proposed to you, like King David. And you know who would put you on stage in Madison Square Garden? David would put you on stage in Madison Square Garden. You know who would also put you on stage in Madison Square Garden? Lucas would put you on stage in Madison Square Garden. You know who would also put you on stage in Madison Square Garden? Michael Bloomberg, who's mentoring Lucas, would put you on stage in Madison Square Garden.
What the fuck is happening?
Lisa, is this gonna put?
Hold on. Why does she have ISIS recruitment music at the end of her video? I am so fucking lost. I'm confused about everything going on. First of all, I like how one of her exes here, the Eric Riggs ex, is saying, why are you dealing with Andy Dick? He's not going to put you in Madison Square Garden. I got all these people who could put you in Madison Square Garden. This woman is literally watching two people that she used to be romantically involved with fight over her in real time. What a weird narcissistic way to make content. Madison Square, I like how he just came out and he was just like, you know who gave you that money? A Jew. Like, what? Where did that come from? What am I watching? This is painful in so many ways. What the hell? What the hell? Wait, hold on. Is that another one? Hold on. Yeah, this is another one. They're saying fighting over. Hold on.
Now, they thought they'd break in. They thought they'd get their stuff and leave, okay? But what actually happened is they got reverse hacked by the same fucking Nazis that tried to fuck with me and my woman, Elisa, when they tried to fucking kill her.
What was that, Andy?
Why were Nazis trying to kill this OnlyFans whore? I don't understand.
She's not your woman. She's mine. And can I ask you, Elisa, why did you not say yes to him when he asked you to marry him?
That's a good question, Andy. I think it was just not the right time for me.
Two questions. Why did you say no to him? And I can't remember the other one.
Well, that's the main reason. It just wasn't the right time for me. I was working really hard. I was in my office. I was up at like...
Now, stop. Stop. Let me finish my story, because when you think about Elisa's situation, mine, you think about how risky it was. Let me tell you about the precursor to our mission that we were on. Okay, when we actually did this.
Risky how? Risky fucking how? You guys are in Hollywood. What do you mean?
Shit in person. Fuck you, Andy. Go back to hell where you came from, okay? Go back to hell. I saw it with my own fucking eyes. You go back to hell where you fucking came from, you sick motherfucker, okay? And I know it's a lot less expensive than where I come from, okay? Heaven. But you can go fuck yourself where you come from.
What? As someone who doesn't pay attention to like celebrity gossip and shit, I have no idea what's going on. But being able to peek into like these weird people's lives, fucking phenomenal, dude.
Okay? And don't fucking steal my woman and pull her down with your fucking sharp, venomous, fiber fighting fame. The fucking beat drop into Arabic music, please! Oh my god. And these are worth it to suffer through just for that alone. Clip of Wendy Pack from the Howard Stern show on Kermit and Friends. That's a woman? That's not a woman. This is Jerry Springer without Jerry Springer. Yeah, I don't know who this Wendy person is.
What are you looking for in a guy? Well, I'm looking for a guy with money and who can sing.
Me too. That's just what I'm looking for.
I don't feel good about that. I don't feel good about that because Wendy appears to me to be someone with an actual mental impairment. And as much as I'm down for clowning on people, I feel like bringing someone like this on and then like for the purpose of making content is not a good look. You should no, don't do that. Don't do that. And Kirsche is not down to clown on people with downs. And it's just like she has a longer clip here, so maybe I could be wrong. Let me just pop open the little bit of the longer one. That's Wendy Pecker from Howard Stern called Wendy the Retard. Oh no.
So Wendy, I wanted to come on your show because I'm a huge fan. Okay? I'm a huge fan of yours and I trust you with advice. And I wanted to ask you for some advice, if that's okay.
Okay. Yeah, okay. That's okay.
Okay, great. So the advice I wanted to ask you is, I'm not sure if you heard about this, but I'm marrying Andy Dick. I'm engaged to Andy Dick.
Yeah.
Do you know who that is?
Yeah, the guy that I think he used to work for Howard.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so he was on Howard a couple times. And, you know, what do you think of him? Do you have any thoughts on Andy and what he's like and what he... Like, can you describe him?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Hangs out with you, and he'll never talk to me again.
Well, I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry for that, but, you know, the octopus likes me more than you know, so I don't know what to tell you.
That's okay, Wendy. That's okay. I'm glad you still have the octopus. So if I want...
What? Howard Stern was known for having many mentally disabled people on his show to poke fun at. He later went PC and gave all the slow ones new names. I mean, like, if she's playing into a character like Ricky Berwick does, more fucking power to her. But I feel like a lot of these people will put someone like that on in order to exploit them in front of an audience, and like that makes me feel kind of weird. That makes me feel kind of weird. Stern is a snake. Yeah, he fucking is. Yeah, he fucking is. I posted images before when he was trying to like fucking virtue signal on social media. I was like, aren't you the person who literally would have women on your show ride vibrators and like give people lap dances? What kind of moral authority do you think you're speaking from? Please let the tangents take us away. Yeah, that made me feel kind of I don't like this Kermit and Friends woman. I guess like the last stream she has on here is 7 months ago. I don't know. This doesn't look like an entertaining podcast, in my opinion. Well, that's just like my opinion, man. Stern is just trying not to become like this woman. Oh my god. The Pooncast. Speaking of, instead of getting protein, I'm going to try and finish my sandwich. So I'm gonna go AFK for a minute. I can go get AFK for a minute and finish my egg. I'm gonna finish my egg and I'm gonna pee because I ate a lot of coffee. So I need to pee. I'm gonna pee and I'm gonna get more water because I seem to have no water left. No water left! If you are not subbed to me on Twitch, thank you for sitting through some ads. I appreciate it. I try not to play ads unless I'm AFK, so nobody's missing any content. Not missing anything. Go jam to my slideshow, and I will BRB. BRB, thank you, thank you. Hello. Hello, I've consumed the agu. I am at the peak of my power. Agu power. Don't you me? I will. I will you. Tangents are where the fun happens. True? True and real? What's this agu she's talking about? Sweet Baby and Co. got another one. This is the main character in Star Wars Outlaws on the left. The stunning woman they based it off of. I don't know anything about Star Wars. Except the Luke, I am your father. What the fuck? Are they even supposed to be the same person? Ain't no way. I mean, I don't know how true this is, right? I don't know if this is real, because I don't pay attention to Star Wars, but like, if real, what the fuck? if real, what? Why is she looking at me like that? What the heck? Wife plays the booty gotcha. I just want a man where I can lay in his lap and play with my big titty boat waifus. Oh no. Oh no! I'm dying. I ate it too fast and I bit my cheek. Help! I have the brain damage! From Latina waifu to strange 1970s gremlin. True. True and real. And what I wanted to talk about when I got back was a fun little article I'm looking at on the archive because I'm not going to give them click money. Salon. Men punching random women in New York City. A desperate last grasp of the male rage. Fueling MAGA. I just want to take a minute and explain. Much like the Asian Stop Asian Hate initiative, it's not white men who are punching these women. My MAGA country! Why do I randomly add R's to words? What do you mean? What did I add an R to? Oh, speaking of R's, Unclean Poppy! Thank you for the 10 gift subs while I was eating my agu. Thank you! Thank you for saving people from ad-sploitation. And the Wolf of Fenris, thank you for 5 gift subs. Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Was it MAGA or was it socioeconomic factors? It was warm temperatures. And they know all of these attacks are by MAGA people. How? You see, because MAGA people are traditional men, and traditional men just love beating women. They want to return to the traditional lifestyle where they could come home and take their jacket off to a warm meal that their wife slaved over all day, and instead of eating the turkey, he would wear it like a boxing glove and just beat her face in. Whether or not you think so, you're doing God's work. You have to sleep before work, but know that your efforts are appreciated. Thank you! Thank you! I'm glad you are not doomer pilled. Do not give up hope, dude. Just gotta point out, MAGA in New York City? Sure, bro, why not? Men are punching random women on the streets of New York City. As usual with these kinds of diffuse and chaotic stories, there's much that is unknown, including how often this is happening, how many people are involved, or whether it's at all coordinated. Can I just point out that how many years ago was it that we were reading about the knockout game? Where it was literally like a fad for black people to go and punch white people in the back of the head as like a game in these big cities. Can I... I'm not the only one that remembers that, right? Like that was years ago. Years ago. You're pretty sure some guy died from that? Yeah, I remember there being reported deaths, yeah. Literally knockout game. Yeah, this is the knockout game, but target women instead of just any white person. Awakened from my nap. Good morning, Foxwoman. You've awakened from your nap too. With the cubes! Congratulations! I'm sorry, Twitter is restricting you for talking about how sexy your cubes are. I'm happy you got your cubes. I still have not gotten mine. Didn't one guy try to stop someone doing this and ended up in court and shamed across all media? I don't remember. Help! There was a lot of Asians too. Okay, thank you, Dr. Foss. I'm sure, you know, it's probably not just a white people targeted thing. Again, with the Stop Asian Hate, that was Asians being targeted by it as well. Which was basically the knockout game as well. They were just getting punched randomly in the street. Knockout game was the first thing you thought of. Yeah, I remember that, like, back when I was in fucking high school. Like, that's been around for ages. You bet they're not even targeting women. They just don't bother reporting on the male victims. Also a possibility. Also, they did it to Rick Moranis. That name sounds really fucking familiar. That's the word I was looking for. Didn't that start the Rooftop Koreans? The Rooftop Koreans were the Rodney King riots, which was a bit escalated above just the knockout game. The Honey, I Shrunk the Kids guy. I loved that show when I was younger. I love that show. Little Shop of Horrors. Feed me, Seymour. How was this late to the woman beating stream? What? It was just a Major League knockout game? Jesus Christ. What we do know is already alarming. CNN reports that dozens of women have discussed being victims on social media and formerly interviewed 6 of them. NBC News reports that there have been at least 3 arrests. CBS News reports that the NYPD released images last week of a 4th man wanted for allegedly punching a woman in Union Square. Even reality TV star Bethany Frankel says she's been victimized. This reminds me, like, the people who do, like, the fuck around and find out stuff, which is different from this, from the knockout game stuff. But I was thinking back again to the guy, Mew, who had to defend himself from that gang of people in the water. That was basically almost all white people who ganged up on him. And what's funny was the guy that was recording and, like, egging the group of people on. He wasn't white, but he was saying, for the content! And I feel like if you're watching a video and you immediately hear someone yell for the content, you just know that those are bad people, right? Like, that no one has ever done something good and prefaced it with, for the content. They were ahead. Stay strapped, get clapped. True. That or they're yelling YOLO. True. Read up on the Mew shit. Guy should walk on everything. Like MJ said, screw them kids. Yeah, if he actually gets hit with anything, I wouldn't be surprised, but I would be upset. Stephen Ortiz, thank you for the $5. You're reckon the story Japanese wife kidnap husband. It's safe for work and unexpectedly comforting. What? What? Make it so that all the people guilty of crimes are automatically given a life sentence. Watch dumb shit like this stop happening immediately. Yeah, I've seen a couple of videos pop up on Twitter as well where, like, Japanese people are showing the effects of ushering in migrants already. And there's just, like, trash all over the streets. I know Japan has a very strong cultural identity. And I hope that the people over there, instead of doing the very typical, like, keep your head down, don't speak out Japanese thing, will actually defend their country here. Trash all over the streets, people destroying temple shit. Yeah. Like, I get that their culture is very, very adverse to conflict. But, like, if they don't stand up, their country will lose its identity. And Japan hates foreigners, don't they? They do. They do. What's more insane is that people do not help those who are the victims of the knockout game and instead film it. I agree with you, but also I unfortunately understand the... I don't want to say culture, because it's not culture, it's like anti-culture. I understand the climate that media and our legal system have created, where if you try to intervene, you try to be a good guy, you try to help someone who is being attacked, they will try to find a way to railroad you into being the bad guy. Especially if the person that you are defending against is of a specific protected class. Don't ever get involved or you will get killed or at least jailed. And I don't like saying that either, right? Because I want good men to defend people. I want the defense to happen. I don't want us to have this blasé attitude that we see in China, where you can see people getting hit by cars. You can see people getting eaten by escalators. You see children getting run over, and instead of anyone helping, the person driving the car just runs over them a few more times for good measure. I don't want our society to de-escalate into that. I want us to be able to care for the fellow people we see and to want to do something when something bad is happening. But all of the pressure right now is proving that if you try to be a good person, you will be punished for it. Quite literally, no good deed goes unpunished. And it's unfortunate that that is where we are. Ryan Crokey, thank you for the $20 doodles. Thank you. And it's like, maybe Chinese people eaten by escalators is a part of their ecosystem. Yeah, escalators are the natural predator of the Chinese people. As long as people are jailed for helping, no help will be given. And this is part of the cultural transformation. If good men are punished for intervening and doing the right thing, and crimes are not punished, criminals are allowed to roam free while the good men catch sentences, that is how you escalate a society into crisis. And it's really unfortunate because it's not like one person can stand up and do something against this. You have to have many, many people doing something. And I'm just like a fox woman on the internet, dude. I don't have all the answers to how to fix all of this. I know I don't like it, and I want other people to know when this stuff is happening, but it's like I don't want to not have answers. And I wish I was smarter to be able to give better answers sometimes. Native Deceit, thank you for the $5. Evil wins when good people do nothing. I agree. I agree. And I don't think just ignoring it and letting it continue to happen is a good idea, because there's not, like I said earlier, there's not going to be some magical boogaloo that you can then use to fix this. It's not going to get to that point. This already has, though, many cases on our side of the world of women being assaulted in public while people see it and do nothing. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I've called out some of these doomer people who want to blame everything on women. There's shared blame for everyone. And it's like, while migrants had been ushered in and then a rape crisis happened all throughout Europe, most people, instead of trying to do something about it, they just said, well, you know, they voted for this, so they deserve it. And it's like, maybe, but if you don't stop it, it's gonna get worse. Do you really want it to get worse? Fighting good men is hard, which is why they need to convince you not to fight. Exactly. That's why they want you demoralized. They want you feeling like it's hopeless, and it's not. Convinced at this point, empathy for the foreigner and downtrodden who don't know any better has long gone past being a mental disorder and is a major cause of modern problems. I feel like a lot of the people who espouse that kind of thing, especially at their and their community's detriment, are doing, like, performative empathy, right? Like, they don't actually feel empathy, but they feel like they're supposed to say those things so that people think that they're a good person. They're like, they have empathy that is easily exploited by people who want to use them as a useful idiot tool. Pathological empathy has always been a problem, but it's not genuine, like Kirsche just said. Yeah. They don't actually feel empathy, so they have to fake it. Ryan, thank you for the $2. Let's have these people fall out of a window. Total accident. There's sociopaths. Europe has abandoned its daughters. I really wish I could find that video. I had it bookmarked, but it seems to have been deleted. There was this really interesting video. It had nothing to do with Lauren Southern. A few people brought her up before. But it was an interesting video showing the just, like, large flowing groups into Europe. And it felt like a propaganda piece, right? Like, it was very much put together with the visuals and the music to feel like it would radicalize people. But it was like, it's actually what's going on. They're showing what's actually happening. So while it feels like watching it is sort of propagandistic, it's not like it's not reality. I wish I could find it because I would play it again. Is it the one with All-Star playing? I don't think All-Star was playing. I don't remember what song was playing, but it did have a song over it.
It did have some kind of song. You're not going to go down just to save somebody who probably voted for it. And it's like, that's another thing, right? In current climate, you mistrust everyone. There's not, you don't walk down the street and see people that you know in your community that's someone that you could trust. We just have the natural distrust of everyone at this point. With open gates. If it's a short video, maybe, but it's not a documentary, and it wasn't Lauren Southern, if that's the name of hers. I don't know the name of the video, I just remember the visuals. Something erosion of the community bonds? Yes, exactly. And so, when we have this inherent non-trust of the people that we walk around outside in our communities, you get that, well, I'm not going to help them because they voted for it, but how do you know? How do you know if that's someone that wanted this to happen? Right? How do you know if that's somebody that voted for an invasion, that voted for worsening conditions? You don't. You don't know. I mean, unless they're visually, like, you know, green hair, face full of metal, you could probably make the assumption. But the average person, you don't know. Not everyone in those cities voted for this. The ones who didn't are a minority and are shunned into silence by the extreme left. Yes. I'm saying, too long have we been shunned. Do not let them shun you. If they're a woman, see, that's ludicrous, because I didn't vote for it. I didn't want it. I would want people, if I was getting attacked, I would want people to defend me. I would want to be able to rely on my fellow citizens around me who would not want to see me get harmed. And I would feel the same way. Like, if I saw something and I had a way to stop it, like if I was carrying at that point in time, I would want to try and intervene. At that point, I'm not thinking about, is the person being attacked ideologically opposed to me? I'm just thinking, this is a person being attacked. I should help them. And that is discouraged in the current climate. It's very discouraged, which is why a lot of people have the opinion of, I'm just going to record. I'm not going to do anything. Pride in your country is racist now. While I agree, I also think that there's not much to have pride in right now. And I would like to see that changed. You didn't vote for it, but a majority of women vote for leftist ideology? They do. They do. But again, a lot of these people have been propagandized. Not saying there aren't people who aren't malicious, there certainly are. But a lot of people just don't know the consequences of what they're voting for. They can't think that far ahead, unfortunately. That's what NPCs are. Danny, thank you for the $5. You may misremember, but you may misremember this, but last year a UK kid got raped by a migrant and the parents felt so bad that they adopted the perpetrator. I don't remember that happening in the UK. If you have a source, I'd be interested. But in South Africa, about like a decade ago, I think it was, I can't remember the date. In South Africa, there was a woman and her boyfriend who were raped and murdered. And I can't remember if it was the woman and her boyfriend or if it was an isolated case of just a woman who got raped and murdered. But the parents adopted one of the men who had raped their daughter. If the ghost guy is any indication, they will hate you for speaking the truth and remain NPCs. Very fair. There will be a lot of people who will hate you for speaking truth, especially if your truth resounds with their level of inaction and makes them feel bad. What the fuck is wrong with those parents? Yeah. A few years back, where you live, the fence jumpers from Sudan and Ethiopia were protesting in the middle of the city for free shit. Still don't get how the government didn't ship them back from where they came from. Because they're part of destabilizing your country. They're part of what will destabilize you. Why would the government do anything about people who are going to divide you and make you angry? Tried looking for the rapist being adopted thing and found nothing. I don't know if it happened in the UK. I don't know anything about that one. The only one I know about is the one in South Africa. That's the only one I know about. It's difficult to know what is right, as issues are often too complex to understand without significant research into very specific issues. I agree. And not everyone has time to do that level of research, right? And so you just have to rely on them at least listening to people and looking up things themselves. Like, I've said I've watched Tim Pool for many, many, many years. I might not agree with everything Tim Pool says. I might not like some of the things he says either. But I still watched him because I would be able to get a feed of news, and then I could look up the sources of stuff that he was looking into myself. You're too stupid to understand. They want to reinvent socialism. Ah, you see? Real communism has never been tried. The Cultural Revolution is upon us. Yes, they are cultural Marxists, sir. Which, the definition of cultural Marxism was changed around 2013, 2014 in Wikipedia, to state that it is actually a conspiracy theory. Don't worry, it's not actually happening, but if it is, that's a good thing. You watch Tim mostly for his guests? Tim you find insufferable. I liked Tim a lot when he did a lot of on-the-ground reporting. Like, I think when he went to Sweden and exposed the like no-go zone stuff was really good. He went to Egypt and did some good on-the-ground reporting as well. I thought it was for you, but he doesn't even cover news anymore. Just pop culture garbage that gets clicks by Tim. Can only take so many Bud Beer stories with an ever-changing opinion, right? You got annoyed with Tim and his flippy-floppy fear-mongering trend. You had to move to other daily news. I just wish he'd stop blue-balling me, alright? Like, if a civil war is gonna happen, it's gonna happen, but stop crying about it in every video. Tim hasn't left his castle in years and it shows with his shit takes. True. True. No goon zone. This is a no goon zone. Conspiracy theorist is a derogatory term for critical thinkers. I watch Kirsche for my news. Once you start noticing things, it's hard to stop noticing. Welcome to becoming a conspiracy theorist. Back to this, though. Women report being assaulted by men of different races and ages. Still, across the different stories, a couple of similarities pop out. The alleged victims are mostly young and pretty, and most of them say they were minding their own business when they were attacked. I don't know how much I believe that first sentence, considering it's actually discouraged from reporting what your assailants look like in some areas, especially New York. Some were on their phones or reading on tablets. Others were speaking to friends or daydreaming. I'm once again thinking about that meme where a man and a woman are walking together and the woman is daydreaming, but the man is analyzing all of the potential threats and escape routes around him. And it's just like, when you are in a culture in crisis, you do not have the luxury of daydreaming when you walk outside. And that sounds fucked up, because it is. You should be able to go outside and get lost in thought and stare up at the sky and think about, oh, I would love to make some delicious bread loaves when I go home. I wonder if my cat will play with the Christmas tree. You know, like, you should be able to. But you can't, because now we need to be alert all the time. Think about the anime titties. You can daydream when you have your land back. Yeah. It's like we are in the bad times, and we are striving to make them better. The bad times are not new. The weak men started making the bad times many decades ago. It takes generations to transform the landscape. It doesn't happen overnight. This is again why I want to do some sort of like history lesson dive into Marxism and how this all works. Because to people who don't already know how this works, I could sound pretty fucking crazy screaming over here about Marxism. But it's like, if you understand what these people are striving for more than just them saying it and being like, well, they sound crazy. They're not crazy. The people perpetrating this know what they're doing. They're following a plan. They're following a blueprint that has been around for hundreds of years. A little while ago, it was exposed the UK government has Don't Look Back in Anger campaigns pre-prepared for when terrorist attacks happen to make sure native Brits don't get too upset when their children are murdered. Because noticing what's causing the problems would be racist and illiberal, and we can't sacrifice our holy idol of liberalism. I saw a post, I think it was from Sargon? I can't remember. It was on Twitter earlier. Where there was like a billboard under a bridge or something that was just like, we didn't come to Britain, Britain came to us, and it had a whole bunch of flags around it. So it's like they're already moving away from diversity is our strength and we need to help these people to this is revenge for what you did in the past. The UK is lost. It is. It is very lost at this point, and hopefully the people on that island can do something about it. Because, like, I fucking joke about the UK all the time with my whole, I prefer to pretend the UK isn't real so it can't hurt me. But, like, there are still people living there who aren't cucks. And hopefully they can enact change, too. You'd love a video explaining current-day leftist influence over media and politics, a good TLDR to explain to people who are out of the loop. I feel like it's so much information to go over. It'll be really difficult for me to put together, but it's something I very much want to do. Help. Do you happen to have links? Would appreciate them if you're in Discord via Twitch DMs. The Don't Look Back in Anger campaigns. I would say probably Sargon has been posting about it on Twitter if it's like the billboard I saw him post. UK's gonna import terrorists. I mean, haven't they already been? Let's be real. I find it incredibly hilarious that, like, close to a decade ago, I made the joke. I made the joke about how Islam is going to come into Western countries. You know, especially around the time of the migrant crisis, it became even funnier. Islam is going to come in and take over Western countries. They're going to just take all the gays and eradicate them, right? So we won't have the LGBTQ plus anymore. We'll just be living under Sharia. And then the Chinese, who are very good at indoctrination and removing kebab, are going to come in and they're going to get rid of Islam, and this will be a Chinese country. They've already put people in positions of power who aren't even citizens, so it's not that far-fetched. And then, after the Chinese take over, then we could just come back and take the country back, right? The LGBT is gone, Islam is gone, all we need to do is get rid of the Chinese. And if we have enough escalators, surely we'll be able to do it. But it's very weird to me that day by day when I read about shit, it seems to be what's actually happening. And I'm like, please no. Please don't let my joke become conspiracy theory, become fact. Please don't let that happen. Oh my god, Islam would also take care of that issue. If we have enough escalate. Yeah, true. Jack Posobiec is coming out with a book called Unhuman. It'll explain the atrocities of communism with less of the academic flair most books go through. What I would want to do is, like, show historical context from, like, as far back as I can. Especially in regards to my country specifically, with communism taking root in the US. And, like, I've wanted to read Friedrich Hayek on stream before. Hayek is an economist who equated social justice to having an effect on the economy as well. And we can see that in current year, where it's having an effect on the economy, and they're forgoing actual economic exchange for ideology instead. You had a conversation about this with an elderly person today. You explained a bunch of these concepts to them and they didn't believe you. Their attitude was that you had to be wrong because all of these things were so laughably stupid that any student who took civics, economics, or biology in elementary school would instantly know to ignore them. And that's when you got to tell him all of those classes are either no longer taught or are unrecognizably dumbed down. Funny that. I mean, I can see it from an old person's point of view, right? It's just like us with Gamergate in the beginning when we were just like, this is hilarious. These people are idiots. Who is going to listen to them? But they have encroached and garnered far more power than we thought they would, right? And so just because we can notice what they're doing and we can point out, hey, this is hilariously dumb, doesn't mean everyone can. And doesn't mean everyone will believe you when you point it out, right? As Bezmenov said, when someone has been propagandized, you can show them facts. You can show them how things went before. You can show them in black and white what is happening from the mouths of these very people who seek to subjugate you. But a propagandized person cannot believe that. They cannot understand what you are telling them. And so they will choose to believe that it's not real until it's the boot that comes down on their own neck. Mods, how can I link a clip? You just ask mods for permission and then you can link it. Ryan, thank you for the $5 doodles. Time to force convert the Middle East back to Christianity. Joseph Barton, thank you for the $9.99. Please do the Marxism history video. People don't understand how old it is. There was a literal ex-Prussian Marxist who became a general in the Union Army during the American Civil War. It's insane. And I think it would also be cool, more than just reading, like, historical texts, if I could maybe even, like, find people to interview. I would have to do some sort of research and figure out
who would be a good person to talk to about this. Like maybe someone who used to hold a political office somewhere like Venezuela or Cuba or even Russia at this point. There's like someone that lived in it and can give me like an on-the-ground lived experience sort of account of how this stuff worked, where they were when it was being pushed. Wuhan is trending on Twitter. Is there like another new COVID? Did they eat more bats? Sam, thank you for the $5. Razorfist has a video called Hollywood Was Always Red. Good place to start. I mean, yeah. Hollywood has always been an incredible corrupt bastion. Bird flu, actually? Oh, no. No, no. Any Cuban would do. Activists prefer to have the feeling of power while feeling like the hero, even if they're blatantly wrong and know it. They have no soul. I would say the hardest thing about noticing what's going on is being able to pick out the malicious, lying actors who want power and who believe they will be part of the ruling class when this is enacted, and the useful idiots that those bad actors use, right? Because not every activist, not every person pushing for this is a malicious liar. Some of them are the propagandized. And I've said this before, I don't know how to reverse that kind of brainwashing. I'm not smart enough to know how to do that. I don't even know if there is a way to actively do that. When you are trying to bring your country back from this kind of anti-freedom, anti-American ideal, and I guess in the other countries it would be anti-France or Germany or whatever, but like from my perspective as an American, like the anti-freedom, anti-American ideals, to start reversing the tide is going to take time. It takes several generations to reverse the indoctrination that's happened. Which is why I say, when things start getting good again, we likely will not be here to reap the benefits of the fights that we have won. And it's like, that shouldn't be demoralizing or negative. It's just an unfortunate reality that we live in, that people before us decided to be inactive for so long and decided that they didn't care enough about their fellow country or their communities, that they didn't want to do anything. But if you want to have a positive effect, you gotta plant the seed of a tree whose shade you might never know. Don't attract anyone to your side by piling onto them and deriding them for being so stupid to believe in something else. What do you mean? Are you talking about like when people try to argue with those they disagree with, but instead of trying to give them evidence, they just call them an idiot? Like Johnny Appleseed. Because like, I agree with you. If you're talking to someone you think is kind of a silly, it's better to try and show them why they are a silly than just insult them. Which is, again, why I have my Not Safe for Work channel set up the way that it is. Right? I want to be able to have conversations with people without insulting them. Which is why if you insult people instead of being able to actually make your case, get removed from the channel. You can't have conversations. We'll never know the shade and the fruit on the seed we plant and care for. Summer Whiskey, thank you for the 100 biddies. But hopefully, your children will. He's saying condescension doesn't work? I agree with him. I was just trying to figure out if he was saying that's what I was doing, and I was like, I don't think I'm doing that. I don't think I am. I hope I didn't word it in a way where it came off that manner. Need to stop lurking so you can get access to Not Safe for Work. True and real. Absolutely not. You don't do that. Okay. Okay. I just wanted to like figure out what you tried to say, my dude. I was not being like accusatory. I was like, oh fuck, did I word something weird? Did I word something weird? My brain cells are kind of small, you know. That requires children and families care. Lacking those caring for the next generation of hostile replacements is difficult. No, and I agree with you, which is why there's a simultaneous push for the child-free lifestyle. If you're not having children, if you're not making families, you have no ties to the community. You have no reason to care about it. Your entire life is propped up by hedonistic desires. You're ceasing the ancestral line, but you'll help others' children. Why would you cease your own ancestral line? You're very lucky that your best friend and you can have completely different ideals on some minor issues and can talk about them without it becoming a screaming match. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to have friends that you can actually talk to about some things. Unfortunately, I've also had friends that have agreed with my opinions. We'd had very good conversations, and then I'm in the minority in their friends groups, and so their friend groups were able to usher them into further ideology. So then they started not only disagreeing with their previous points, but actively starting shouting matches or calling people names for disagreeing with them. Or actively trying to be some sort of weird Gestapo, messaging people and being like, how do you feel about this? Give me your opinions. I'm a moderator. You don't have to worry. Disagree with the child argument? You think that's only perspective of women for guys? You have options to create a more fulfilling life without kids? I would disagree. I would say, especially as a man, your legacy is the children that you create. Even if you make a mark on history, right? Like you become a super important figure who is put into history books, your legacy is still your children. I would say very much even more so for men than women. Men get incredibly depressed when they don't have something to strive for. That's not like an opinion, right? Men have been the architects of society for a very long time. And without something to build, without something to improve, without a lineage to motivate them to want to do those things, men just drop out of society. You don't know, Einstein and even the names like Hitler and Mao will be remembered well after any of our children's children have their kids. I don't know. Like, yes, they've made a mark on society, but again, even if you don't know who their children are still the legacy that they have left here. You're the outlier, but I keep banging on this and it's upsetting because you don't have that fucking choice. What do you mean? What do you mean you don't have that choice? I mean, like, I guess if you're infertile, you don't have that choice, but that's a very unfortunate position to be in. Same as women go rogue without family? Yeah. You'd rather not be remembered as Mao, quite frankly. Not being in history books doesn't mean you're irrelevant. True. True and real. You remember your teacher telling stories about when we were a commie country, children would be indoctrinated in schools to rat on their parents' conversations, and then the black car would show to take the offending parents away. True. True and real. Welcome home, Slickford dude. Hope your day at work was good. Hope it was good. All of the people are somebody's child. Exactly. Exactly. You're married and your wife can't, and we're in a society where adopting without being a millionaire is fundamentally unfeasible. I mean, if your wife is unable to have children, obviously don't cheat on your wife, right? I'm sure you've talked about the different options that are outside of adopting, right? Like if she's able to do IVF, if you're able to use maybe parts of you and parts of her for a surrogate, that is also an option. Like, it's very unfortunate when people are born with a condition or have a condition that makes them unable to have children later on. You're not someone who is choosing to forgo having children. You're not the person that I'm talking about, right? I'm like, I can understand why talking about having a child as a legacy would be upsetting in your situation, but I'm definitely not saying like you and your situation and people who have it are a problem, right? You're not purposely saying I'm not gonna have kids, fuck that. You're not contributing to the, oh, childless lifestyle is the best lifestyle. You're here bemoaning and upset that you can't and you want to. One day you hope you'll have a wife and kids. That is my hope for everyone here. You don't take what Kirsche says personally as a married man with a woman who didn't want kids. Yeah, I'm not attacking people personally either. If you're someone who can't have kids, avoid the pesky anti-natalists or whatever they call themselves. True. True and real. The kids at the park are free. Don't listen to that man. Adoption is very worth considering. The foster system is in dire need of would-be adoptive parents. Yeah. I mean, adoption is expensive. Adoption's expensive, and it's a rough thing to go into, but if that's something you can do, maybe look into it. I think a pristine, untouchable legacy is more admirable than having children for some people, because, to be honest, children are not the sum of what we hope they could be, but only the sum of their circumstances. I mean, this would be a nature versus nurture argument, and there are very, very obvious situations where kids grow up in a very good environment and end up also being, unfortunately, not so good themselves. And I feel like having a pristine, untouchable legacy, the number of Einsteins, the number of Newtons, the number of people who will make that sort of groundbreaking mark are few and far between. For the average person, for most people, their legacy will solely be their children. Right? And even for those people who make an incredible mark, their children will reap the benefits of that for many, many generations to come. You would love kids, but you've not met the right woman yet, and it's gonna be hard to find someone, unfortunately, in today's climate. The kids at the park aren't free. What the fuck was that guy on about? You need to buy a candy in a van. Those things cost money! And we've kind of lost the idea of parenting versus just being responsible. Lots of people provide for their kids, but being able to parent is a different skill set altogether. I would agree. And that's why we need cohesive family units and people willing to actually raise their kids instead of having the state do it. You need to get out of California to find reasonable women, it seems, unfortunately. You have 2 kids that you raised by yourself, and I'm right. If you didn't have them, you would just not do anything. Kids are the best, the only thing that makes life worth living. And it's like, what the most depressing thing is, when you think about it in that scope, is when you get old, and you don't have kids, and all of your friends and family are either also old or have already passed away. Who is going to be there to care about you? Who is going to be there? You're going to reflect on what you've done in your life when you get to that point. And will you be able to look back and think about everything you've done and be happy with it? For a lot of people, their kids are what they can look back on. It's fine. It's good to strive for a legacy if you would like to do something like Einstein, right? I'm not saying give up on your hopes and dreams, but saying that being child-free is preferable, or saying that the anti-natalist lifestyle is a preferable lifestyle, is just silly. It's just silly. My legacy is an insufferable meme that needs to die. So many fuck over their country or people out of fear of what people will think about them after they die. That's why I like to conceptualize the legacy with children. Because if you have kids, you have a reason to not fuck over your country or the people around you. Because your kids will have to live through what you fucked up. And people with children, people with ties to the area after they die, will not want their children to live worse off than them. Unfortunately, we had an entire section of incredibly selfish boomers who decided, you know what, fuck them kids. Fuck them kids, we're gonna make everything worse. And I don't know how we got to that point. But if you want your kids to suffer, then you shouldn't be a parent and probably shouldn't even be a person. Genghis Khan's legacy was the wildest. Ryan, thank you for the $2. You got rejected today, but you're not giving up. Good! You will always face rejection, but if you give up, you will not find the love that you deserve. Unfortunately, fuck them kids is prevalent. It still amazes me that you do so well with your mom. Thank you. I thrive despite my circumstances. Their parents created the good times, which created the boomers. Yeah, the epitome of the weak men meme. You need a wife? You got any cousin from your mom's side? Oh my god. Not just ex-hippies, the generation at large. Yeah. Other people's kids can be kind of annoying. I mean, yeah, I'm not saying to love everyone's child. I'm gonna be fucking annoyed by other people's kids sometimes too. Especially if they're not very good parents. I was like, for all the crazy shit my mom did, luckily I had my grandparents and my dad. I didn't really act up as a child. Like, when I was out in public, I knew to behave. When I was, like, actually a little babu, obviously I cried a lot, because it was just like, well, you're a baby, you can't fucking control that. But it's like, as I got older, it's like, you don't act up in public. You don't want people in public to, like, see you throwing a tantrum and shit, you know? So even as a child, I, like, had some sort of awareness of, oh,
I am in a different place. I should act differently. You found your himbo on YouTube? I shit you not. Some dude named Thorin Bradley looks like a himbo and does wood splitting videos? What the fuck? Who hasn't been beaten by their parents in public? I would say me, but I mean, there was that one incident on the beach where, like, I couldn't find my way back to my mom's beach towel. And so, like, some ladies were like, let us help you find your mom. And, like, to be fair, they could have kidnapped me. So my mom beat my ass for talking to strangers and wandering around with them. You were never beaten by your parents in public or private? You didn't act up. Not an FBI, thank you for the 5. Ah! Did I hear that in North Korea, aka Best Korea, now if you own a pupper as a pet, breaking the law, because now to them, dogs should be bred for their meat. You got a source for that? Because that seems kind of wild. That seems kind of wild. That's a real lesson to learn. Yeah, I was like, she probably shouldn't have beat my ass in public, but also, I understand the danger that she was worried about with how I just, like, wandered off with strangers, you know? But it's like, as a child, I wasn't thinking about stranger danger. I was thinking, I want to find my mom. Which is the mindset that these people would use to exploit for kidnapping. When you're in a Hispanic household, you fear the chancla. Your parents will somehow throw it where it homes in on your tukis. Jesus. Jesus. Best Korea is pretty wild, yet somehow better than worst Korea. She beat you because you could have cost her child support? Was she worried about the danger or just worried about looking bad if you got kidnapped under her watch? That's actually a good question. Unironically. And unfortunately, I don't know how to answer that. Did I see the video of a guy along a mom if she can test their kid to see if they would leave the park with them? No, I didn't. Quiet Man, thank you for the $5 doodle. Sometimes you fear modern humans have lost touch with the visceral reality of our nature. I agree. I agree. Mom's flip-flops act like a homing briefcase in Hitman. I want to play Hitman so fucking bad, dude. Your mom almost paid a carny to break safety regulations to put you on a ride because you threw a tantrum because you were too short. What the fuck? Beating you hurt her too, Kirsche. I doubt it. I doubt it. Hitman is just the right kind of autism for me. It seems like a really exciting game. I really want to play it. Oh my god, she shouldn't have beat you, period. What else were you supposed to do when you were lost? I don't know. I guess wander around until I found her, but like, I was small, and my sense of direction isn't very good, you know? Guten Tag! Ah, guten Abend! Not an FBI, thank you for the 2. Ah! The source, Count Dankula, did a video on it. Jesus. Jesus. No time for gaming. The tangent juice is too strong. It's true! Speaking of tangent juice being too strong, what else do I have here? What else do I have in my little tab congregation here? Mama, congregation of tabs. Ah, we got North Carolina City spends $300,000 on reparations expert, despite her posts about locals romanticizing segregation and white accommodation. What do you mean your sense of direction is great? You can't pull over on us. We've seen you in Matt. I don't have a great sense of direction. What do you mean? What do you mean? A North Carolina city has approved a $300,000 thing for reparations for a reparations consultant with a record in online posts about white accommodation and how her neighbors celebrate and romanticize segregation. High Point City Council on Tuesday greenlit $292,460 for Leah Henry and her team at the National Institute of Minority Economic Development to lead its reparations effort. I'm hearing a whole lot of words that shouldn't be things in the government. At least 2 counselors have queried the large sum, but there are a few signs that members are aware of the hardline views that Henry, a Harvard University graduate, because of course she is, posts on social media. Oh shit, who's Brian Dorsey? I just noticed this red thing at the top. Brian Dorsey is executed for murders of his cousin and her husband after making final deathbed apology. People don't get executed very quickly, so I'm sure this is a very, 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 very old case, but like, who the heck is Brian Dorsey? High Point mentioned! Holy shit. Manya?
Reparations at this point is just a socialism for certain races. I mean, yeah. Is you not having a good sense of direction a woman thing or a tism thing? I feel like if my tism was working correctly, I would have a better sense of direction, you know? My tism is broken. He murdered his cousin and her husband in 2006. Yeah, that is a long-ass time ago. God damn. Almost 20 years it took to murder him, execute him. Just what my browser needs, another tab! Oh my god. On Facebook, Henry has slammed her North Carolina neighbors for celebrating segregation and railed against white accommodation, a term critical race theory advocates use to describe a type of black oppression. 2006 was 20 years ago. Well, almost. It's 18 years ago. Like, the idea of generational poverty can only go so far. High point. Whether taxes should fund cash payouts and other schemes for the descendants of slaves is a hot-button issue in America's culture wars. For critics of them, reparations consultants are a drain on much-needed resources. Henry's post raises questions about whether she's the right woman for the job. In one, she refers to an online group for former and current residents of her own North Carolina city, Rocky Mount, to share nostalgic photos of yesteryear. People comment about how wonderful those times and those places were, and everyone in the pictures is white, she posted in September. Do they not see that they are celebrating and romanticizing segregation? Those who commented positively on the photos were delivering a gut punch to the blacks who were legally excluded at the time, she said. Shouldn't you say black people, not like just blacks? I feel like maybe I'm the weirdo here, but I feel like when you say something like the blacks or the whites, it sounds kind of dehumanizing, in my opinion. Doubt her neighbors threw a segregation party. I think she's making shit. What do you mean? You don't throw segregation barbecues every weekend? Sounds like you're not American, baby. The comments were a reminder about Jim Crow and the reminder that people who lived and enjoyed it are alive and kicking and still using social media, added Henry, 52. Here's a Facebook post of hers. There's a lot of local Facebook. There's a local Facebook group that posts old pictures of activities in Rocky Mount, and then people comment about how wonderful those times and places were. Do they not care about what a gut punch they are to the people who were legally excluded from all of it? Help. Or is celebrating segregation the point? I think when most people look back on quote-unquote the good old days, they look at how society was cleaner. There wasn't as much trash everywhere. There wasn't as much noticeable, I guess, corruption in the government. I didn't live back then, so I don't know exactly how much corruption was there, but it's definitely more overt, in my opinion here. We didn't have the FDA basically giving us an allowance of poison in our food. People were healthier to a degree. Not so much healthier as far as like immune system shit went, right? We had a lot of diseases that we had to contend with, but it's like, stop, you're noticing. It's like, I doubt these people are romanticizing segregation. They're romanticizing the kind of society that it was. How dare you enjoy things? I just said no black people in like 10 different ways according to them. Well, then they're the racist, eh? That's the point. White and black are racial, political terms to separate people? Yes, very much. Very much so. I appreciate Lisa Robinson starting some conversation about the Color Purple movie and the glorification of trauma and dysfunction. Also, does every movie theater have 30 minutes of ads about diabetes medicine, ads for mega servings of carbohydrates with a side of salt to usher in your diabetes, previews of doomsday hellscape movies, previews of movies with black cast that look like the worst self-hate, self-parody, and white accommodation? I was pissed before the movie even started. What? Oh my god. She just doesn't get that not everyone views everything through a racial lens like her. And it's like, this is again the point where it's hard to tell whether it's someone who is disingenuous or someone who's been propagandized to believe this way, right? Hard to tell if they're part of the problem or just a useful idiot. Have I heard of the Vibe Shift? It's a website by this guy named Santiago. I've not heard that. In another post, she complains about the preview screened at a movie theater before the main feature, The Color Purple, a musical about racism in Georgia in the early 1900s. She described the movies with black cast that looked like the worst self-hate, self-parody, white accommodation. Henry, an expert in affordable housing. How are you an expert in affordable housing? What does that mean? An expert in affordable housing and getting black people on the property ladder has already worked for the city of 115,000 people as it produced its One High Point Commission report. The 245-page document was released last year and called for policy changes to address the city's deep-rooted racism and legacy of slavery. And see, this is where I say, when you talk about things, you can make a difference. There was some guy in chat earlier who was like, oh, High Point? High Point mention? If you live in this city, go to your city council meetings. Call out this nonsense that they're trying to push in your community. It's not about making like a large national sweeping change. You can make a difference in your own community. Point out this nonsense that they're doing. Section 8 expert, purveyor of shanty towns. It aims to help African Americans by improving schools and transport in black neighborhoods and making it easier to get a mortgage. Why should an African American have an easier time getting a mortgage than me? Or a Mexican? Or a Frenchman? Why should they have an easier time? They shouldn't. They should have equal opportunity. They should have an equal amount of ease as me or anyone else who's an American to buy a house. 2008 housing collapse all over again. Henry's new 30-month project involves advising the city on which of those proposals should get turned into action. Councilwoman Monica Peters said Henry's advice would help High Point by increasing our tax base to help alleviate the cycle of poverty, according to the High Point enterprise. How is it going to help increase the tax base to alleviate the cycle of poverty? Is part of this proposition taxing people who actually have income even more to then give it to people who do not? How do they plan on increasing the tax base? How do they plan on doing this? Tax bait, the Freudian slip. Other council members were not convinced. Councilman Tim Andrews said Henry's work plan was not clear, while member Britt Moore warned of overspending. Supporters of reparations say it's time for America to repay blacks for the injustices of the historic transatlantic slave trade, Jim Crow segregation, and inequalities that persist to this day. I personally had nothing to do with the slave trade. My ancestors personally had nothing to do with the slave trade. I do not wish to pay reparations for something I had nothing to do with. It is just as hard as me to get a mortgage to afford a house as it is almost all of these people in similar situations. Sounds like a skill issue. From there, it gets tricky. There's no agreed framework for what a scheme would look like. Ideas range from cash payouts to scholarships, land giveaways, business startup loans, housing grants, or statutes and street names. Critics say that payouts to selected black people will inevitably stoke divisions between winners and losers, and raise questions about why American Indians and others don't get their own handouts. While popular among black Americans, other groups who would foot the tax bill are less keen. Wow! Who would have thought? Holy shit. So it's like, if you live in High Point, you should bring up these things in your council meetings. You should bring up what Bridge is doing in your council meetings. How all of this is going to be transforming things in a bad way. All it's going to do is, like that person at the bottom said, is stoke division. You shouldn't get an upper hand because of the color of your skin. Positive discrimination is still discrimination. Reparations will never be enough until they get to have the whip in their hands. I mean, a lot of these people do speak about the revenge aspect. Ryan, they give the $2. Caillou grew up. I hate that show.
So are we gonna pay reparations to the Chinese, the Irish, Jews, Italians, Catholics? Oh my god, I can't believe this bigot forgot the Japanese in their internment camps. Highwind, they give the 5 Canadians. What are they gonna do? Increase taxes solely for white people? That's not how tax works. Everyone will have increased taxes. Black, white, Asians. Well, again, with Bridge wants equity of product availability and equity of product pricing from all of these giant companies that are supporting Bridge. So let's say you want to buy Band-Aids. I don't know who owns the Band-Aid company. I don't know if they're involved in Bridge. I'm just using it as an example, all right? Let's say you want to buy Band-Aids. And you go to your local CVS to pick up a package of Band-Aids. There's equity in product availability in place, and there's equity of product pricing. The CVS says, I'm sorry, sir, our neighborhood is too white. They've decided to not sell Band-Aids here anymore. You'll have to go elsewhere. So you leave the CVS and you drive around until you find a store that has the equitable product, and you can buy the Band-Aids there. And they say, okay, sir, we'll sell you the Band-Aids, but I see that you are a white male. We're going to have to increase the price from what it normally is because you are both white and male. Therefore, you have privilege and you can afford to pay more. This is equitable pricing. So even if the government doesn't institute taxes based on your race or gender, Bridge is striving to do this. And Bridge is working together with companies like Campbell's, like Sephora, like a bunch of other, like Johnson & Johnson, I think was on there maybe. We had Palmolive was on there. These companies own tons of brands. If they get to implementing this equity, it will become a huge problem. It won't matter that the government is not directly taxing you on your race and gender, because the government is funding, in part, Bridge, which is doing it to your everyday products. Bridge will cause a war. Hopefully the flames there cleanse this mess. Cleanse this mess. That's like a bless this mess household sign, dude. They kind of do that already. Better area, higher prices. I mean, sort of, in a way. You want every... I can't read that. Equity to the bottom? Yes. It's a very scary thought, right? Because it sounds dystopian as fuck. But that's why I've been bleeding on about Bridge for months now. Because it's so all-encompassing that we need to get ahead of it and stop it before they can implement it. Because once they can implement it, it will take a lot longer to uproot it and eliminate it than if we catch it before they start. Happy Mars, thank you for the 16-month resub. You're proud of me? The amount of noticing I'm causing is seriously impressive. Soon they will notice me as well. I am not suicidal. If you read in the news that I woke up dead, just know that I didn't do it to myself. Please dig into what happened to me. Just go shopping in blackface to get things cheaper. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. And on the same lines of what we were just discussing. Highwind, thank you for the 5 Canadians. Basically, like that crazy story you heard of some U.S. schools requiring Asians to score 10 points higher to pass. Yeah, like Harvard's had that scaled system for years now. Years now. That's technically illegal. First-degree price discrimination like that is not allowed. Of course, that only matters if you can get the government to enforce it. I mean, they're not, especially because it's in their best interest of the people who have power right now to actually allow this to go through. A lot of people will listen to this and be like, well, that'll never happen because it's illegal. And it's like, well... they've been doing illegal discrimination for fucking decades now. What makes you think they're going to stop or have any repercussions at this point in time? They're not. If they haven't before, why would they start now? Under the equitable pricing model, what would stop you from identifying as a disabled black trans lesbian to pay minimal prices? Good fucking question. If you live in a self-ID state, legally, they wouldn't be able to tell you that, no, you're trolling me, you have to pay the white male price, right? But I guess that would depend. If this ever comes to fruition, I hope all of you who live in self-ID states will try that. They have these bullshit paid-for politicians. We have Clarence Thomas. Hell yeah. Along these same lines, Seattle closes gifted and talented schools because they had too many white and Asian students with consultant branding black parents who complained about Move tokenized.
Seattle has shuttered its gifted and talented programs because the school board determined they had too many white and Asian students. The district began phasing out its highly capable cohort schools and classrooms for advanced students in the 2021 to 22 school year because they found it had too many racial inequities. School bosses said that Black and Hispanic students were underrepresented at the schools. According to Seattle Public School data of highly capable students in the 22 to 23 school year, 52% were white, 16% were Asian, and 3.4% were Black. During a January 22nd, 2020 school board meeting, parents of Black students in the highly capable cohort asked the board to consider finding ways to incorporate students of color into the gifted program rather than shut it down. Then school board vice president Chandra Hampson slammed those parents, saying, "This is a pretty masterful job at tokenizing a really small community of color within the existing cohort." And fucking bravo for this woman who said, "I would rather destroy this program than see it watered down." Really, like, that takes fucking guts in this current climate, dude. Holy shit. "My request is that you please consider the disservice you would be doing to the minorities that are already in the HCC program," one father said in the meeting, reporting it to the local newspaper, The Stranger. "This program does more for Black children, particularly Black boys, than it does for their peers. 3 elementary schools, 5 middle schools, and 3 high schools are currently highly capable cohort schools, all of which will be phased out by the 2027 to 28 school year." And I think like the real tragedy here is that if she had decided to keep it running but didn't capitulate to these cry bullies, she would have probably been even more decried as a racist, eventually bullied into stepping down, and then they would have watered down the program anyway. Like, part of me wishes she would have tried to keep it open instead of shutting it down, to just really, like, try and stick it to these people. Because again, like this person said, the program does more for Black children than it does for their peers. Why do you want to remove this opportunity from the Black and Hispanic children who get into these programs just because you perceive that these programs are too white and too Asian? You've been ducking in and out due to real life stuff, but the whole self-identify thing, have I seen that Scotland just approved the new hate speech laws? I did see about that. It's almost like average... That's not what they care. Yeah, it's not what they care about. Like, this isn't about helping and improving people's lives. It hasn't been. They use the flowery language and the nice verbiage to try and convince people that they're going to do something good. But it's not good. She just scorched earthed it and said, "Have a nice time with your trash schools, I'm out." Yeah. And it's like, it's unfortunate, but I can understand, like, the uphill battle she would have been facing here. I wish she would have done it instead of closing it down. But in Seattle, how many defenders would she have had? How many people would have taken her side instead of creating some sort of monster out of her? It's not cohesive, it's antagonistic. The Gifted and Talented program had been replaced with the highly capable neighborhood school model, which requires teachers to come up with individualized learning programs for all their students. According to Seattle Public Schools, the new model will be more inclusive, equitable, and culturally sensitive. And there it fucking is, dude. There it fucking is! That's exactly what she would have been forced to do if she stayed, man. Jesus Christ. Parents told the Seattle Times they think the new model could lead to their children getting overlooked and slow their academic progress. Well, no shit. Those parents are right. It's the exact same thing that happened with No Child Left Behind. Except now, instead of No Child Left Behind, it's specifically focusing on racial lines. Erica Ruberry, a parent of the 2nd grader at Decatur Elementary School, said, "It seems to me that kids on maybe both extremes are going to be underserved." Karen Stukowski, who has 3 students in the gifted program, said, "You can only do so much differentiation." I want to know what this woman is doing that she has 3 students in that program. That's pretty fucking, she's helping, dude. Equity of all children left behind. I'm Ethan Bowberry. Why are you bringing up the Bowberry now? There's no Bowberry here. Poetic Silence, they give the $5. You're a minority and grew up in lower income area. If the children don't care, the parents don't care about their education. Your parents were all in. Yeah, I mean, I had a very, like, blasé attitude towards some things in school. I hated doing homework, and so I often would not do homework. But my teachers, most of my teachers, unfortunately not all of them, but most of my teachers were just like, look, if you can continue getting above, like, 95% on all of your tests and quizzes, we won't deduct points on your grade average for not doing your homework. But if you start slipping, we'll start deducting and you'll have to do it. And I think that's a very good thing to do for students who know the material, know what's going on, and feel comfortable regurgitating that material back at them. To make them do busy work is just to make them hate learning. And so the classes where I was forced to do homework where I didn't need to made me care less about the material I was doing. Good teachers, yeah? Yeah. Monkey brain see berry, associate with inflatable whale. There aren't even any berries on screen! They basically just want each teacher to be racist to their individual students. And I mean, because of No Child Left Behind, I saw the unfairness of this system, like, firsthand when I was in high school. I had people that I knew who were completely mentally sound, right? Like, they had no learning disabilities. But if they faked having some sort of learning issue where they couldn't remember the material, they got assigned a teacher's aide that would help them with the questions on standardized testing. So while I had to study and get actual results on my standardized testing so I wouldn't be held back a grade, and what would decide my placement and my scholarship status for colleges, I had to do that 100% on my own. But these students who would lie and pretend that they needed assistance would get a teacher who would just feed them the answers on these tests. So not only is standardized testing bullshit, because a lot of people don't even do well in a test environment, but if the status is going to be skewed by teachers helping students who are lying, and now we have the racial inequity, what's even the point of them? They're not standardized. I should have used the loophole too. No. I didn't want to lower myself to that. I had pride. I had pride in myself. I wasn't going to do the same thing that they were. You had a history teacher that didn't know World War I was called the Great War? In that moment, I lost faith in the education system. Jesus Christ. You know, the system was in place even back then. It just wasn't utilized like today. Yeah, we saw the groundwork of this kind of stuff being put in place when we were in school. For sure, a lot of stuff in the school system was propagandistic and indoctrinating way before we were in school. But I don't know what programs were put in place prior to No Child Left Behind that would create this sort of classroom inequity. And I have to use that word because that's exactly what it is. They're giving students who don't deserve it an easier time to give them a ride to not be held back where they possibly belong, and to also get them into scholarships that they don't deserve. No child gets ahead, pretty much. Speaking of not knowing about wars, fun fact, there are Japanese schools that don't teach World War II happened, or only teach the American bombing raids, but not that there was a war around it. That's very weird. That's very weird. Screw pride, school is 60% worthless anyway. I mean, maybe. Maybe. I felt that way when I was younger. I was like, I don't want to be a little bitch. But maybe I should have taken advantage of the system, especially because I didn't know exactly how bad it was back then, right? Like, as a teenager, I was like, surely this is only happening in my school. Surely this is only an issue I have to deal with, right? Like, when you're younger, you're very short-sighted, you're very insular, you're very, I only notice what's going on directly around me. And hopefully as you get older, you become more worldly, as it were. One thing you learned in school is that you hate being around people. True and real. Back to the article. You have some kids who can barely read, and some kids who are reading Harry Potter in first grade or kindergarten. How are you going to not only get those kids up to grade level, but also challenge the kids who are already way above grade level? I experienced this as well, unfortunately. Like, when we would be reading in class and we would have to do popcorn reading, I didn't want to listen to people struggle through, like, paragraphs. And so I just read way ahead. And the teacher would constantly get mad at me for it because they'd call on me for popcorn reading. And I'd be like, yeah, I'm like 4 chapters ahead of you guys. I have no idea where you are. So just go to somebody else. And like, I even got like detention a few times because I was reading ahead of the class. I was actively punished for trying to get through my work at a speed that was comfortable for me. When you were in 3rd grade, your mom used to make your brothers and you read the Hardy Boys, and so when you got to class, you got tired of the slow readers. Yeah, I was reading stuff way early, and I even give credit to video games for me being able to read at a higher grade level constantly. Why, you already watched someone else's blind detention? What? Detention for being too based. Ma? That happened to you a lot? Yeah. How dare you? That's how I was able to get away with counterfeiting money in high school for so long. It took them a year to catch me. My dad was like, I don't know if I should be proud or if I should be angry, because like if that was real money, that's a federal crime. That's how you know the system sucks. Sorry, the voice to text. You already saw someone get in trouble because they read books in school and got detention? Jesus Christ. Good nerd who read ahead deserve punishment. Fuck you, Skilky! Fucking, you want to punish me in a different way, weirdo. Your dad passed all of his Hardy Boys books onto you when you were a kid and you loved them? My dad gave me all of his Calvin and Hobbes books and then even bought me like the anniversary ones that came out. Your niece is struggling to read. Glad your mother and you are able to help get her caught up with her sad excuse of a mother getting sent to jail. Good. I'm glad you're helping. Glad you're helping. Kingdom Hearts convoluted ass plot is how you learned new words. Some teachers said they felt they don't have the time and resources to make learning plans for every student in a classroom of 20 to 30 students. And they're fucking right, dude. Like, expecting teachers to do individualistic learning plans for that many students, everyone knows that's not going to happen. That's impossible. Insolent, thank you for the 5 Canadians. Loved having a Brit father when Shakespeare came up. Was the only one who could legit read it. As much as I can read cursive, I can't fucking write in it, dude. My handwriting is so fucking bad. My handwriting is atrocious. And like, I wrote a lot when I was younger as well. So it's like, I have no idea why my handwriting is just so fucking horrid. My handwriting is so bad that when we had, like, class assignments to write cursive on note cards, my teacher would look at my note cards and just be like, yeah, just redo this in print, because I can't read whatever you wrote. Your handwriting is an angry chimkin with Parkinson's. True. You quit school around grade 10, took the equivalency test, and it was so easy! Kirsche tested so high on the ASVAB, they wanted you for the CIA! I don't know what the ASVAB is. I didn't take that. You learned good handwriting in technical school. You have to learn the standard. Like, I see my grandma's writing, or I have, like, recipe cards from, like, my great-great-great-grandmother and her handwriting, and I'm just like, what the fuck? This looks like fucking elaborate scroll text from a, you know, word writing program on a computer. Like, it's so consistent, right? Like there's not any stroke out of place. It's like impressive, actually. And so like I read these recipe cards and I'm just like, God, I'm glad I can read the cursive, especially from someone that long ago. But it's just like, how do you basically write words with the same consistency of a typing font? It's nuts to me. Even peasants that could write better letters than us today. True. Silly Gordo, they give you the $10. I said something about Muslims taking over the government. Stream suggestions agree. What? Is that about like in Dearborn where they were chanting death to America? You took your time. I mean, I wrote a lot. I even tried to keep diaries, you know? I don't know what it is. I don't know what my handwriting never got better. I'm incapable of pencil writing. It's partially due to muscle memory. I mean, maybe. If she didn't, she would have been beaten. Jesus Christ. Armed service, vocational aptitude, battery. Ah, military IQ test. Okay. ASVAB, not ASVAB. My mistake. Well, that person said ASVAB.
He lived down the street from the Dearborn Library where it was happening. Fortunately, the crowd was smaller than the crowd there for the adult books and school protest. What? Cursive is better for your dyslexia. Had to teach yourself? Uh-huh. I never thought about that. You've got chicken scratch. Sadly not a doc. I know. If only I could qualify for being a doctor. I already have the chicken scratch, dude. You burned both your hands when I was you? What? So I can relate. Nerve damage is a bitch? When you were young. Aha. I fixed it. I don't have nerve damage in my hands. So at least you have an excuse for your bad handwriting. I don't. I'm just bad. You hated busy work in school, so your handwriting became fast, over legible, and never changed. I mean, maybe that's why mine's so bad. I'm not sure, dude. I'm not sure, dude. News station Como reported that anonymous teachers said the district is not providing them with extra resources. No extra time, no aid in the classroom, no curriculum help, and no extra compensation to come up with these additional lesson plans for every level of learning in a single classroom. The school district said in a March 5th update that they're currently facing a $104 million budget deficit. What the fuck are they doing to be running through money like that? Cursive Foxu! I want to type cursive in Twitch chat. It's probably anxiety or ADHD. You notice when you write normally it's chicken scratchable. When you focus and are calm, you write pretty legitly. Try writing slowly. Writing slowly, I can make it look like big chunky letters, but at least it's legible. They're pocketing the money. Fucking probably. Paying for DEI consultants. This happened because Washington State is facing an educational funding gap, and there are fewer students enrolled at Seattle public schools, said the district. However, supporters of the new program think it will bring together students of different backgrounds and create a more diverse learning environment. This is bad diversity, actually. If you are trying to hold children with learning disabilities to the same standard as gifted children, both the gifted children and the learning disabled children will be suffering because they can't be expected to learn on the same curriculum. The gifted children need more of a challenge, and the actual mental disorder children need extra and additional help in order to keep them at a viable pace so that they don't fall too far behind. We just created public schools 2.0. If I want to know how fucked Scotland is, take a look at what happened to Count Dankula a few years ago. What? Is there anybody online right now who doesn't know what happened to Count Dankula a few years ago? I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. What else do I have in here? What else do I have in here? Oh, we got another squatter story, chat. I know it's 8 o'clock, but I want to get through another Daily Mail tab. Daily Mail grab bag! I live under a rock. What happened to him? Mark Meechin, otherwise known online as Count Dankula, made a joke with his girlfriend's pug where he taught it to do the Hitler salute. And because he taught it to do the Hitler salute, he got arrested and actually had to go through a court trial because they were like, that's hate speech! That guy. Gifted was different back in the day, true. True. Dankula is the Hitler pug guy? Yeah, he's the Hitler pug guy. Do people really not know about this? Apparently not! But I mean, I guess maybe if you're not terminally online, you might not have heard about it, but I thought it was even in, like, regular news media back then. I could be wrong, you know? What a title, yeah. Shocking moment, squatter clambers through window into a house as outraged homeowner watches in horror, only for the cops to tell the couple the man has the right to do so. An outraged Texas couple is pleading with lawmakers as their contractor turned squatter refuses to leave their property. Judith Matthews and Abram Mendez said they hired a contractor to complete tile work for their fixer-upper in San Antonio property. After they fired him for not completing the work, the contractor refused to leave and is now reportedly living in the house. The couple even filmed the unwanted guest climbing through their window despite being asked to leave. We don't have any protection. There's legislators that are out there who are making headway, but we need more headway across America to protect us, the homeowners, because there's very little, Mendez told Fox News.
The couple tried calling law enforcement to remove him from the property, but they said police refused to get involved. Like, he's even filming them back. What a smarmy fuck. It's really a gimmick, I think, for municipalities across America to make money. The contractor originally asked the couple if he could stay on the property while he was completing the work because he had gout. This is going to sow more mistrust in people, right? Like, if I had a contractor at this point in time and they were just like, well, I can do the work, but I'm gonna need to stay on your property while I do it, I'd be like, no way, no, get out. Like, even if they had a legitimate reason, I would not feel comfortable doing it in current year, dude. Terminate the contract immediately? Yeah, exactly. They agreed, drew up a contract, and Mendez filmed the squatter signing the paperwork. The squatter allegedly stole the phone with the footage and deleted the video evidence. The job was only supposed to take a few weeks to complete, but the contractor kept delaying the job or making excuses as to why he couldn't work. These people are very silly. They're very silly. Not only did they agree to let this guy live there during the current climate of fucking, I almost said stragglers, dude. Current climate of these people squatting in homes, but also because he's squatting in their home, he had access to steal their phones and shit. Like, what? These are people who are like incapable of noticing things, right? Like, they're not able to notice things and then act accordingly. They're too concerned with like the immediate around them and then are shocked when something bad happens. He knew what he was doing. Yeah, exactly. If this is Texas, can't they just use castle doctrine? Apparently not. After the couple fired him, he still refused to leave. He must be homeless. He never even worked in the restroom, Mendez said. The first few days, he was complaining of his gout, and then after I was trying to get a work schedule from him, he would just give me runarounds. This isn't even a fucking contractor. He just straight up lied to these people. Little by little, showing that it was a room, it was the house that he wanted all along. He continued, with our trust, he abused us. Mendez and Matthews visited the police department and the constable's office several times, but have come up empty-handed. Police told them that because of squatters' rights in Texas, a squatter can legally obtain property through adverse means. Technically, the issue is between the couple and the squatter was civil rather than criminal, and they would have to get lawyers involved for a proper judicial eviction process. Now, all these people who tell me in the chat that fucking Texas is based, get on my level. New Hampshire doesn't have squatters' rights. It takes 5 fucking years of you not getting forcefully removed by the police from a house before you can claim squatters' ownership. 5 fucking years and you can't get removed. Why do squatters have rights? That's a good fucking question. See, now there's your problem right there. Squatters' rights. That shouldn't even be a sentence. They quite literally contradict each other. 5 years is reasonable, right? They, the constable's office, explained to us the rights to tell to the police that it's a trespassing matter. We explained the law, the letter, and how to enforce it, and yet the police did not want to do anything. The constable's office said the man had 72 hours to leave, but the squatter hunkered down and brought more of his belongings to the property. The conflict escalated when the squatter allegedly shoved Matthews while they were putting the eviction notice on the property. To their surprise, they said the police asked the squatter if he wanted to press charges, and that it was the couple's fault for being in his way. The police have not been here to serve you for a very long time, chat. The police are not here for you. Video footage showed the squatter climbing through the property's window. Squatters breaking into my house again through the window, Matthews can be heard saying during the video. Squatters interrupting my work and recording me. I can show you his rights, a woman with the squatter retorted at Matthews. You are breaking the law. Matthews told Fox she recorded the incident in hopes of providing proof that he was damaging their home and trespassing. Who the fuck is this woman? Who the fuck is this random ass woman defending the squatter who took advantage of these people? What the actual fuck? I was recording him to have some proof of what was going on, Matthews said. We called the police and we didn't get any help from them. Instead, the police told him that he has the right to stay on our property. The squatter has done $2,000 worth of damage to the house, according to the couple. He kicked in a door to get access to a bathroom, broke windows, Mendez said. He illegally tapped into the electricity. We called code compliance to try and get him out. Mendez claimed he spent hundreds of dollars just to start the eviction process. He said he's convinced that the nation's growing squatter problem is a ruse by local governments to increase revenue. Trust no one, Mendez said. There's not very much silver lining to this. And trusting no one is exactly the goal. And it's not like you can fight against that individually. It's a very, very, very rough position to be in. Douglas Kaplone, thank you for the $4.99. Squatters have rights because they're too far left, unfortunately. Unfortunately. And it's like, we see all of these stories coming out recently of all of these different squatters across all of these different states. I know a lot of them are like hot-spotted all in New York, but it's like, why now? Why are there so many stories of all of these squatters going out and doing this now? I'm gonna put on my tinfoil just like Mendez is. I'm not gonna say it's the nation's growing problem to increase revenue, because I don't know how you're gonna increase revenue by doing this, but it does feel like someone might be coordinating this kind of effort. Not like, you know, one person is going out and being like, I'm going to make an army of squatters to squat in houses for me, but like, these people must be getting paid or something to do this, right? Like, it just seems coincidentally there's a bit too much of a concentrated effort of all of this shit happening all at once. I might be a little tinfoily right now, but as I'm saying, usually a coinky-dink isn't simply a coinky-dink once it becomes a pattern. The Venezuelan guy was already deported? Yeah, he was already deported. He was crying like a fucking snot baby. It's just crime collage, word of mouth. I mean, it could be. It could not. It might not be a conspiracy, just word of mouth. People like that TikToker talking about it and everyone being like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Why not? It's like, again, why not have that fuck it, why not mentality if these people aren't getting punished? You know? So it could just be more people getting fed up and being like, fuck it. Why not? The wall just got 10 feet higher. Have you seen the video yet of actual Justice Warrior talking about squatters stealing homes in New York with an Uber Eats receipt? Maybe. I've read so many fucking squatter articles in the last few weeks that, like, they blend together at this point. Is it a possible vector for potential civilian violence to try and kick off some sort of quote-unquote revolution? I don't think any sort of, like, revolution kickoff would happen, but, like, if homeowners tried defending their homes, they would be a useful target to paint as, like, a violent demographic, right? Like, anyone sane would look at a homeowner defending their home and be like, yeah, they should have done that. But they would, if they did that, it would become a useful political tool in an election year. But too much tinfoil, maybe. Google says Texas takes 10 years for a squatter to gain property rights and must pay property taxes. If that's the case in Texas, I don't know how this man is not being removed by the police. I have no idea.
Squatters' rights dominating national headlines in the recent weeks, but what is the law?
It's a very low video.
Fox's Jordan Elder talked with a homeowner in San Antonio who is having a squatter issue and what you can do to protect your property.
Squatters breaking into my house again through the window.
Also, yeah, you bring up a good point. You really think that squatting streamer learned all of this on his own? I doubt that these people who are going into squatting have done extensive legal research on what squatters' rights are. So someone is giving them this information, right? Most of these people do not seem that intelligent. I'm confusing property rights and renters' rights. These squatters are taking advantage of renters' rights. Okay. So I guess that's where like the language differential is coming in here, because they keep saying squatters' rights.
And his wife bought this home and hired this man to do some tile work. They allowed him to stay a few days, even made him sign a contract saying it was short term. But now they say the man won't leave.
We're not talking even a month yet. I believe today would be a month. And he had his long game already in mind.
Mendez says the man has barricaded the front room of this house. He's claiming squatters' rights.
Have they allowed you? Have they allowed him? I can show you his rights.
But attorneys
So who the fuck is that woman?
say that's not how squatters' rights work in Texas. They say the man is a squatter, but he hasn't met all of these requirements to claim adverse possession.
Well, see, if they're even backing up in here that this man is a squatter, but he hasn't fulfilled the requirements for adverse possession, why are the police doing nothing? Right? Like, again, I understand police are going to do nothing because they're not here to protect people who are actual citizens. So it's just like, what is the incentive for these police officers in this situation to not remove him? Right? Potentially corrupt police department? Yeah. Like, I'm getting tinfoily here. I'm getting sparks here on my tinfoil.
And the Mendez family is moving forward with an eviction.
He's not earning any legal rights or legal title to the property in that circumstance.
The intent behind adverse possession is to reward people who take care of property and put it to good use. It is not designed to reward bad behavior.
Hug and Bryant both assure you that squatters' rights are specific. People can't just enter your home and claim it as their own.
At least in Texas, that's not allowed.
This has been a hot topic across the nation recently, especially since a new Florida law ends squatters' rights.
I hope that it makes like a firestorm across the nation as far as changing the laws, because it's not a victimless crime.
Attorneys say the best thing you can do to protect yourself is check in on all your properties frequently, because the sooner you get police and the courts involved, the more they can do to help you.
The one thing I would be worried about, right, because we all know that the government never does anything actually good. The one thing I'd be worried about is the squatters' rights, like Skiki said in chat, being conflated with renters' rights. And then once all of these states start making laws against squatters' rights, it then starts adversely affecting real legal renters. I don't know how it would or if it would, but that would be my worry with governments implementing these kinds of rules. Right? Because like I don't want people who are in renting situations to start having less rights and have landlords be able to take advantage of them even more. Because BlackRock is going to have a bunch of empty properties. Oh my god. Rubber band jiggle physics. Thank you for the $2. In Kansas, it takes 15 years for squatters' rights. God damn. Joe of the Mass, even $5. Squatters' rights is a massive misinterpretation of the Homesteading Act. I mean, maybe. I don't know where squatters' rights came from or why we even have them in the first place. It seems really fucking silly. But again, my mistrust of the government makes me want to say it's a good thing that states are legislating out squatters' rights. But also, if squatters' rights are being conflated with renters' rights, how is this potentially going to adversely affect legal, actual renters? Just move in the home they're squatting in. Your family had to deal with squatters 2 years ago in the house next door that was for sale. The whole neighborhood basically had to pressure them out. It was a whole mess. Now, one of the squatting articles I read about where, like, these two people moved into, like, a Long Island neighborhood or some shit. By moved in, I mean they started squatting in a house that was for sale. They forged a document saying that they bought it from the previous owner who had been dead for, like, a decade or some shit. And so the entire town decided, well, we're just gonna pay you to leave. And it's like that's still rewarding them for doing something wrong, because instead of any repercussions, they're getting a payday. On the taxpayer's dime, no less. Remember that during the glorious summer of love, the places that stated unambiguously they would meet rioting with force saw zero violent protests, and armed neighborhoods that lined up on roads where marches were scheduled. Well, that's just wrong, actually. That's just very wrong. And the first thing that comes to mind where you're wrong there is that one, I can't remember if it was a bar or a pub or something, but they were defending their bar, pub, whatever it was. And the guy had like a stick or something. And he got brutally attacked for, like, having the stick and defending the bar, pub, or whatever. Maybe someone who has a better memory than me can, like, remember what I'm talking about and like, correct me if I'm misremembering. But, like, that, the places that did try to defend themselves, it was a sword, thank you. And people that did defend themselves still were met with violent protest. It wasn't like there wasn't any fight or the protesters stayed away. They still went there. Short answer as to where squatters' rights come from, the aftermath. A stick isn't going to stop a mob. Yeah, it was a sword. Thank you, bro. It had a sword and still lost. What the fuck? Yeah, I mean, Rittenhouse, also a good example. Rittenhouse had to defend himself, unfortunately. You're not wrong. There were literally videos of it at the time. There were armed men who showed up with rifles in organized groups. You're talking about 10 to 15 men, all with firearms. You are wrong, because you said that these places that defended themselves didn't get attacked. I'm sure there are some, right? I'm sure some of them existed. But it's just not true that any place that tried to defend its business or its home didn't get attacked. I remember some of these armed groups who talked about defending their communities. I remember them happening when Chaz was set up as well. I think it was Chaz was the one in Seattle or Washington, whatever the West Coast one was called, because I know that there were two. They also had people defending the suburbs up there, but it's not true that all of these people who set up defense forces faced nothing from the rioters. Chaz Chop. We need masked men with rifles to open fire on rioters. We need roof Koreans now more than ever. The Summer of Love was complete chaos as the governments refused to do anything about it. Yes. They were not only refusing to do anything about it, they were complicit. You had politicians saying that we need to give these people space to riot and space to destroy. Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone or Capitol Hill Organized Protest. Hell yeah, to roof Koreans. Love it. You love to see them. You love to see them. All praise the warlord of Chaz. I know there was one of those autonomous zones set up on the East Coast, and then there was another one that was set up on the West, and I can never remember the names, dude. It's like when I get fucking Sarasota and Saratoga confused. Kamala Harris saying they won't stop and they shouldn't stop. Yeah, like politicians actively agreed with what these people were doing. There's one in Minneapolis as well. God damn. Raz Simone, the warlord of Chaz. Tim, take this rifle and wait for me on the guard tower. You still have the Rittenhouse self-defense videos on your phone that you had downloaded from Twitter when all of that happened? Good. Kamala Harris bailed the rioters out. I mean, a lot of celebrities did as well. Don't forget that there were celebrity fundraisers to help pay the bail of the rioters. We could be exploring the galaxy instead we're giving third world parts of our society to burn down because reasons. It's because the smaller groups of people were small enough that rioters knew they could be attacked and still have the support of the government. You need enough people where the government will fold. True and real. True and real. And like again I said, I'm putting my tinfoil back on. I feel like the fiery but mostly peaceful protests, while they were very fucking bad, were a trial run for seeing exactly how far they could push things. So I expect, if we see another Summer of Love, it will be much worse than it was before. Hopefully, we do not get there. Hopefully, we notice enough and we make enough noise that we don't get to that point. State lines argument makes you cringe. Yeah, the state lines matter when it suits their narrative, but, you know, country borders don't exist. Excuse my grammar. Your SAPD family member responded. They stated, for some reason, it's a very gray area in Texas. The guy supposedly claimed to be living there a month already. They recommended the family toss out all his things while he's gone and inform the police he moved out. Otherwise, the police legally can't get involved, and it's the constables that handle the eviction. That seems really strange, but I mean, they do say that they're trying to work with the constable's office, but like the police aren't working with the constable on the matter. I don't live in Texas, so I'm glad you have a little bit of insight from someone who actually works around there. We'll get another. Texas has constables? Constables aren't cops. The man should have just been buried in a shallow grave. I was like, I feel like you should just be able to castle doctrine in Texas, you know? He's literally a home invader. You have... They say that he deleted the video of him signing the paperwork, but shouldn't they still have the paperwork? Is another question I have. Because if they have the paperwork and they showed it in the video, then that proves that he shouldn't be there. The video doesn't matter. Most of Antifa and Black Lives Matter didn't have firearms back then, but a lot of them do now. Take care. Thanks, Kirsche. Speaking of taking care, it's giga late. I should try to go get food and actually answer some DMs and emails again. It's piling up. It's piling up! I've got so much to do! Tomorrow, I don't have a planned stream yet. I will tag everyone in Discord if I do set up a stream for tomorrow. If I do, it'll probably be a collab and not on my channel. So if you're in the Discord, you'll get the ping. If you're not in the Discord, maybe you'll remember to say something on Twitter. I'm bad at using Twitter for stream announcements. The irony of my Twitter feed went from literally nothing but me announcing streams with a stream bot to never posting when I'm live. Amber Creatine, thank you for the $10 doodles. Rittenhouse's trial was full of good moments too. Like how the third guy he shot admitted during Cross that the Kenosha kid didn't destroy his fapping arm until after he pointed his illegal gun at him. Yeah? Yeah, finding people contradicting themselves while thinking they're in the right is hilarious in that trial. It was great to watch. It was a great fucking watch. Let me see, Homestead is live right now. I never remembered to turn my alerts back on. I have brain damage! I have brain damage! No. I haven't read a lot of the thank yous today. I know I missed a lot. I try my best. Oh god, my browser died. I try my best. I'll be doing more catch-ups on Sunday, and then my Monday before vacation, I'm gonna be doing a lot of catching up as well. I want to try my best to thank all of you who are here supporting me before I leave for vacation. Before I leave, I want to try. Yeah, Binary Mind set up spreadsheets for tracking all of the donos and the subs and everything that I don't get to. So I'm sorry, I'm not being ungrateful. I just, I get lost in the tangent sauce sometimes. DRT is king. Thank you for the $5. Sarasota mentioned best city in Florida and thereby America. Av to the best coast of Florida. See, now you just have to remind me in chat that Sarasota is the Florida one every time I get confused. Ninth Circle, thank you for the $15. A poem Tuesday night, butt stuff night. Mandy's giving free handies behind the Andes. Custard out there in Custer. I'm not sorry for this. Mandy? Like Rakita's Mandy? I don't know any other Mandys. I didn't know they gave free handies. I guess you gotta go to the Mandy. Let me see whomsta's online at the moment. No. Oh shit. Okay, we're gonna raid potentially criminal because we were talking about the Mew case where Mew fucking stabbed all those hoodlum white people for attacking him. So if you were interested in the Mew self-defense case, potentially criminal, Mr. Sean is watching it right goddamn now. Mew, yeah, it's spelled M-I-U. So I know we briefly talked about that, but Mr. Lawyer Mans probably has way more insight on that than I could. So we're gonna raid him. I still plan on doing a stream with him once the Brian Koberger thing comes to fruition. If I find another case I get giggly, autistically attached to before then, maybe I'll ask him to do one then. But as of right now, we'll be doing Brian Koberger whenever that one happens. Foxy, yeah. Poetic Silence, thank you for the $2 doodles. Between you and Papa Gundam tomorrow. First World! Poor K No Los Dos. You can always be a VoD, bro. You can always be VoD, bro. It's alright. Squatting on the stream. Thank you! Thank you guys for hanging out with me tonight on this Tuesday night, anal night. Thank you! I will see you guys possibly tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then definitely on Friday. I can't stream Thursday because literally my entire day is just appointments. Literally just appointments. Go give Mr. Sean some love. Go attack him with the anime. Have a great rest of your night, everyone. Thank you. Bye.